The Study of Words on the Study of Words. By Richard Chenevix Trench, D.D., Archbishop. Language is the armory of the human mind, and at once contains the trophies of its past, and the weapons of its future conquests. Coleridge. Out idle words, servants to shallow fools. Shakespeare. 20th edition revised by the Rev. A. L. Mayhew, joint author of the Concise Middle English Dictionary. Preface to the 20th edition. In all essential points, this edition of the Study of Words is the same book as the last edition. The aim of the editor has been to alter as little of Archbishop Trench's work as possible. In the arrangement of the book, in the order of the chapters and paragraphs, in the style, in the general presentation of the matter, no change has been made. On the other hand, the work has been thoroughly revised and corrected. A great deal of thought and labor has of late been bestowed on English philology, and there has been a great advance in the knowledge of the laws regulating the development of the sounds of English words, and the result has been that many a derivation once generally accepted has had to be given up as phonetically impossible. An attempt has been made to purge the book of all erroneous etymologies, and to correct in the text small matters of detail. There have also been added some footnotes, in which difficult points are discussed and where reference is given to recent authorities. All editorial additions, whether in the text or in the notes, are enclosed in square brackets. It is hoped that the book as it now stands does not contain in its etymological details anything inconsistent with the latest discoveries of English scholars. A. L. Mayhew. Wadham College, Oxford, August 1888. Preface to the first edition. These lectures will not, I trust, be found anywhere to have left out of sight seriously, or for long, the peculiar needs of those for whom they were originally intended, and to whom they were primarily addressed. I am conscious, indeed, here and there, of a certain departure from my first intention, having been in part seduced to this by a circumstance which I had not in the least contemplated when I obtained permission to deliver them, by finding, namely, that I should have other hearers besides the pupils of the training school. Some matter adapted for those rather than for these I was thus led to introduce, which afterwards I was unwilling, in preparing for the press, to remove, on the contrary adding to it rather, in the hope of obtaining thus a somewhat wider circle of readers than I could have hoped, had I more rigidly restricted myself in the choice of my materials. Yet I should greatly regret to have admitted so much of this as should deprive these lectures of their fitness for those whose profit in writing and in publishing I had mainly in view, namely schoolmasters, and those preparing to be such. Had I known any book entering with any fullness, and in a popular manner, into the subject matter of these pages, and making it its exclusive theme, I might still have delivered these lectures, but should scarcely have sought for them a wider audience than their first, gladly leaving the matter in their hands, whose studies in language had been fuller and riper than my own. But abundant and ready to hand as are the materials for such a book, I did not, while yet it seems to me that the subject is one to which it is beyond measure desirable that their attention, who are teaching, or shall have hereafter to teach, others should be directed, so that they shall learn to regard language as one of the chiefest organs of their own education and that of others. For I am persuaded that I have used no exaggeration in saying that for many a young man his first discovery that words are living powers has been like the dropping of scales from his eyes, like the acquiring of another sense, or the introduction into a new world, while yet all this may be indefinitely deferred, may, indeed, never find place at all, unless there is someone at hand to help for him, and to hasten the process. And he who so does, will ever after be esteemed by him as one of his very foremost benefactors. Whatever may be Horne-Tooke's shortcomings, and they are great, whether in details of etymology, or in the philosophy of grammar, or in matters more serious still, yet, with all this, what an epoch in many a student's intellectual life has been his first acquaintance with the diversions of Play. And they were not among the least of the obligations which the young men of our time owed to Coleridge, that he so often himself weighed words in the balances, and so earnestly pressed upon all with whom his voice went for anything, the profit which they would find in so doing. Nor, with the certainty that I am anticipating much in my little volume, can I refrain from quoting some words which were not present with me during its composition, although I must have been familiar with them long ago, words which express excellently well why it is that these studies profit so much, and which will also explain the motives which induce me to add my little contribution to their furtherance. A language will often be wiser, not merely than the vulgar, but even than the wisest of those who speak it. Being like amber in its efficacy to circulate the electric spirit of truth, it is also like amber in embalming and preserving the relics of ancient wisdom, although one is not seldom puzzled to decipher its contents. Sometimes it locks up truths, which were once well known, but which, in the course of ages, have passed out of sight and been forgotten. In other cases it holds the germs of truths, of which, though they were never plainly discerned, the genius of its framers caught a glimpse in a happy moment of divination. A meditative man cannot refrain from wonder, when he digs down to the deep thought lying at the root of many a metaphorical term, employed for the designation of spiritual things, even of those with regard to which professing philosophers have blundered grossly, and often it would seem as though rays of truth, which were still below the intellectual horizon, had dawned upon the imagination as it was looking up to heaven. Hence they who feel an inward call to teach and enlighten their countrymen should deem it an important part of their duty to draw out the stores of thought which are already latent in their native language, to purify it from the corruptions which time brings upon all things, and from which language has no exemption, and to endeavor to give distinctness and precision to whatever in it is confused, or obscure, or dimly seen, guesses at truth. First Series, page 295. Itchenstoke, October 9, 1851. Lecture I. Introductory Lecture Lecture 2. On the Poetry in Words Lecture 3. On the Morality in Words Lecture 4. On the History in Words Lecture V. On the Rise of New Words Lecture 6. On the Distinction of Words Lecture 7. The Schoolmaster's Use of Words Index of Words on the Study of Words Introductory Lecture. There are few who would not readily acknowledge that mainly in worthy books are preserved and hoarded the treasures of wisdom and knowledge which the world has accumulated, and that chiefly by aid of books they are handed down from one generation to another. I shall urge on you in these lectures something different from this, namely, that not in books only, which all acknowledge, nor yet in connected oral discourse, but often also in words contemplated singly, there are boundless stores of moral and historic truth, and no less of passion and imagination, laid up, that from these lessons of infinite worth may be derived, if only our attention is roused to their existence. I shall urge on you how well it will repay you to study the words which you are in the habit of using or of meeting, be they such as relate to highest spiritual things, or are common words of the shop and the market, and of all the familiar intercourse of daily life. It will indeed repay you far better than you can easily believe. I am sure, at least, that for many a young man his first discovery of the fact that words are living powers, are the vesture, yea, even the body, which thoughts weave for themselves, has been like the dropping of scales from his eyes, like the acquiring of another sense, or the introduction into a new world. He is never able to cease wondering at the moral marvels that surround him on every side, and ever reveal themselves more and more to his gaze. We indeed hear it not seldom said that ignorance is the mother of admiration. No falser word was ever spoken, and hardly a more mischievous one, implying, as it does, that this healthiest exercise of the mind rests, for the most part, on a deceit and a delusion, and that with larger knowledge it would cease, while, in truth, for once that ignorance leads us to admire that which with fuller insight we should perceive to be a common thing, one demanding no such tribute from us, 100, nay, 1,000 times. It prevents us from admiring that which is admirable indeed. And this is so, whether we are moving in the region of nature, which is the region of God's wonders, or in the region of art, which is the region of man's wonders, and nowhere truer than in this sphere and region of language, which is about to claim us now. Oftentimes here we walk up and down in the midst of intellectual and moral marvels with a vacant eye and a careless mind, even as some traveler passes unmoved over fields of fame, or through cities of ancient renown, unmoved, because utterly unconscious of the lofty deeds which there have been wrought, of the great hearts which spent themselves there. We, like him, wanting the knowledge and insight which would have served to kindle admiration in us, are oftentimes deprived of this pure and elevating excitement of the mind, and miss no less that manifold instruction which ever lies about our path, and nowhere more largely than in our daily words, If only we knew how to put forth our hands and make it our own. What riches, one exclaims, lie hidden in the vulgar tongue of our poorest and most ignorant. What flowers of paradise lie under our feet, with their beauties and their parts undistinguished and undiscerned, from having been daily trodden on. And this subject upon which we are thus entering ought not to be a dull or uninteresting one in the handling, or one to which only by an effort you will yield the attention which I shall claim. If it shall prove so, this I fear must be through the fault of my manner of treating it, for certainly in itself there is no study which may be made at once more instructive and entertaining than the study of the use and abuse, the origin and distinction of words, with an investigation, slight though it may be, of the treasures contained in them, which is exactly that which I now propose to myself and to you. I remember a very learned scholar, to whom we owe one of our best Greek lexicons, a book which must have cost him years, speaking in the preface of his completed work with a just disdain of some, who complained of the irksome drudgery of such toils as those which had engaged him so long, toils irksome, forsooth, because they only had to do with words. He disclaims any part with those who asked pity for themselves, as so many galley slaves chained to the oar, or martyrs who had offered themselves for the good of the literary world. He declares that the task of classing, sorting, grouping, comparing, tracing the derivation and usage of words, had been to him no drudgery, but a delight and labor of love. Footnote: it is well worth the while to read on this same subject the pleasant causerie of Littre Comment J. Fate Mon Dictionnaire. It is to be found pages 390 to 442 of his Glaniers. And if this may be true in regard of a foreign tongue, how much truer ought it to be in regard of our own, of our mother tongue, as we affectionately call it. A great writer not very long departed from us has borne witness at once to the pleasantness and profit of this study. In a language, he says, like ours, where so many words are derived from other languages, there are few modes of instruction more useful or more amusing than that of accustoming young people to seek for the etymology or primary meaning of the words they use. There are cases in which more knowledge of more value may be conveyed by the history of a word than by the history of a campaign. So writes Coleridge, and impressing the same truth, Emerson has somewhere characterized language as fossil poetry. He evidently means that just as in some fossil, curious and beautiful shapes of vegetable or animal life, the graceful fern or the finely vertebrate lizard, such as now, it may be, have been extinct for thousands of years, are permanently bound up with the stone, and rescued from that perishing which would else have been their portion, so in words are beautiful thoughts and images, the imagination and the feeling of past ages, of men long since in their graves, of men whose very names have perished. There are these, which might so easily have perished too, preserved and made safe forever. The phrase is a striking one. The only fault one can find with it is that it is too narrow. Language may be, and indeed is, this fossil poetry, but it may be affirmed of it with exactly the same truth that it is fossil ethics, or fossil history. Words quite as often and as effectually embody facts of history, or convictions of the moral sense, as of the imagination or passion of men, even as, so far as that moral sense may be perverted, they will bear witness and keep a record of that perversion. On all these points I shall enter at full in after lectures, but I may give by anticipation a specimen or two of what I mean, to make from the first my purpose and plan more fully intelligible to all. Language, then, is fossil poetry. In other words, we are not to look for the poetry which a people may possess only in its poems, or its poetical customs, traditions, and beliefs. Many a single word also is itself a concentrated poem, having stores of poetical thought and imagery laid up in it. Examine it, and it will be found to rest on some deep analogy of things natural and things spiritual, bringing those to illustrate and to give an abiding form and body to these. The image may have grown trite and ordinary now, perhaps through the help of this very word may have become so entirely the heritage of all, as to seem little better than a commonplace, yet not the less he who first discerned the relation, and devised the new word which should express it, or gave to an old, never before but literally used, this new and figurative sense, this man was in his degree a poet, a maker, that is, of things which were not before, which would not have existed but for him, or for some other gifted with equal powers. He who spake first of a dilapidated fortune, what an image must have risen up before his mind's eye of some falling house or palace, stone detaching itself from stone, till all had gradually sunk into desolation and ruin. Or he who to that Greek word which signifies that which will endure to be held up to and judged by the sunlight, gave first its ethical signification of sincere, truthful, or as we sometimes say, transparent, can we deny to him the poet's feeling and eye? Many a man had gazed, we are sure, at the jagged and indented mountain ridges of Spain, before one called them sierras or saws, the name by which now they are known, as Sierra Morena, Sierra Nevada. But that man coined his imagination into a word which will endure as long as the everlasting hills which he named. But it was said just now that words often contain a witness for great moral truths, God having pressed such a seal of truth upon language, that men are continually uttering deeper things than they know, asserting mighty principles, it may be asserting them against themselves, in words that to them may seem nothing more than the current coin of society. Thus to what grand moral purposes Bishop Butler turns the word pastime, how solemn the testimony which he compels the world, out of its own use of this word, to render against itself, obliging it to own that its amusements and pleasures do not really satisfy the mind and fill it with the sense of an abiding and satisfying joy. Footnote: Sermon 14. Upon the Love of God. Curiously enough, Montaigne has, in his essays, drawn the same testimony out of the word. This ordinary phrase of pastime, and passing away the time, represents the custom of those wise sort of people, who think they cannot have a better account of their lives, than to let them run out and slide away, to pass them over and to balk them, and as much as they can, to take no notice of them and to shun them, as a thing of troublesome and contemptible quality. But I know it to be another kind of thing, and find it both valuable and commodious even in its latest decay, wherein I now enjoy it, and nature has delivered it into our hands in such and so favorable circumstances that we commonly complain of ourselves, if it be troublesome to us or slide unprofitably away. They are only pastime. They serve only, as this word confesses, to pass away the time, to prevent it from hanging, an intolerable burden, on men's hands. All which they can do at the best is to prevent men from discovering and attending to their own internal poverty and dissatisfaction and want. He might have added that there is the same acknowledgment in the word diversion, which means no more than that which diverts or turns us aside from ourselves, and in this way helps us to forget ourselves for a little. And thus it would appear that, even according to the world's own confession, all which it proposes is, not to make us happy, but a little to prevent us from remembering that we are unhappy, to pass away our time, to divert us from ourselves. While on the other hand we declare that the good which will really fill our souls and satisfy them to the uttermost, is not in us, but without us and above us, in the words which we use to set forth any transcending delight. Take 3 or 4 of these words: transport, rapture, ravishment, ecstasy. Transport, that which carries us, as rapture or ravishment, that which snatches us out of and above ourselves, and ecstasy is very nearly the same, only drawn from the Greek. And not less, where a perversion of the moral sense has found place, words preserve oftentimes a record of this perversion. We have a signal example of this in the use, or rather misuse, of the words religion and religious during the Middle Ages, and indeed in many parts of Christendom still. A religious person did not then mean any one who felt and owned the bonds that bound him to God and to his fellowmen, but one who had taken peculiar vows upon him, the member of a monastic order, of a religion as it was called. As little did a religious house then mean, nor does it now mean in the Church of Rome, a Christian household, ordered in the fear of God, but a house in which these persons were gathered together according to the rule of some man. What a light does this one word so used throw on the entire state of mind and habits of thought in those ages! That then was religion, and alone deserved the name. And religious was a title which might not be given to parents and children, husbands and wives, men and women fulfilling faithfully and holily in the world the duties of their several stations, but only to those who had devised a self-chosen service for themselves. Footnote: a reviewer in Fraser's Magazine, December 1851, doubts whether I have not here pushed my assertion too far. So far from this, it was not merely the popular language which this corruption had invaded, but a decree of the Great Fourth Lateran Council, AD 1215, forbidding the further multiplication of monastic orders, runs thus: Any nimia religionum diversitas gravum in ecclesia de confusionum indicat, firmiter prohibimus, any quis de cetero novum religionum inveniat. Sed quic cunc volurit ad religionum converti, unam de approbatus assumat. But language is fossil history as well. What a record of great social revolutions, revolutions in nations and in the feelings of nations, the one word frank contains, which is used, as we all know, to express aught that is generous, straightforward, and free. The Franks, I need not remind you, were a powerful German tribe, or association of tribes, who gave themselves. Footnote: This explanation of the name Franks is now generally given up. The name is probably a derivative from a lost ohg franco, a spear or javelin, compare es franca, iso fracca. Similarly, the Saxons are supposed to have derived their name from a weapon, seeks, a knife, see kluges dict. Sv Frank. This proud name of the Franks or the free, and who, at the breaking up of the Roman Empire, possessed themselves of Gaul, to which they gave their own name. They were the ruling conquering people, honorably distinguished from the Gauls and degenerate Romans among whom they established themselves by their independence, their love of freedom, their scorn of a lie. They had, in short, the virtues which belong to a conquering and dominant race in the midst of an inferior and conquered one. And thus it came to pass that by degrees the name Frank indicated not merely a national, but involved a moral, distinction as well, and a Frank man was synonymous not merely with a man of the conquering German race, but was an epithet applied to any man possessed of certain high moral qualities, which for the most part appertained to, and were found only in, men of that stock, and thus in men's daily discourse. When they speak of a person as being frank, or when they use the words franchise, enfranchisement, to express civil liberties and immunities, their language here is the outgrowth, the record, and the result of great historic changes, bears testimony to facts of history, whereof it may well happen that the speakers have never heard. Footnote: Frank, though thus originally a German word, only came back to Germany from France in the 17th century. With us it is found in the 16th, but scarcely earlier. The word slave has undergone a process entirely analogous, although in an opposite direction. The martial superiority of the Teutonic races enabled them to keep their slave markets supplied with captives taken from the Sclavonic tribes. Hence, in all the languages of Western Europe, the once glorious name of slave has come to express the most degraded condition of men. What centuries of violence and warfare does the history of this word disclose? Footnote: Gibbon, Decline and Fall, c. 55. It is very doubtful whether the idea of glory was implied originally in the national name of Slav. It is generally held now that the Slavs gave themselves the name as being the intelligible, or the intelligibly speaking people. As in the case of many other races, they regarded their strange-speaking neighbors as barbarian, that is stammering, or even as dumb. So the Russians call their neighbors the Germans Njemets, connected with Njemo, indistinct. The old name Slovene, Slavonians, is probably a derivative from the substantive which appears in Church Slavonic in the form Slovo, a word. See Thompson's Russia and Scandinavia, page 8. Slovo is closely connected with the old Slavonic word for fame, slava, hence, no doubt, the explanation of slave favored by Gibbon. Having given by anticipation this handful of examples in illustration of what in these lectures I propose, I will, before proceeding further, make a few observations on a subject, which, if we would go at all to the root of the matter, we can scarcely leave altogether untouched. I mean the origin of language, in which, however, we will not entangle ourselves deeper than we need. There are, or rather there have been, two theories about this. One, and that which rather has been than now is, for few maintain it still, would put language on the same level with the various arts and inventions with which man has gradually adorned and enriched his life. It would make him by degrees to have invented it, just as he might have invented any of these for himself, and from rude imperfect beginnings, the inarticulate cries by which he expressed his natural wants, the sounds by which he sought to imitate the impression of natural objects upon him, little by little to have arrived at that wondrous organ of thought and feeling, which his language is often to him now. It might, I think, be sufficient to object to this explanation, that language would then be an accident of human nature, and this being the case, that we certainly should somewhere encounter tribes sunken so low as not to possess it, even as there is almost no human art or invention so obvious, and as it seems to us so indispensable, but there are those who have fallen below its knowledge and its exercise. But with language it is not so. There have never yet been found human beings, not the most degraded horde of South African Bushmen, or Papuan cannibals, who did not employ this means of intercourse with one another. But the more decisive objection to this view of the matter is, that it hangs together with, and is indeed an essential part of, that theory of society, which is contradicted alike by every page of Genesis, and every notice of our actual experience, the orangutan theory, as it has been so happily termed, that, I mean, according to which the primitive condition of man was the savage one, and the savage himself the seed out of which in due time the civilized man was unfolded, whereas, in fact, so far from being this living seed, he might more justly be considered as a dead withered leaf, torn violently away from the great trunk of humanity, and with no more power to produce anything nobler than himself out of himself, than that dead withered leaf to unfold itself into the oak of the forest. So far from being the child with the latent capabilities of manhood, he is himself rather the man prematurely aged, and decrepit, and outworn. But the truer answer to the inquiry how language arose is this: God gave man language, just as he gave him reason, and just because he gave him reason, for what is man's word but his reason, coming forth that it may behold itself? They are indeed so essentially one and the same that the Greek language has one word for them both. He gave it to him, because he could not be man, that is, a social being, without it. Yet this must not be taken to affirm that man started at the first furnished with a full-formed vocabulary of words, and as it were with his first dictionary and first grammar ready-made to his hands. He did not thus begin the world with names, but with the power of naming, for man is not a mere speaking machine. God did not teach him words, as one of us teaches a parrot, from without, but gave him a capacity, and then evoked the capacity which he gave. Here, as in everything else that concerns the primitive constitution, the great original institutes of humanity, our best and truest lights are to be gotten from the study of the first 3 chapters of Genesis, and you will observe that there it is not God who imposed the first names on the creatures, but Adam. Adam, however, at the direct suggestion of his Creator. He brought them all, we are told, to Adam, to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof. Gen 2:19. Here we have the clearest intimation of the origin, at once divine and human, of speech, while yet neither is so brought forward as to exclude or obscure the other. And so far we may concede a limited amount of right to those who have held a progressive acquisition, on man's part, of the power of embodying thought in words. I believe that we should conceive the actual case most truly, if we conceive this power of naming things and expressing their relations, as one laid up in the depths of man's being, one of the divine capabilities with which he was created, but one, and in this differing from those which have produced in various people various arts of life, which could not remain dormant in him, for man could be only man through its exercise, which therefore did rapidly bud and blossom out from within him at every solicitation from the world without and from his fellowman. As each object to be named appeared before his eyes, each relation of things to one another arose before his mind. It was not merely the possible, but the necessary, emanation of the spirit with which he had been endowed. Man makes his own language, but he makes it as the bee makes its cells, as the bird its nest. He cannot do otherwise. Footnote: Renan has much of interest on this matter, both in his work De l'origine du langage, and in his Hist. The Langue Sémitiques. I quote from the latter, page 445, Sans de les langues, comme tout ce qui est organisé, sans sujets à la loi du développement graduel. And so tenant que le langage primitif possédait les éléments nécessaires à son intégrite, nous sommes loin de dire que les mécanismes d'un âge plus avancé fussent arrivés à leur pleine existence. Tout y était, mais confusement et sans distinction. Le temps seul et les progrès de l'esprit humain pouvaient opérer un discernement dans cette obscure synthèse, et assigner à chaque élément son rôle spécial. La vie, en un mot, en était ici, comme partout, Chue la condition de l'évolution du germe primitif, de la distribution de rôles et de la séparation de organes. Mais ces organes us memes ferent détermines de le premier jour, et depuis l'acte générateur que le fait être, le langage n'est enrichi d'aucune fonction vraiment nouvelle. Un germe est pose, renferment en puissance tout ce qu'elle sera un jour. Le germe s'y développe. Les formes s'y constituent dans leurs proportions régulières, ce que était en puissance devient un acte. Mais rien n'est crée, rien n'est agite. Tel est la loi commune de être sommes aux conditions de la vie. Tel fut aussi la loi du langage. How this latent power evolved itself first, how this spontaneous generation of language came to pass, is a mystery, even as every act of creation is of necessity such, and as a mystery all the deepest inquirers into the subject are content to leave it. Yet we may perhaps a little help ourselves to the realizing of what the process was, and what it was not, if we liken it to the growth of a tree springing out of, and unfolding itself from, a root, and according to a necessary law, that root being the divine capacity of language with which man was created, that law being the law of highest reason with which he was endowed, if we liken it to this rather than to the rearing of a house, which a man should slowly and painfully fashion for himself, with dead timbers combined after his own fancy and caprice, and which little by little improved in shape, material, and size, being first but a log house, answering his barest needs, and only after centuries of toil and pain growing for his sons into a stately palace for pleasure and delight. Were it otherwise, were the savage the primitive man, we should then find savage tribes, furnished scantily enough, it might be, with the elements of speech, yet at the same time with its fruitful beginnings, its vigorous and healthful germs. But what does their language on close inspection prove? In every case what they are themselves, the remnant and ruin of a better and a nobler past. Fearful indeed is the impress of degradation which is stamped on the language of the savage, more fearful perhaps even than that which is stamped upon his form. When wholly letting go the truth, when long and greatly sinning against light and conscience, a people has thus gone the downward way, has been scattered off by some violent catastrophe from those regions of the world which are the seats of advance and progress, and driven to its remote isles and further corners, then as one nobler thought, one spiritual idea after another has perished from it, the words also that express these have perished too. As one habit of civilization has been let go after another, the words which those habits demanded have dropped as well, first out of use, and then out of memory, and thus after a while have been wholly lost. Moffat, in his missionary labors and scenes in South Africa, gives us a very remarkable example of the disappearing of one of the most significant words from the language of a tribe sinking ever deeper in savagery, and with the disappearing of the word, of course, the disappearing as well of the great spiritual fact and truth whereof that word was at once the vehicle and the guardian. The Bechuanas, a Kaffir tribe, employed formerly the word Marimo, to designate him that is above or him that is in heaven, and attached to the word the notion of a supreme divine being. This word, with the spiritual idea corresponding to it, Moffat found to have vanished from the language of the present generation, although here and there he could meet with an old man, scarcely one or two in 1,000, who remembered in his youth to have heard speak of Marimo, and this word, once so deeply significant, only survived now in the spells and charms of the so-called rainmakers and sorcerers, who misused it to designate a fabulous ghost, of whom they told the absurdest and most contradictory things. And as there is no such witness to the degradation of the savage as the brutal poverty of his language, so is there nothing that so effectually tends to keep him in the depths to which he has fallen. You cannot impart to any man more than the words which he understands either now contain, or can be made, intelligibly to him, to contain. Language is as truly on one side the limit and restraint of thought, as on the other side that which feeds and unfolds thought. Thus it is the ever-repeated complaint of the missionary that the very terms are well nigh or wholly wanting in the dialect of the savage whereby to impart to him heavenly truths, and not these only, but that there are equally wanting those which should express the nobler emotions of the human heart. Dobrizhoffer, the Jesuit missionary, in his curious history of the Abipones, tells us that neither these nor the Guaranis, two of the principal native tribes of Brazil, possessed any word in the least corresponding to our thanks, But what wonder, if the feeling of gratitude was entirely absent from their hearts, that they should not have possessed the corresponding word in their vocabularies? Nay, how should they have had it there? And that in this absence lies the true explanation is plain from a fact which the same writer records, that, although inveterate askers, they never showed the slightest sense of obligation or of gratitude when they obtained what they sought, never saying more than, "This will be useful to me," or "This is what I wanted." Dr. Krapf, after laborious researches in some widely extended dialects of East Africa, has remarked in them the same absence of any words expressing the idea of gratitude. Nor is it only in what they have forfeited and lost, but also in what they have retained or invented, that these languages proclaim their degradation and debasement, and how deeply they and those that speak them have fallen. For indeed the strange wealth and the strange poverty, I know not which the strangest and the saddest, of the languages of savage tribes, rich in words which proclaim their shame, poor in those which should attest the workings of any nobler life among them, not seldom absolutely destitute of these last, are a mournful and ever-recurring surprise, even to those who were more or less prepared to expect nothing else. Thus I have read of a tribe in New Holland, which has no word to signify God, but has one to designate a process by which an unborn child may be destroyed in the bosom of its mother. Footnote: a Wesleyan missionary, communicating with me from Fiji, assures me I have here understated the case. He says, I could write down several words, which express as many different ways of killing an unborn child. He has at the same time done me the favor to send me dreadful confirmation of all which I have here asserted. It is a list of some Fiji words, with the hideous meanings which they bear, or facts which they imply. He has naturally confined himself to those in one domain of human wickedness, that, namely, of cruelty, leaving another domain, which borders close on this, and which, he assures me, would yield proofs quite as terrible, altogether untouched. It is impossible to imagine a record more hideous of what the works of the arch-murderer are, or one more fitted to stir up missionaries' zeal in behalf of those dark places of the earth which are full of the habitations of cruelty. A very few specimens must suffice. The language of Fiji has a word for a club which has killed a man, for a dead body which is to be eaten, for the first of such bodies brought in at the beginning of a war, for the flesh on each side of the backbone. It has a name of honor given to those who have taken life. It need not have been the life of an enemy. If only they have shed blood, it may have been the life of a woman or a child, the title has been earned. It has a hideous word to express the torturing and insulting of an enemy, as by cutting off any part of his body, his nose or tongue for instance, cooking and eating it before his face, and taunting him the while. The Greek, hakroteriasian, of the Greeks, with the cannibalism added. But of this enough, and I have been informed, on the authority of one excellently capable of knowing, an English scholar long resident in Van Diemen's Land, that in the native language of that island there are, footnote, this was written in 1851, now, in 1888, Van Diemen's Land is called Tasmania, and the native language of that island is a thing of the past. 4 words to express the taking of human life. One to express a father's killing of a son, another a son's killing of a father, with other varieties of murder, and that in no one of these lies the slightest moral reprobation, or sense of the deep-lying distinction between to kill and to murder, while at the same time, of that language so richly and so fearfully provided with expressions for this extreme utterance of hate, he also reports that a word for love is wanting in it altogether. Yet with all this, ever and anon in the midst of this wreck and ruin, there is that in the language of the savage some subtle distinction, some curious allusion to a perished civilization, now utterly unintelligible to the speaker, or some other note, which proclaims his language to be the remains of a dissipated inheritance, the rags and remnants of a robe which was a royal one once. The fragments of a broken scepter are in his hand, a scepter wherewith once he held dominion, he, that is, in his progenitors, over large kingdoms of thought, which now have escaped wholly from his sway. Footnote: see on this matter Tyler, Early History of Mankind, pages 150 to 190, and still better, the Duke of Argyll, on Primeval Man, and on this same survival of the fragments of an elder civilization, Ebrard, Apologetic, Volume 2, page 382, Among some of the Papuans the faintest rudiments of the family survive, of the tribe no trace whatever, while yet of these one has lately written, Sie haben religios gebrauch und gebungen, Welch, mit einigen anderen Erstgenungen in ihrem Leben, mit ihrem jetzigen Kulturzustand ganz unberechenbar erscheinen. When man deren nicht die Spuren einer früher hohen Bildung erkennen will. Sayce agrees with this. But while it is thus with him, while this is the downward course of all those that have chosen the downward path, while with every impoverishing and debasing of personal and national life there goes hand in hand a corresponding impoverishment and debasement of language, so on the contrary, where there is advance and progress, where a divine idea is in any measure realizing itself in a people, where they are learning more accurately to define and distinguish, more truly to know where they are ruling, as men ought to rule, over nature, and compelling her to give up her secrets to them, when new thoughts are rising up over the horizon of a nation's mind, new feelings are stirring at a nation's heart, new facts coming within the sphere of its knowledge, there will language be growing and advancing too. It cannot lag behind, for man feels that nothing is properly his own, that he has not secured any new thought, or entered upon any new spiritual inheritance, till he has fixed it in language, till he can contemplate it, not as himself, but as his word. He is conscious that he must express truth, if he is to preserve it, and still more if he would propagate it among others. Names, as it has been excellently said, are impressions of sense, and as such take the strongest hold upon the mind, and of all other impressions can be most easily recalled and retained in view. They therefore serve to give a point of attachment to all the more volatile objects of thought and feeling. Impressions that when past might be dissipated forever, are by their connection with language always within reach. Thoughts, of themselves, are perpetually slipping out of the field of immediate mental vision, but the name abides with us, and the utterance of it restores them in a moment. Men sometimes complain of the number of new theological terms which the great controversies in which the Church from time to time has been engaged have left behind them. But this could not have been otherwise unless the gains through those controversies made were presently to be lost again. For, as has lately been well said, the success and enduring influence of any systematic construction of truth, be it secular or sacred, depends as much upon an exact terminology, as upon close and deep thinking itself. Indeed, unless the results to which the human mind arrives are plainly stated, and firmly fixed in an exact phraseology, its thinking is to very little purpose in the end. Terms, says Wool, record discoveries. That which was seen, it may be with crystal clearness, and in bold outline, in the consciousness of an individual thinker, may fail to become the property and possession of mankind at large, because it is not transferred from the individual to the general mind, by means of a precise phraseology and a rigorous terminology. Nothing is in its own nature more fugacious and shifting than thought, and particularly thoughts upon the mysteries of Christianity. A conception that is plain and accurate in the understanding of the first man becomes obscure and false in that of the second, because it was not grasped and firmly held in the form and proportions with which it first came up, and then handed over to other minds, a fixed and scientific quantity. Footnote: Shed, History of Christian Doctrine, Volume 1, page 362, Compare Guesses at Truth, 1866, page 217, and Gerber, Sprache als Kunst, Volume 1, page 145, and on the necessity of names at once for the preservation and the propagation of truth. It has been justly observed, hardly any original thoughts on mental or social subjects ever make their way among mankind, or assume their proper importance in the minds even of their inventors, until aptly selected words or phrases have as it were nailed them down and held them fast. Footnote: Mill, System of Logic, Volume 2, page 291, and this holds good alike of the false and of the true. I think we may observe very often the way in which controversies, after long eddying backward and forward, hither and thither, concentrate themselves at last in some single word which is felt to contain all that the one party would affirm and the other would deny. After a desultory swaying of the battle hither and thither, the high places of the field, the critical position, on the winning of which everything turns, is discovered at last. Thus the whole controversy of the Catholic Church with the Arians finally gathers itself up in a single word, homoousion, that with the Nestorians in another, Theotokos, one might be bold to affirm that the entire secret of Buddhism is found in nirvana, for take away the word, and it is not too much to say that the keystone to the whole arch is gone. So too when the medieval church allowed and then adopted the word transubstantiation, and we know the exact date of this, it committed itself to a doctrine from which henceforward it was impossible to recede. The floating error had become a fixed one, and exercised a far mightier influence on the minds of all who received it, than except for this it would have ever done. It is sometimes not a word, but a phrase, which proves thus mighty in operation. Reformation in the head and in the members was the watchword, for more than a century before an actual reformation came, of all who were conscious of the deeper needs of the Church. What intelligent acquaintance with Darwin's speculations would the world in general have made, except for 2 or 3 happy and comprehensive terms, as the survival of the fittest, the struggle for existence, the process of natural selection? Multitudes who else would have known nothing about Comte's system, know something about it when they know that he called it the positive philosophy. We have been tempted to depart a little, though a very little, from the subject immediately before us. What was just now said of the manner in which language enriches itself does not contradict a prior assertion, that man starts with language as God's perfect gift, which he only impairs and forfeits by sloth and sin, according to the same law which holds good in respect of each other of the gifts of heaven. For it was not meant, as indeed was then observed, that men would possess words to set forth feelings which were not yet stirring in them, combinations which they had not yet made, objects which they had not yet seen, relations of which they were not yet conscious, but that up to man's needs, those needs including not merely his animal wants, but all his higher spiritual cravings, he would find utterance freely. The great logical, or grammatical, framework of language, for grammar is the logic of speech, even as logic is the grammar of reason, he would possess he knew not how, and certainly not as the final result of gradual acquisitions, and of reflection setting these in order, and drawing general rules from them, but as that rather which alone had made those acquisitions possible. As that according to which he unconsciously worked, filled in this framework by degrees with these later acquisitions of thought, feeling, and experience, as one by one they arrayed themselves in the garment and vesture of words. Here then is the explanation of the fact that language should be thus instructive for us, that it should yield us so much, when we come to analyze and probe it, and yield us the more deeply and accurately we do so. It is full of instruction, because it is the embodiment, the incarnation, if I may so speak, of the feelings and thoughts and experiences of a nation, yea, often of many nations, and of all which through long centuries they have attained to and won. It stands like the pillars of Hercules, to mark how far the moral and intellectual conquests of mankind have advanced, only not like those pillars, fixed and immovable, but ever itself advancing with the progress of these. The mighty moral instincts which have been working in the popular mind have found therein their unconscious voice, and the single kinglier spirits that have looked deeper into the heart of things have oftentimes gathered up all they have seen into some one word, which they have launched upon the world, and with which they have enriched it forever, making in that new word a new region of thought to be henceforward in some sort the common heritage of all. Language is the amber in which 1,000 precious and subtle thoughts have been safely embedded and preserved. It has arrested 10,000 lightning flashes of genius, which, unless thus fixed and arrested, might have been as bright, but would have also been as quickly passing and perishing, as the lightning. Words convey the mental treasures of one period to the generations that follow, and laden with this, their precious freight, they sail safely across gulfs of time in which empires have suffered shipwreck, and the languages of common life have sunk into oblivion. And for all these reasons far more and mightier in every way is a language than any one of the works which may have been composed in it. For that work, great as it may be, at best embodies what was in the heart and mind of a single man, but this of a nation. The Iliad is great, yet not so great in strength or power or beauty as the Greek language. Footnote: on the Greek language and its merits, as compared with the other Indo-European languages, see Curtius, History of Greece, English translation, Volume 1, pages 18 to 28. Paradise Lost is a noble possession for a people to have inherited, but the English tongue is a nobler heritage yet. Footnote: Gerber, Sprache als Kunst, Volume 1, Page 274. Es ist ein bedeutender Fortschritt in der Erkenntnis der Menschen, dass man jetzt sprechen lernt, nicht bloß sich den Gedenken enthält, den sie offenbaren, answenen, sondern zugleich sie selbst als herrlich, architektonisch Geisteswerk kennen zu lernen, die sich in ihrer Kunstkenheit zu erfreuen. And imperfectly as we may apprehend all this, there is an obscure sense, or instinct I might call it, in every one of us, of this truth. We all, whether we have given a distinct account of the matter to ourselves or not, believe that words which we use are not arbitrary and capricious signs, affixed at random to the things which they designate, for which any other might have been substituted as well, but that they stand in a real relation to these. And this sense of the significance of names, that they are, or ought to be, that in a world of absolute truth they ever would be, the expression of the innermost character and qualities of the things or persons that bear them, speaks out in various ways. It is reported of Boiardo, author of a poem without which we should probably have never seen the Orlando Furioso of Ariosto, that he was out hunting, when the name Rhodomont presented itself to him as exactly fitting a foremost person of the epic he was composing, and that instantly returning home, he caused all the joy bells of the village to be rung, to celebrate the happy invention. This story may remind us of another which is told of the greatest French novelist of modern times. A friend of Balzac's, who has written some recollections of him, tells us that he would sometimes wander for days through the streets of Paris, studying the names over the shops, as being sure that there was a name more appropriate than any other to some character which he had conceived, and hoping to light on it there. You must all have remarked the amusement and interest which children find in any notable agreement between a name and the person who owns that name, as, for instance, if Mr. Long is tall, or, which naturally takes a still stronger hold upon them, in any manifest contradiction between the name and the name-bearer, if Mr. Strongatharm is a weakling, or Mr. Black an albino, the former striking from a sense of fitness, the latter from one of incongruity. Nor is this a mere childish entertainment. It continues with us through life, and that its roots lie deep is attested by the earnest use which is often made, and that at the most earnest moments of men's lives, of such agreements or disagreements as these. Such use is not unfrequent in Scripture, though it is seldom possible to reproduce it in English, as for instance in the comment of Abigail on her husband Nabal's name: as his name is, so is he. Nabal is his name, and folly is with him. I Sam 25:25. And again, call me not Naomi, exclaims the desolate widow, call me not Naomi, or pleasantness, call me Mara, or bitterness, for the Almighty hath dealt very bitterly with me. She cannot endure that the name she bears should so strangely contradict the thing she is. Shakespeare, in like manner, reveals his own profound knowledge of the human heart, when he makes old John of Gaunt, worn with long sickness, and now ready to depart, play with his name, and dwell upon the consent between it and his condition, so that when his royal nephew asks him, "How is it with aged Gaunt?" he answers, "Oh, how that name befits my composition, old Gaunt indeed, and gaunt in being old, gaunt am I for the grave, gaunt is the grave." Footnote: Ajax, or Greek, Aias, in the play of Sophocles, which bears his name, does the same with the Greek Ai, which lies in that name, for 122 for 23, just as in the Bacchae of Euripides, not Pentheus himself, but others for him, indicate the prophecy of a mighty, Greek, penthos, or grief, which is shut up in his name, 367. A tragic writer, less known than Euripides, does the same, Greek, pentheus, means Symphoras eponymos. Eudocles in the Phoenici of Euripides makes a play of the same kind on the name of Polynices, with much more in the same fashion, while it is into the mouth of the slight and frivolous king that Shakespeare puts the exclamation of wonder: "Can sick men play so nicely with their names?" Footnote: Hus is Bohemian for goose, the two words being in fact cognate forms, and here we have the explanation of the prophetic utterance of Hus, namely, that in place of one goose, tame and weak of wing, God would send falcons and eagles before long. Mark too how, if one is engaged in a controversy or quarrel, and his name imports something good, his adversary will lay hold of the name, will seek to bring out a real contradiction between the name and the bearer of the name, so that he shall appear as one presenting himself under false colors, affecting a merit which he does not really possess. Examples of this abound. There was one Vigilantius in the early church. His name might be interpreted the watchful. He was at issue with St. Jerome about certain vigils. These he thought perilous to Christian morality, while Jerome was a very eager promoter of them, who instantly gave a turn to his name, and proclaimed that he, the enemy of these watches, the partisan of slumber and sloth, should have been not Vigilantius or the watcher, but Dormitantius or the sleeper rather. Felix, Bishop of Urgel, a chief champion in the 8th century of the adoptionist heresy, is constantly infelix in the writings of his adversary Alcuin. The Spanish peasantry during the Peninsular War would not hear of Bonaparte, but changed the name to Malaparte, as designating far better the perfidious kidnapper of their king and enemy of their independence. It will be seen then that Aeschylus is most true to nature, when in his Prometheus Bound he makes strength tauntingly to remind Prometheus, or the prudent, how ill his name and the lot which he has made for himself agreed, bound as he is with adamant chains to his rock, and bound, as it might seem, forever. When Napoleon said of Count Lobau, whose proper name was Mouton, Mon Mouton c'est un lion, it was the same instinct at work, though working from an opposite point. It made itself felt no less in the bitter irony which gave to the second of the Ptolemies, the brother-murdering king, the title of Philadelphus. But more frequent still is this hostile use of names, this attempt to place them and their owners in the most intimate connection, to make, so to speak, the man answerable for his name, where the name does not thus need to be reversed, but may be made as it now is, or with very slightest change, to contain a confession of the ignorance, worthlessness, or futility of the bearer. If it implies, or can be made to imply, anything bad, it is instantly laid hold of as expressing the very truth about him. You know the story of Helen of Greece, whom in 2 of his mighty lines Marlowe's Faust so magnificently apostrophizes. Is this the face that launched 1,000 ships, and burned the topless towers of Ilium? It is no frigid conceit of the Greek poet, when one passionately denouncing the ruin which she wrought, finds that ruin couched and foreannounced in her name. Footnote: Greek, Helenas, equals Heleneos, Helandros, Heleptilis, Aeschylus, Agamemnon, 636. As in English it might be, and has been, reproduced. Hell in her name, and heaven in her looks. Or take other illustrations. Pope Hildebrand in one of our homilies is styled Brand of Hell, as setting the world in a blaze. As Hollenbrand he appears constantly in German. Tott and Teufel were 2 officers of high rank in the army which Gustavus Adolphus brought with him into Germany. You may imagine how soon those of the other side declared that he had brought death and hell in his train. There were 2 not inconsiderable persons in the time of our civil wars, Vane, not the young Vane of Milton's and Wordsworth's sonnets, and Sterry, and one of these, Sterry, was chaplain to the other. Baxter, having occasion to mention them in his profoundly instructive narrative of his life and times, and liking neither, cannot forbear to observe that vanity and sterility were never more fitly joined together, and speaks elsewhere of the vanity of Vane, and the sterility of Sterry. This last, let me observe, is an eminently unjust charge, as Baxter himself in a later volume, footnote, Catholic Theology, point 3, page 107, has very handsomely acknowledged. Footnote: a few more examples, in a note, of this contumely of names. Antiochus Epiphanes, or the illustrious, is for the Jews, whom he so madly attempted to Hellenize. Antiochus Epimanes, or the insane. Cicero, denouncing Verres, the infamous praetor of Sicily, is too skillful a master of the passions to allow the name of the arch-criminal to escape unused. He was indeed Verres, for he swept the province, he was a sweep net for it, Evericulum in Provincia, and then presently, giving altogether another turn to his name, others, he says, might be partial to just Verinum, which might mean either Varian law or boar sauce, but not he. Tiberius Claudius Nero, charged with being a drunkard, becomes in the popular language Biberius Claudius Mero. The controversies of the Church with heretics yield only too abundant a supply, and that upon both sides, of examples of this kind. The royal-hearted Athanasius is Saturnasus for the Arians, and some of St. Cyprian's adversaries did not shrink from so foul a perversion of his name as to call him Coprianos, or the Dungi. But then how often is Pelagius declared by the Church Fathers to be a Pelagus, a very ocean of wickedness? It was in vain that the Manichaeans changed their master's name from Manes to Manichaeus, that so it might not so nearly resemble the words signifying madness in the Greek, Devitans nomen insani, Augustine, de Hair. 46. It did not thereby escape. The Waldenses, or Wallenses, were declared by Roman controversialists to be justly so called, as dwelling in Valle Densa, in the thick valley of darkness and ignorance. Cardinal Klesel was active in setting forward the Roman Catholic reaction in Bohemia with which the dismal tragedy of the 30 Years' War began. It was a far-fetched and not very happy piece of revenge, when they of the other side took pleasure in spelling his name Klesel, as much as to say, he of the 150 ass power. Berenger of Tours calls a pope who had taken sides against him not Pontifex, but Pompifex. Metrophanes, Patriarch of Constantinople, being counted to have betrayed the interests of the Greek Church, his spiritual mother, at the Council of Florence, saw his name changed by popular hate into Metrophonos, or the matricide. In the same way of more than one Pope Urbanus it was declared that he would have been better named Turbinus, quasi turbans ecclesiam. Muhammad appears as Baphomet, influenced perhaps by Baffa, a lie, in Provençal. Shechem, a chief city of the heretical Samaritans, becomes Sichar, or city of lies, see John 4. 5. So at least some will have it, on the lips of the hostile Jews, while Toulouse, a very sea-plot of heresies, Albigensian and other, in the Middle Ages, is declared by writers of those times to have prophesied no less by its name, Tolosa equals Tota Delosa. In the same way adversaries of Wycliffe traced in his name an abridgment of wicked belief. Metternich was Mitternacht, or midnight for the political reformers of Germany in the last generation. It would be curious to know how often the Sorbonne has been likened to a Sorbonian bog, some privilegium declared to be not such indeed, but a privilegium rather. Baxter complains that the Independents called presbyters priest-biters, Presbyterian ministers not divines but dry vines, and their assemblymen dissemblymen. Where, on the other hand, it is desired to do a man honor, how gladly, in like manner, is his name seized on, if it in any way bears an honorable significance, or is capable of an honorable interpretation, men finding in that name a presage and prophecy of that which was actually in its bearer. A multitude of examples, many of them very beautiful, might be brought together in this kind. How often, for instance, and with what effect, the name of Stephen, the proto-martyr, that name signifying in Greek the crown, was taken as a prophetic intimation of the martyr crown, which it should be given to him, the first in that noble army, to wear. Footnote: thus in a sublime Latin hymn by Adam of St. Victor. Nomen habs coronati, te tormenta decet pati pro corona glori. Elsewhere the same illustrious hymnologist plays in like manner on the name of St. Vincentius. Que vincentis habet nomen ex reprobat dignum omen sui for nominis. Vincens terra, Vincens mari quicquid potus derogari poeni vel formadinis. In the bull for the canonization of St. Clara, the canonizing pope does not disdain a similar play upon her name, Clara Claris Preclara Meritus, Magni in Calo Claritate Glorii, AC in Terra Miraculorum Sublimium, Clare Claret. On these prophetic names in the heathen world see Pot, Wurzel Wörterbuch, Volume 2. Part 2, page 522. Irenaeus means in Greek the peaceable, and early church writers love to remark how fitly the illustrious Bishop of Lyons bore this name, setting forward as he so earnestly did the peace of the church, resolved as he was, so far as in him lay, to preserve the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. Footnote: we cannot adduce St. Columba as another example in the same kind, seeing that this name was not his birthright, but one given to him by his scholars for the dove-like gentleness of his character. So indeed we are told, though it must be owned that some of the traits recorded of him in the monks of the West are not Columbine at all. The Dominicans were well pleased when their name was resolved into Dominicanes, the Lord's watchdogs, who, as such, allowed no heresy to appear without at once giving the alarm, and seeking to chase it away. When Ben Jonson praises Shakespeare's well-filed lines, in each of which he seems to shake a lance as brandished in the eyes of ignorance. He is manifestly playing with his name. Fuller, too, our own church historian, who played so often upon the names of others, has a play made upon his own in some commendatory verses prefixed to one of his books. Thy style is clear and white, thy very name speaks pureness, and adds luster to the frame. He plays himself upon it in an epigram which takes the form of a prayer. My soul is stained with a dusky color, let thy sun be the soap, I'll be the fuller. John Careless, whose letters are among the most beautiful in Fox's Book of Martyrs, writing to Philpot, exclaims, O good master Philpot, which art a principal pot indeed, filled with much precious liquor, O pot most happy, of the high potter ordained to honor. Herein, in this faith that men's names were true and would come true, in this, and not in any altogether unreasoning superstition, lay the root of the carefulness of the Romans that in the enlisting of soldiers names of good omen, such as Valerius, Salvius, Secundus, should be the first called. Scipio Africanus, reproaching his soldiers after a mutiny, finds an aggravation of their crime in the fact that one with so omened a name as Atrius Umbra should have seduced them, and persuaded them to take him for their leader. So strong is the conviction of men that names are powers. Nay, it must have been sometimes thought that the good name might so react on the evil nature that it should not remain evil altogether, but might be induced, in part at least, to conform itself to the designation which it bore. Here we have an explanation of the title Eumenides, or the well-minded, given to the Furies, of Euxine, or the kind to strangers, to the inhospitable Black Sea, stepmother of ships, as the Greek poet called it, the explanation too of other similar transformations, of the Greek egesta transformed by the Romans into segesta, that it might not suggest egestas or penury. Footnote. But the form segesta is probably older than egesta, the Romans here, as in other cases, retaining the original initial s, which in Greek is represented generally by the rough, sometimes by the smooth breathing, of epidamnus, which, in like manner seeming too suggestive of damnum, or loss, was changed into diracium, of maleventum, which became beneventum, of Cape Tormentoso, or stormy cape, changed into Cape of Good Hope, of the fairies being always respectfully spoken of as the good people in Ireland, even while they are accredited with any amount of mischief, of the dead spoken of alike in Greek and in Latin simply as the majority, of the dying, in Greek liturgies remembered as those about to set forward upon a journey. Footnote. Greek, exodons, of the slain in battle designated in German as those who remain, that is, on the field of battle, of Greek, eulogia, or the blessing, as a name given in modern Greek to the smallpox. We may compare as an example of this same euphemism the famous vixerunt with which Cicero announced that the conspirators against the Roman state had paid the full penalty of their treason. Let me observe, before leaving this subject, that not in one passage only, but in passages innumerable, Scripture sets its seal to this significance of names, to the fact that the seeking and the finding of this significance is not a mere play upon the surface of things. It everywhere recognizes the inner band, which ought to connect, and in a world of truth would connect, together the name and the person or thing bearing the name. Scripture sets its seal to this by the weight and solemnity which it everywhere attaches to the imposing of names, this in many instances not being left to hazard, but assumed by God as His own peculiar care. Thou shalt call his name Jesus, Matt. I. 21, Luke I. 31, is of course the most illustrious instance of all, but there is a multitude of other cases in point, names given by God, as that of John to the Baptist, or changed by him, as Abrams to Abraham, Gen 17. 3. Sarais to Sarah, Hosheas to Joshua, or new names added by him to the old, when by some mighty act of faith the man had been lifted out of his old life into a new, as Israel added to Jacob, and Peter to Simon, and Boanerges or sons of thunder to the two sons of Zebedee. Mark 3. 17. The same feeling is at work elsewhere. A pope on his election always takes a new name. Or when it is intended to make, for good or for ill, an entire breach with the past, this is one of the means by which it is sought to effect as much. 2 Chr 36. 4 Dan. I. 7. How far this custom reaches, how deep the roots which it casts, is exemplified well in the fact that the West Indian buccaneer makes a like change of name on entering that society of blood. It is in both cases a sort of token that old things have passed away, that all have become new to him. But we must draw to a close. Enough has been said to attest and to justify the widespread faith of men that names are significant, and that things and persons correspond, or ought to correspond, to them. You will not, then, find it a laborious task to persuade your pupils to admit as much. They are prepared to accept, they will be prompt to believe it. And great indeed will be our gains, their gains and ours, for teacher and taught will for the most part enrich themselves together, if, having these treasures of wisdom and knowledge lying round about us, so far more precious than mines of Californian gold, we determine that we will make what portion of them we can our own, that we will ask the words which we use to give an account of themselves, to say whence they are, and whither they tend. Then shall we often rub off the dust and rust from what seemed to us but a common token, which as such we had taken and given 1,000 times, but which now we shall perceive to be a precious coin, bearing the image and superscription of the great King. Then shall we often stand in surprise and in something of shame, while we behold the great spiritual realities which underlie our common speech, the marvelous truths which we have been witnessing for in our words, but, it may be, witnessing against in our lives. And as you will not find, for so I venture to promise, that this study of words will be a dull one when you undertake it yourselves, as little need you fear that it will prove dull and unattractive, when you seek to make your own gains herein the gains also of those who may be hereafter committed to your charge. Only try your pupils, and mark the kindling of the eye, the lighting up of the countenance, the revival of the flagging attention, with which the humblest lecture upon words, and on the words especially which they are daily using, which are familiar to them in their play or at their church, will be welcomed by them. There is a sense of reality about children which makes them rejoice to discover that there is also a reality about words, that they are not merely arbitrary signs, but living powers, that, to reverse the saying of one of England's false prophets, they may be the fool's counters, but are the wise man's money, not, like the sands of the sea, innumerable disconnected atoms, but growing out of roots, clustering in families, connecting and intertwining themselves with all that men have been doing and thinking and feeling from the beginning of the world till now. And it is of course our English tongue, out of which mainly we should seek to draw some of the hid treasures which it contains, from which we should endeavor to remove the veil which custom and familiarity have thrown over it. We cannot employ ourselves better. There is nothing that will more help than will this to form an English heart in ourselves and in others. We could scarcely have a single lesson on the growth of our English tongue, we could scarcely follow up one of its significant words, without having unawares a lesson in English history as well, without not merely falling on some curious fact illustrative of our national life, but learning also how the great heart, which is beating at the center of that life, was gradually shaped and molded. We should thus grow too in our sense of connection with the past, of gratitude and reverence to it. We should rate more highly and thus more truly all which it has bequeathed to us, all that it has made ready to our hands. It was not a small matter for the children of Israel, when they came into Canaan, to enter upon wells which they digged not, and vineyards which they had not planted, and houses which they had not built. But how much vaster a boon, how much more glorious a prerogative, for any one generation to enter upon the inheritance of a language which other generations by their truth and toil have made already a receptacle of choicest treasures, a storehouse of so much unconscious wisdom, a fit organ for expressing the subtlest distinctions, the tenderest sentiments, the largest thoughts, and the loftiest imaginations, which the heart of man has at any time conceived. And that those who have preceded us have gone far to accomplish this for us, I shall rejoice if I am able in any degree to make you feel in the lectures which will follow the present. Lecture 2. On the Poetry in Words. I said in my last lecture, or rather I quoted another who had said, that language is fossil poetry. It is true that for us very often this poetry which is bound up in words has in great part or altogether disappeared. We fail to recognize it, partly from long familiarity with it, partly from insufficient knowledge, partly, it may be, from never having had our attention called to it. None have pointed it out to us. We may not ourselves have possessed the means of detecting it, and thus it has come to pass that we have been in close vicinity to this wealth, which yet has not been ours. Margaret has not been for us the pearl, nor Esther the star, nor Susanna the lily. Footnote: see Jacob Grimm, Überfrauennamen aus Blumen, in his Kleiner Schriften, Volume 2. Pages 366 to 401. And on the subject of this paragraph more generally, Schleicher, Die Deutsche Sprache, page 115 SQQ. Nor Stephen the Crown, nor Albert the Illustrious in birth. In our ordinary language, as Montaigne has said, there are several excellent phrases and metaphors to be met with, of which the beauty is withered by age, and the color is sullied by too common handling, but that takes nothing from the relish to an understanding man, either does it derogate from the glory of those ancient authors, who, 'tis likely, first brought those words into that luster. We read in one of Moliere's most famous comedies of one who was surprised to discover that he had been talking prose all his life without being aware of it. If we knew all, we might be much more surprised to find that we had been talking poetry, without ever having so much as suspected this. For indeed poetry and passion seek to insinuate, and do insinuate themselves everywhere in language. They preside continually at the giving of names, they enshrine and incarnate themselves in these, for poetry is the mother tongue of the human race, as a great German writer has said. My present lecture shall contain a few examples and illustrations, by which I would make the truth of this appear. Iliads without a Homer, someone has called, with a little exaggeration, the beautiful but anonymous ballad poetry of Spain. One may be permitted, perhaps, to push the exaggeration a little further in the same direction, and to apply the same language not merely to a ballad but to a word. For poetry, which is passion and imagination embodying themselves in words, does not necessarily demand a combination of words for this. Of this passion and imagination a single word may be the vehicle. As the sun can image itself alike in a tiny dewdrop or in the mighty ocean, and can do it, though on a different scale, as perfectly in the one as in the other, so the spirit of poetry can dwell in and glorify alike a word and an Iliad. Nothing in language is too small, as nothing is too great, for it to fill with its presence. Everywhere it can find, or, not finding, can make, a shrine for itself, which afterwards it can render translucent and transparent with its own indwelling glory. On every side we are beset with poetry. Popular language is full of it, of words used in an imaginative sense, of things called, and not merely in transient moments of high passion, and in the transfer which at such moments finds place of the image to the thing imaged, but permanently, by names having immediate reference not to what they are, but to what they are like. All language is in some sort, as one has said, a collection of faded metaphors. Footnote: Jean Paul, ist jede Sprache in Rucksack Geistiger Beziehungen ein Wörterbucher Blaster Metaphern. We regret this, while yet it is not wholly matter of regret. Gerber, Sprache als Kunst, Volume 1, page 387, urges that language would be quite unmanageable, that the words which we use would be continually clashing with and contradicting one another, if every one of them retained a lively impress of the image on which it originally rested, and recalled this to our mind. His words, somewhat too strongly put, are these: Für den Usus der Sprache, für ihren Verstand und ihre Verständlichkeit ist allerdings das Erblassen ihrer Lautbilder, so dass sie allmählich als bloß Zeichen für Begriff fungieren, notwendig. Die Übersel der Bilder word, wenn sie alle als solche wirkten, nerve waren und jede klarer Auffassung, wie sie die praktischen Zwecke gegen Wort verdurn, unmöglich machen. Die Bilder wurden außerdem einander zum Ziel zerstoren, indem sie die Farben verschiedener Sphären zusammenfließen lassen, und damit für den Verstand nur Unsinn bedeuten. Sometimes, indeed, they have not faded at all. Thus at Naples it is the ordinary language to call the lesser storm waves pecore, or sheep, the larger cavalloni, or big horses. Who that has watched the foaming crests, the white manes, as it were, of the larger billows as they advance in measured order, and rank on rank, into the bay, but will own not merely the fitness, but the grandeur, of this last image? Let me illustrate my meaning more at length by the word tribulation. We all know in a general way that this word, which occurs not seldom in Scripture and in the liturgy, means affliction, sorrow, anguish. But it is quite worth our while to know how it means this, and to question tribulation a little closer. It is derived from the Latin tribulum, which was the threshing instrument or harrow, whereby the Roman husbandmen separated the corn from the husks, and tribulatio in its primary signification was the act of this separation. But some Latin writer of the Christian Church appropriated the word and image for the setting forth of a higher truth, and sorrow, distress, and adversity being the appointed means for the separating in men of whatever in them was light, trivial, and poor from the solid and the true, their chaff from their wheat. Triticum itself may be connected with tero, tritus, so Curtius, Greek etymology number 239. He therefore called these sorrows and trials tribulations, threshings, that is, of the inner spiritual man, without which there could be no fitting him for the heavenly garner. Now, in proof of my assertion that a single word is often a concentrated poem, a little grain of pure gold capable of being beaten out into a broad extent of gold leaf, I will quote, in reference to this very word tribulation, a graceful composition by George Wither, a prolific versifier, and occasionally a poet, of the 17th century. You will at once perceive that it is all wrapped up in this word, being from first to last only the explicit unfolding of the image and thought which this word has implicitly given. It is as follows: Till from the straw the flail the corn doth beat, until the chaff be purged from the wheat, yea, till the mill the grains in pieces tear, the richness of the flour will scarce appear. So, till men's persons great afflictions touch, if worth be found, their worth is not so much, because, like wheat and straw, they have not yet that value which in threshing they may get. For till the bruising flails of God's corrections have threshed out of us our vain affections, till those corruptions which do misbecome us are by thy sacred Spirit winnowed from us, until from us the straw of worldly treasures, till all the dusty chaff of empty pleasures, yea, till his flail upon us he doth lay, to thresh the husk of this our flesh away, and leave the soul uncovered, nay, yet more, till God shall make our very spirit poor. We shall not up to highest wealth aspire, but then we shall, and that is my desire. This deeper religious use of the word tribulation was unknown to classical antiquity, belonging exclusively to the Christian writers, and the fact that the same deepening and elevating of the use of words recurs in a multitude of other, and many of them far more signal, instances, is one well deserving to be followed up. Nothing, I am persuaded, would more mightily convince us of the new power which Christianity proved in the world than to compare the meaning which so many words possessed before its rise, and the deeper meaning which they obtained, so soon as they were assumed as the vehicles of its life, the new thought and feeling enlarging, purifying, and ennobling the very words which they employed. This is a subject which I shall have occasion to touch on more than once in these lectures, but is itself well worthy of, as it would afford ample material for, a volume. On the suggestion of this word tribulation, I will quote 2 or 3 words from Coleridge, bearing on the matter in hand. He has said, in order to get the full sense of a word, we should first present to our minds the visual image that forms its primary meaning. What admirable counsel is here! If we would but accustom ourselves to the doing of this, what a vast increase of precision and force would all the language which we speak, and which others speak to us, obtain! How often would that which is now obscure at once become clear? How distinct the limits and boundaries of that which is often now confused and confounded? It is difficult to measure the amount of food for the imagination, as well as gains for the intellect, which the observing of this single rule would afford us. Let me illustrate this by 1 or 2 examples. We say of such a man that he is desultory. Do we attach any very distinct meaning to the word? Perhaps not. But get at the image on which desultory rests, take the word to pieces, learn that it is from desultor, lat. Desultor is from desult the stem of desultus, past part, of desulire, to leap down. One who rides 2 or 3 horses at once, leaps from one to the other, being never on the back of any one of them long. Take, I say, the word thus to pieces, and put it together again, and what a firm and vigorous grasp will you have now of its meaning! A desultory man is one who jumps from one study to another, and never continues for any length of time in one. Again, you speak of a person as capricious, or as full of caprices. But what exactly are caprices? Caprice is from capra, a goat. The etymology of caprice has not been discovered yet. The derivation from capra is unsatisfactory, as it does not account for the latter part of the word. If ever you have watched a goat, you will have observed how sudden, how unexpected, how unaccountable are the leaps and springs, now forward, now sideward, now upward, in which it indulges. A caprice then is a movement of the mind as unaccountable, as little to be calculated on beforehand, as the springs and bounds of a goat. Is not the word so understood a far more picturesque one than it was before? And is there not some real gain in the vigor and vividness of impression which is in this way obtained? Pavane is the French equivalent for our verb to strut, formula for our verb to swarm. But is it not a real gain to know further that the one is to strut as the peacock does, the other to swarm as do ants? There are at the same time, as must be freely owned, investigations, moral no less than material, in which the nearer the words employed approach to an algebraic notation, and the less disturbed or colored they are by any reminiscences of the ultimate grounds on which they rest, the better they are likely to fulfill the duties assigned to them. But these are exceptions. Footnote: a French writer, Adanson, in his Natural History of Senegal complains of the misleading character which names so often have, and urges that the only safety is to give to things names which have and can have no meaning at all. His words are worth quoting as a curiosity, if nothing else. Elle expérience nous apprend que la plupart des noms significatifs qu'on a voulu donner à différents objets d'histoire naturelle sont devenus faux en mesure qu'on a découvert de qualités, de propriétés nouvelles ou contraires à celles qu'avaient fait donner ces noms. Il faut donc, pour s'y mettre à l'abri de contradictions, éviter les termes figures, et même faire en sorte qu'on n'y puisse les rapport à quelque étymologie, afin que ce qu'ont la fureur de étymologies, n'y soyant pas tenus de leur attribuer une idée fausse. Tu en doit être de noms, comme de coups de jeu de hasard, que n'ont pour l'ordinaire aucune liaison entre eux. Ils seraient d'autant meilleurs qu'ils seraient moins significatifs, moins relatifs à d'autres noms, ou à des choses connues, parce que l'idée n'y est fixante sur un seul objet. Le sait beaucoup plus nettement que lorsqu'elle est liée avec d'autres objets que ont du rapport. There is truth in what he says, but the remedy he proposes is worse than the disease. The poetry which has been embodied in the names of places, in those names which designate the leading features of outward nature, promontories, mountains, capes, and the like, is very worthy of being elicited and evoked anew, latent as it now has oftentimes become. Nowhere do we so easily forget that names had once a peculiar fitness, which was the occasion of their giving. Color has often suggested the name, as in the well-known instance of our own Albion, the silver-coasted isle, as Tennyson so beautifully has called it, which had this name from the white line of cliffs presented by it to those approaching it by the narrow seas. Footnote: the derivation of the name Albion has not been discovered yet. It is even uncertain whether the word is Indo-European. See Rees, Celtic Britain, page 200. Himalaya is the abode of snow. Often, too, shape and configuration are incorporated in the name, as in Trinacria or the three-promontoried land, which was the Greek name of Sicily, in Drepanum or the Sickle, the name which a town on the northwest promontory of the island bore, from the sickle-shaped tongue of land on which it was built. But more striking, as the embodiment of a poetical feeling, is the modern name of the great southern peninsula of Greece. We are all aware that it is called the Morea, but we may not be so well aware from whence that name is derived. It had long been the fashion among ancient geographers to compare the shape of this region to a platen leaf. Footnote: Strabo, 8. 2. Pliny HN 4. 5. Agathemris, I. page 15. Echin de Omoyan schema Fulps Platanen. And a glance at the map will show that the general outline of that leaf, with its sharply incised edges, justified the comparison. This, however, had remained merely as a comparison, but at the shifting and changing of names, that went with the breaking up of the old Greek and Roman civilization, the resemblance of this region to a leaf, not now any longer a platen, but a mulberry leaf, appeared so strong, that it exchanged its classic name of Peloponnesus for Morea, which embodied men's sense of this resemblance, Morus being a mulberry tree in Latin, and Morea in Greek. This etymology of Morea has been called in question. Footnote: by Fulmerayer, Gesk. Der Halbinsel Moria, page 240, SQQ. The island of Ceylon, known to the Greeks as Taprobane, and to Milton as well, p. L. 475, owed this name to a resemblance which in outline it bore to the leaf of the betel tree. This is very doubtful, but, as it seems to me, on no sufficient grounds. Deducing, as one objector does, Moria from a Slavonic word more, the sea, he finds in this derivation a support for his favorite notion that the modern population of Greece is not descended from the ancient, but consists in far the larger proportion of intrusive Slavonic races. 2 mountains near Dublin, which we, keeping in the grocery line, have called the Great and the Little Sugarloaf, are named in Irish the Golden Spears. In other ways also the names of places will oftentimes embody some poetical aspect under which now or at some former period men learned to regard them. Oftentimes when discoverers come upon a new land they will seize with a firm grasp of the imagination the most striking feature which it presents to their eyes, and permanently embody this in a word. Thus the island of Madeira is now, I believe, nearly bare of wood, but its sides were covered with forests at the time when it was first discovered, and hence the name, Madeira in Portuguese having this meaning of wood. Footnote: Port. Madeira, wood, is the same word as the Lat. Materia. Some have said that the first Spanish discoverers of Florida gave it this name from the rich carpeting of flowers which, at the time when first their eyes beheld it, everywhere covered the soil. Footnote: The Spanish historian Herrera says that Juan Ponce de Leon, the discoverer of Florida, gave that name to the country for 2 reasons: first, because it was a land of flowers; secondly, because it was discovered by him on March 27, 1513, Easter Day, which festival was called by the Spaniards Pascua Florida, or Pascua de Flores, see Herrera's History, tr by Stevens 2. Page 33, and the discovery of Florida by R. Hakluyt, edition by W. B. Rye for the Hakluyt SOC, 1851, in Trad. P. X. C.P. Larousse, S.V., and Pyrrhus Conversations Lexicon. It is stated by some authorities that Florida was so called because it was discovered on Palm Sunday. This is due to a mistaken inference from the names for that Sunday: Pacha Florum, Pacha Floridum, Ducange, Pasque Fleury, Cot Grave, see Dict. Geographic. University. 1884, and Brockhouse. Surely Florida, as the name passes under our eye, or from our lips, is something more than it was before, when we may thus think of it as the land of flowers. Footnote: An Italian poet, Fazio degli Uberti, tells us that Florence has its appellation from the same cause. Poiché era posta in un prato di fiori, ladino il nome bello, aud est in gloria. It would be instructive to draw together a collection of etymologies which have been woven into verse. These are so little felt to be alien to the spirit of poetry, that they exist in large numbers, and often lend to the poem in which they find a place a charm and interest of their own. In 5 lines of Paradise Lost Milton introduces 4 such etymologies, namely, those of the 4 fabled rivers of hell, though this will sometimes escape the notice of the English reader. Abhorred Styx, the flood of deadly hate; sad Acheron of sorrow, black and deep; Cocytus, named of lamentation loud heard on the rueful stream; fierce Phlegethon, whose waves of torrent fire inflame with rage. Virgil, that great master of the proprieties, as Bishop Pearson has so happily called him, does not shun, but rather loves to introduce them, as witness his etymology of bursa, ain. I. 367, 368, v. 59, 63, but the etymology here is imaginative, the name bursa being of Punic, that is of Semitic, origin, and meaning a fortress, compare Heb Basra, of Silvius, Ain. 6. 763, 765, of Argiletum, where he is certainly wrong, Ain. 8. 345, of Latium, with reference to Saturn having remained latent there, Ain. 8. 322, of Ovid Fasti, I. 238, of Laurens, Ain. 7. 63. Ladiumque vocari maluit, his quonium latuisit tutus in oris. And again of Avernus, sad face Greek, Aurnos, Sane. 6. 243. being indeed in this anticipated by Lucretius 6. 741. Quia sunt avibus contraria cunctus. Ovid's taste is far from faultless, and his example cannot go for much, but he is always a graceful versifier, and his fast eye swarms with etymologies, correct and incorrect, as of Agonalis, I. 322, of Aprilis, 4. 89, of Augustus, I. 609 to 614, of Februarius, 2. 19 to 22, of Hostea, I. 336, of Janus, I. 120 to 127, of Junius, 6. 26, of Lemurs, v. 479 to 484, of Lucina, 2. 449, of Majestas, v. 26, of Orion, v. 535, of Pecunia, v. 280, 281, of Senatus, v. 64, of Sulmo, 4. 79, cf. Silius Italicus, 9. 70, of Vesta, 6. 299, of Victima, I. 335, of Trinacris, 4. For 20, he has them also elsewhere, as of Tommy, Trist. 3.933. Lucilius, in like manner, gives us the etymology of inners, ut prohibitor inners, ars in quo non erat ola, Propertius, 4. 2.3 of Vertumnus, and Lucretius of Magnus, 6. 909. The name of Port Natal also embodies a fact which must be of interest to its inhabitants, namely, that this port was discovered on Christmas Day, the dies natalis of our Lord. Then again, what poetry is there, as indeed there ought to be, in the names of flowers? I do not speak of those, the exquisite grace and beauty of whose names is so forced on us that we cannot miss it, such as Aaron's rod, angel's eyes, bloody warrior, bluebell, crown imperial, cuckoo flower, blossoming as this orchis does when the cuckoo is first heard. Footnote: in a catalogue of English plant names I count 30 in which cuckoo formed a component part. I bright, forget-me-not, gilt cup, a local name for the buttercup, drawn from the golden gloss of its petals, heartsease, herb of grace, Jacob's ladder, kingcup, lady's fingers, lady's smock, lady's tresses, larkspur, Lent lily, loose strife, love and idleness, love lies bleeding, maiden blush, maiden hair, meadow sweet, Our Lady's mantle, Our Lady's slipper, Queen of the meadows, rain marguerite, rosemary, snowflake, Solomon's seal, Star of Bethlehem, sundew, sweet Allison, sweet Cicely, sweet William, traveler's joy, Venus looking glass, virgin's bower, and the like. But take Daisy, surely this charming little English flower, which has stirred the peculiar affection of English poets from Chaucer to Wordsworth, and received the tribute of their song. Footnote: fair fall that gentle flower, a golden tuft set in a silver crown, as Browne exclaims, whose singularly graceful pastorals should not be suffered to fall altogether to oblivion. In Ward's Recent English Poets, Volume 2, page 65, justice has been done to them, and to their rare beauty. Becomes more charming yet, when we know, as Chaucer long ago has told us, that Daisy is day's eye, or in its early spelling Daisy, the eye of day. These are his words. That men by reason well it cayeme the daisy, or else the ye of day. Chaucer, Edition Morris, Volume 5, page 281. For only consider how much is implied here. To the sun in the heavens this name, eye of day, was naturally first given, and those who transferred the title to our little field flower meant no doubt to liken its inner yellow disk, or shield, to the great golden orb of the sun, and the white florets which encircle this disk to the rays which the sun spreads on all sides around him. What imagination was here, to suggest a comparison such as this, binding together as this does the smallest and the greatest? What a traveling of the poet's eye, with the power which is the privilege of that eye, from earth to heaven, and from heaven to earth, and of linking both together. So too, call up before your mind's eye the lavish gold of the drooping laburnum when in flower, and you will recognize the poetry of the title, the golden rain, which in German it bears. Celandine does not so clearly tell its own tale, and it is only when you have followed up the Greek, Caledonian, swallowwort, of which Celandine is the English representative, that the word will yield up the poetry which is concealed in it. And then again, what poetry is there often in the names of birds and beasts and fishes, and indeed of all the animated world around us? How marvelously are these names adapted often to bring out the most striking and characteristic features of the objects to which they are given. Thus, when the Romans became acquainted with the stately giraffe, long concealed from them in the interior deserts of Africa, which we learn from Pliny they first did in the shows exhibited by Julius Caesar, it was happily imagined to designate a creature combining, though with infinitely more grace, something of the height and even the proportions of the camel with the spotted skin of the pard, by a name which should incorporate both these its most prominent features. Footnote: Varro, quat. Erat figura ut camelis, maculus ut panthera, and Horace, ep2. I. 196 diversum confusa genus Panthera camello, calling it the camelopard. Nor can we, I think, hesitate to accept that account as the true one, which describes the word as no artificial creation of scientific naturalists, but as bursting extempore from the lips of the common people, who after all are the truest namers, at the first moment when the novel creature was presented to their gaze. Cerf-volant, a name which the French have so happily given to the horned scarabaeus, the same which we somewhat less poetically call the stag beetle, is another example of what may be effected with the old materials, by merely bringing them into new and happy combinations. You know the appearance of the lizard, and the star-like shape of the spots which are sewn over its back. Well, in Latin it is called stellio, from stella, a star, just as the basilisk had in Greek this name of little king because of the shape as of a kingly crown which the spots on its head might be made by the fancy to assume. Follow up the etymology of squirrel, and you will find that the graceful creature which bears this name has obtained it as being wont to sit under the shadow of its own tail. Footnote: the word squirrel is a diminutive of the Greek word for squirrel, Greek, skiuros, literally shadowtail. Need I remind you of our goldfinch, evidently so called from that bright patch of yellow on its wing, our kingfisher, having its name from the royal beauty, the kingly splendor of the plumage with which it is adorned? Some might ask why the stormy petrel, a bird which just schemes and floats on the topmost wave, should bear this name? No doubt we have here the French petrel, or little Peter, and the bird has in its name an allusion to the Apostle Peter, who at his master's bidding walked for a while on the unquiet surface of an agitated sea. The lady bird or lady cow is prettily named, as indeed the whole legend about it is full of grace and fancy. Footnote: 4 other names for the lady bird, and the reference in many of them to God and the Virgin Mary, see Grimm, Teutonic Mythology, page 694. But a common name which in many of our country parts this creature bears, the golden knob, is prettier still. And indeed in our country dialects there is a wide poetical nomenclature which is well worthy of recognition. Thus the shooting lights of the aurora borealis are in Lancashire the merry dancers. Clouds piled up in a particular fashion are in many parts of England styled Noah's Ark. The puff-ball is the devil's snuff-box. The dragonfly the devil's darning needle. A large black beetle the devil's coach-horse. Any one who has watched the kestrel hanging poised in the air, before it swoops upon its prey, will acknowledge the felicity of the name windhover, or sometimes windfanner, which it popularly bears. Footnote: in Wallace's Tropical Nature there is a beautiful chapter on humming birds, and the names which in various languages these exquisite little creatures bear. The amount is very large of curious legendary lore which is everywhere bound up in words, and which they, if duly solicited, will give back to us again. For example, the Greek halcyon, which we have adopted without change, has reference, and wraps up in itself an allusion, to one of the most beautiful and significant legends of heathen antiquity, according to which the sea preserved a perfect calmness for all the period, the 14 halcyon days, during which this bird was brooding over her nest. The poetry of the name survives, whether the name suggested the legend, or the legend the name. Take again the names of some of our precious stones, as of the topaz, so called, as some said, because men were only able to conjecture, Greek, topazion, the position of the cloud-concealed island from which it was brought. Footnote: Pliny H. N. 37. 32. But this is only popular etymology. The word can hardly be of Greek origin. C.A. S. Palmer, Folk Etymology, page 589. Very curious is the determination which some words, indeed many, seem to manifest, that their poetry shall not die, or if it dies in one form, that it shall revive in another. Thus, if there is danger that, transferred from one language to another, they shall no longer speak to the imagination of men as they did of old, they will make to themselves a new life, they will acquire a new soul in the room of that which has ceased to quicken and inform them any more. Let me make clear what I mean by 2 or 3 examples. The Germans, knowing nothing of carbuncles, had naturally no word of their own for them, and when they first found it necessary to name them, as naturally borrowed the Latin carbunculus, which originally had meant a little live coal, to designate these precious stones of a fiery red. But carbunculus, word full of poetry and life for Latin-speaking men, would have been only an arbitrary sign for as many as were ignorant of that language. What then did these, or what, rather, did the working genius of the language do? It adopted, but, in adopting, modified slightly yet effectually the word, changing it into carbuncle, thus retaining the framework of the original, yet at the same time, inasmuch as funkeln signifies to sparkle, reproducing now in an entirely novel manner the image of the bright sparkling of the stone, for every knower of the German tongue. Margarita, or pearl, belongs to the earliest group of Latin words adopted into English. The word, however, told nothing about itself to those who adopted it. But the pearl might be poetically contemplated as the sea stone, and so our fathers presently transformed Margarita into Mirgrat, which means nothing less. Footnote: such is the AS form of Margarita in 3 versions of the parable of the pearl of great price, St. Matt. 13:45, see Anglo-Saxon Gospels, edition Skeat, 1887. Take another illustration of this from another quarter. The French rossignol, a nightingale, is undoubtedly the Latin Luciniola, the diminutive of Lucinia, with the alteration, so frequent in the Romance languages, of the commencing L into R. Whatever may be the etymology of Lucinia, it is plain that for Frenchmen in general the word would no longer suggest any meaning at all, hardly even for French scholars. After the serious transformations which it had undergone, while yet, at the same time, in the exquisitely musical rossignol, and still more perhaps in the Italian usignuolo, there is an evident intention and endeavor to express something of the music of the bird's song in the liquid melody of the imitative name which it bears, and thus to put a new soul into the word, in lieu of that other which had escaped. Or again, whatever may be the meaning of Senlac, the name of that field where the ever-memorable battle, now better known as the Battle of Hastings, was fought, it certainly was not Sanglac, or Lake of Blood, the word only shaping itself into this significant form subsequently to the battle, and in consequence of it. 1 or 2 examples more of the perishing of the old life in a word, and the birth of a new in its stead, may be added. The old name of Athens, Athevi, was closely linked with the fact that the goddess Pallas Athene was the guardian deity of the city. The reason of the name, with other facts of the old mythology, faded away from the memory of the peasantry of modern Greece. But Athens is a name which must still mean something for them. Accordingly, it is not Athevi now, but Athevi, or the blooming, on the lips of the peasantry round about, so Mr. Sayce assures us. The same process everywhere meets us. Thus, no one who has visited Lucerne can fail to remember the rugged mountain called Pilatus or Mount Pilate, which stands opposite to him, while if he has been among the few who have cared to climb it, he will have been shown by his guide the lake at its summit in which Pontius Pilate in his despair drowned himself, with an assurance that from this suicide of his the mountain obtained its name. Nothing of the kind. Mount Pilate stands for Mons Pilatus, the capped hill, the clouds, as one so often sees, gathering round its summit, and forming the shape or appearance of a cap or hat. When this true derivation was forgotten or misunderstood, the other explanation was invented and imposed. Footnote: the old name of Pilatus was Fractus Mons, broken mountain from its rugged cliffs and precipices. Pilatus did not become general till the close of the last century. An instructive example this, let me observe by the way, of that which has happened continually in the case of far older legends. I mean that the name has suggested the legend, and not the legend the name. We have an apt illustration of this in the old notion that the crocodile, Greek, krokodilos, could not endure saffron. I have said that poetry and imagination seek to penetrate everywhere, and this is literally true, for even the hardest, austerest studies cannot escape their influence. They will put something of their own life into the dry bones of a nomenclature which seems the remotest from them, the most opposed to them. Thus in Danish the male and female lines of descent and inheritance are called respectively the sword side and the spindle side. Footnote: in the same way the Germans used to employ Schwert and Kunkel. Compare the use of the phrases on a Speerhilf and on a Spindelhilf in King Alfred's will. See Kemble, Codex Diplomaticus, No. 314, 2. 116, Pauly's Life of Alfred, page 225, Lappenberg's Anglo-Saxon Kings, 2. 99, 1881. He who in prosody called a metrical foot consisting of one long syllable followed by two short, a dactyl or a finger, with allusion to the long first joint of the finger, and the two shorter which follow, whoever he may have been, and someone was the first to do it, must be allowed to have brought a certain amount of imagination into a study so alien to it as prosody very well might appear. He did the same in another not very poetical region who invented the Latin law term, stellionatus. The word includes all such legally punishable acts of swindling or injurious fraud committed on the property of another as are not specified in any more precise enactment, being drawn and derived from a practice attributed, I suppose without any foundation, to the lizard or stellio we spoke of just now. Having cast its winter skin, it is reported to swallow it at once, and this out of a malignant grudge lest any should profit by that which, if not now, was of old accounted a specific in certain diseases. The term was then transferred to any malicious wrong whatever done by one person to another. In other regions it was only to be expected that we should find poetry. Thus it is nothing strange that architecture, which has been called frozen music, and which is poetry embodied in material forms, should have a language of its own, not dry nor hard, not of the mere intellect alone, but one in the forming of which it is evident that the imaginative faculties were at work. To take only one example, this, however, from Gothic art, which naturally yields the most remarkable, what exquisite poetry in the name of the rose window, or better still, the rose, given to the rich circular aperture of stained glass, with its leaf-like compartments, in the transepts of a Gothic cathedral. Here indeed we may note an exception from that which usually finds place, for usually art borrows beauty from nature, and very faintly, if at all, reflects back beauty upon her. In this present instance, however, art is so beautiful, has reached so glorious and perfect a development, that if the associations which the rose supplies lend to that window some hues of beauty and a glory which otherwise it would not have, the latter abundantly repays the obligation, and even the rose itself may become lovelier still, associated with those shapes of grace, those rich gorgeous tints, and all the religious symbolism of that in art which has borrowed and bears its name. After this it were little to note the imagination, although that was most real, which dictated the term flamboyant to express the wavy flame-like outline, which, at a particular period of art, the tracery in the Gothic window assumed. God's acre or God's field is the German name for a burial ground, and once was our own, though we unfortunately have nearly, if not quite, let it go. What a hope full of immortality does this little word proclaim! How rich is it in all the highest elements of poetry, and of poetry in its noblest alliance, that is, in its alliance with faith, able as it is to cause all loathsome images of death and decay to disappear, not denying them, but suspending, losing, absorbing them in the sublimer thought of the victory over death, of that harvest of life which God shall one day so gloriously reap even there where now seems the very triumphing place of death. Many will not need to be reminded how fine a poem in Longfellow's hands unfolds itself out of this word. Lastly, let me note the pathos of poetry which lies often in the mere tracing of the succession of changes in meaning which certain words have undergone. Thus Elend in German, a beautiful word, now signifies wretchedness, but at first it signified exile or banishment. Footnote: on this word there is an interesting discussion in Huygens' Etymology Dict, and compare Pott, Etymology Forsch. I. 302. Elenge, an English provincial word of infinite pathos, still common in the south of England, and signifying at once lonely and sad, is not connected, as has been sometimes supposed, with the German Elend, but represents Anglo-Saxon lange, protracted, tedious. See the New English Dictionary, S.V. lange, the sense of this separation from the native land and from all home delights, as being the woe of all woes, the crown of all sorrows. Little by little so penetrated the word, that what at first expressed only one form of misery, has ended by signifying all. It is not a little notable, as showing the same feeling elsewhere at work, that exil equals exilium, in Old French signified, not only banishment, but ruin, destruction, misery. In the same manner, Greek, nostamos, meaning at first no more than having to do with a return, comes in the end to signify almost anything which is favorable and auspicious. Let us then acknowledge man a born poet, if not every man himself a maker, yet every one able to rejoice in what others have made, adopting it freely, moving gladly in it as his own most congenial element and sphere. For indeed, as man does not live by bread alone, as little is he content to find in language merely the instrument which shall enable him to buy and sell and get gain, or otherwise make provision for the lower necessities of his animal life. He demands to find in it as well what shall stand in a real relation and correspondence to the higher faculties of his being, shall feed, nourish, and sustain these, shall stir him with images of beauty and suggestions of greatness. Neither here nor anywhere else could he become the mere utilitarian, even if he would. Despite his utmost efforts, were he so far at enmity with his own good as to put them forth, he could not succeed in exhausting his language of the poetical element with which it is penetrated through and through. He could not succeed in stripping it of blossom, flower, and fruit, and leaving it nothing but a bare and naked stem. He may fancy for a moment that he has succeeded in doing this, but it will only need for him to become a little better philologer, to go a little deeper into the story of the words which he is using, and he will discover that he is as remote as ever from such an unhappy consummation, from so disastrous a success. For ourselves, let us desire and attempt nothing of the kind. Our life is not in other ways so full of imagination and poetry that we need give any diligence to empty it of that which it may possess of these. It will always have for us all enough of dull and prosaic and commonplace. What profit can there be in seeking to extend the region of these? Profit there will be none, but on the contrary infinite loss. It is stagnant waters which corrupt themselves, not those in agitation and on which the winds are freely blowing. Words of passion and imagination are, as one so grandly called them of old, winds of the soul, Greek, psyches anima, to keep it in healthful motion and agitation, to lift it upward and to drive it onward, to preserve it from that unwholesome stagnation which constitutes the fatal preparedness for so many other and worse evils. Lecture 3. On the Morality in Words. Is man of a divine birth and of the stock of heaven? Coming from God, and when he fulfills the law of his being, and the intention of his creation, returning to him again? We need no more than the words he speaks to prove it, so much is there in them which could never have existed on any other supposition. How else could all those words which testify of his relation to God, and of his consciousness of this relation, and which ground themselves thereon, have found their way into his language, being as that is the veritable transcript of his innermost life, the genuine utterance of the faith and hope which is in him? In what other way can we explain that vast and preponderating weight thrown into the scale of goodness and truth, which, despite of all in the other scale, we must thankfully acknowledge that his language never is without? How else shall we account for that sympathy with the right, that testimony against the wrong, which, despite of all aberrations and perversions, is yet the prevailing ground tone of all? But has man fallen, and deeply fallen, from the heights of his original creation? We need no more than his language to prove it. Like everything else about him, it bears at once the stamp of his greatness and of his degradation, of his glory and of his shame. What dark and somber threads he must have woven into the tissue of his life, before we could trace those threads of darkness which run through the tissue of his language. What facts of wickedness and woe must have existed in the one, ere such words could exist to designate these as are found in the other. There have never wanted those who would make light of the moral hurts which man has inflicted on himself, of the sickness with which he is sick, who would persuade themselves and others that moralists and divines, if they have not quite invented, have yet enormously exaggerated these. but are statements of the depth of his fall, the malignity of the disease with which he is sick, found only in Scripture and in sermons? Are those who bring forward these statements libelers of human nature? Or are not mournful corroborations of the truth of these assertions imprinted deeply upon every province of man's natural and spiritual life, and on none more deeply than on his language? It needs but to open a dictionary, and to cast our eye thoughtfully down a few columns, and we shall find abundant confirmation of this sadder and sterner estimate of man's moral and spiritual condition. How else shall we explain this long catalogue of words, having all to do with sin or with sorrow, or with both? How came they there? We may be quite sure that they were not invented without being needed, and they have each a correlative in the world of realities. I open the first letter of the alphabet. What means this this alas, these deep and long-drawn sighs of humanity, which at once encounter me there? And then presently there meet me such words as these: affliction, agony, anguish, assassin, atheist, avarice, and 100 more, words, you will observe, not laid up in the recesses of the language, to be drawn forth on rare occasions, but many of them such as must be continually on the lips of men. And indeed, in the matter of abundance, it is sad to note how much richer our vocabularies are in words that set forth sins, than in those that set forth graces. When St. Paul Gal. v. 19-23, would range these over against those, the works of the flesh against the fruit of the Spirit, those are 17, these only 9. And where do we find in Scripture such lists of graces, as we do at 2 Tim. 3:2 Rom. I. 29:31, of their contraries? Footnote: of these last the most exhaustive collection which I know is in Philo de Merced. Merit. Section 4. There are here 146 epithets brought together, each of them indicating a sinful moral habit of mind. It was not without reason that Aristotle wrote, "It is possible to err in many ways, for evil belongs to the infinite, but to do right is possible only in one way, ethic." Nick. 2, 6. 14. Nor can I help noting, in the oversight and muster from this point of view of the words which constitute a language, the manner in which its utmost resources have been taxed to express the infinite varieties, now of human suffering, now of human sin. Thus, what a fearful thing is it that any language should possess a word to express the pleasure which men feel at the calamities of others, for the existence of the word bears testimony to the existence of the thing. And yet such in more languages than one may be found. Footnote: in the Greek, epicherokakia, in the German, schadenfreude. Cicero so strongly feels the want of such a word, that he gives to malevolentia the significance, voluptas ex malo alterius, which lies not of necessity in it, nor are there wanting, I suppose, in any language, words which are the mournful record of the strange wickednesses which the genius of man, so fertile in evil, has invented. What whole processes of cruelty are sometimes wrapped up in a single word! Thus I have not traveled down the first column of an Italian dictionary before I light upon the verb abbassinare, meaning to deprive of sight by holding a red-hot metal basin close to the eyeballs. Traveling a little further in a Greek lexicon, I should reach Greek, acroteriazine, mutilate by cutting off all the extremities, as hands, feet, nose, ears, or take our English to ganch, and our dictionaries, while they tell us much, cannot tell us all. How shamefully rich is everywhere the language of the vulgar in words and phrases which, seldom allowed to find their way into books, yet live as a sinful oral tradition on the lips of men, for the setting forth of things unholy and impure. And of these words, as no less of those dealing with the kindred sins of reveling and excess, how many set the evil forth with an evident sympathy and approbation of it, and as themselves taking part with the sin against him who has forbidden it under pain of his highest displeasure. How much ability, how much wit, yes, and how much imagination must have stood in the service of sin, before it could possess a nomenclature so rich, so varied, and often so heaven-defying, as that which it actually owns. Then further I would bid you to note the many words which men have dragged downward with themselves, and made more or less partakers of their own fall. Having once an honorable meaning, they have yet with the deterioration and degeneration of those that used them, or of those about whom they were used, deteriorated and degenerated too. How harmless once, have assumed a harmful as their secondary meaning. How many worthy have acquired an unworthy? Thus knave meant once no more than lad, nor does knabe now in German mean more villain than peasant. A boor was a farmer, a varlet a serving man, which meaning still survives in valet, the other form of this word. Footnote. Yet this itself was an immense fall for the word. See Ampere, La Langue Française, page 219, and Littre, Dict. De la Langue Française, preface, page 25. A menial was one of the household, a paramour was a lover, an honorable one it might be, a leman in like manner might be a lover, and be used of either sex in a good sense. A beldam was a fair lady, and is used in this sense by Spenser. Footnote. F. Q. 3. 2. 43. A minion was a favorite, man in Sylvester is God's dearest minion, a pedant in the Italian from which we borrowed the word, and for a while too with ourselves, was simply a tutor. A proser was one who wrote in prose, an adventurer one who set before himself perilous, but very often noble ventures, what the Germans call a Glücksritter, a swindler, in the German from which we got it. One who entered into dangerous mercantile speculations, without implying that this was done with any intention to defraud others. Christ, according to Bishop Hall, was the ringleader of our salvation. Time Server 200 years ago quite as often designated one in an honorable as in a dishonorable sense serving the time. Footnote, see in proof Fuller, Holy State B. 3. C. 19. Conceits had once nothing conceited in them. An officious man was one prompt in offices of kindness, and not, as now, an uninvited meddler in things that concern him not. Something indeed of the older meaning still survives in the diplomatic use of the word. Demure conveyed no hint, as it does now, of an overdoing of the outward demonstrations of modesty. A leer was once a look with nothing amiss in it. Piers Plowman. Daft was modest or retiring. Orgies were religious ceremonies. The Blessed Virgin speaks of herself in an early poem as God's wench. In crafty and cunning no crooked wisdom was implied, but only knowledge and skill. Craft, indeed, still retains very often its more honorable use, a man's craft being his skill, and then the trade in which he is skilled. Artful was skillful, and not tricky as now. Footnote. Not otherwise like sinnig in German meant cheerful once, it is frivolous now. While in French a rapporteur is now a bringer back of malicious reports, the malicious having little by little found its way into the word. Could the Magdalen have ever bequeathed us maudlin in its present contemptuous application, if the tears of penitential sorrow had been held in due honor by the world? Tinsel, the French étincelle, meant once anything that sparkled or glistened. Thus, cloth of tinsel would be cloth inwrought with silver and gold. But the sad experience that all is not gold that glitters, that much showing fair to the eye is worthless in reality, has caused that by tinsel, literal or figurative, we ever mean now that which has no realities of sterling worth underlying the specious shows which it makes. Specious itself, let me note, meant beautiful at one time, and not, as now, presenting a deceitful appearance of beauty. Tawdry, an epithet applied once to lace or other finery bought at the fair of St. Audrey or St. Etheldreda, has run through the same course. It at one time conveyed no suggestion of mean finery or shabby splendor, as now it does. Voluble was an epithet which had nothing of slight in it, but meant what fluent means now. Dapper was what in German tapfer is, not so much neat and spruce as brave and bold. Plausible was worthy of applause. Pert is now brisk and lively, but with a very distinct subaudition, which once it had not, of sauciness as well. Lewd meant no more than unlearned, as the lay or common people might be supposed to be. Footnote. Having in mind what Dern, connected with dienen, Dienst, commonly means now in German, one almost shrinks from mentioning that it was once a name of honor which could be and was used of the Blessed Virgin Mary. See Grimm, Wörterbuch, S. V. Schock in like manner had no evil subaudition in it at the first, nor did it ever obtain such during the time that it survived in English. Thus in Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, the peerless Gawain is himself on more than one a shock, 424, 1776. The word survives in the last syllable of seneschal, and indeed of marshal as well. To carp is in Chaucer's language no more than to converse. To mouth in Piers Plowman is simply to speak. To garble was once to sift and pick out the best. it is now to select and put forward as a fair specimen the worst. This same deterioration through use may be traced in the verb to resent. Barrow could speak of the good man as a faithful resenter and requiter of benefits, of the duty of testifying in affectionate resentment of our obligations to God. But the memory of benefits fades from us so much more quickly than that of injuries. We remember and revolve in our minds so much more predominantly the wrongs, real or imaginary, men have done us, than the favors we owe them, that resentment has come in our modern English to be confined exclusively to that deep reflective displeasure which men entertain against those that have done, or whom they fancy to have done, them a wrong. And this explains how it comes to pass that we do not speak of the retaliation of benefits at all so often as the retaliation of injuries. To retaliate signifies no more than to render again as much as we have received, but this is so much seldomer practiced in the matter of benefits than of wrongs, that retaliation, though not wholly strange in this worthier sense, has yet, when so employed, an unusual sound in our ears. To retaliate kindnesses is a language which would not now be intelligible to all. Animosity, as originally employed in that later Latin which gave it birth, was spiritedness. Men would speak of the animosity or fiery courage of a horse. In our early English it meant nothing more. A divine of the 17th century speaks of due Christian animosity. Activity and vigor are still implied in the word, but now only as displayed in enmity and hate. There is a Spanish proverb which says, "One foe is too many, 100 friends are too few." The proverb and the course which this word animosity has traveled may be made mutually to illustrate one another. Footnote: for quotations from our earlier authors in proof of many of the assertions made in the few last pages, see my select glossary of English words used formerly in senses different from their present, 5th edit. 1879. How mournful a witness for the hard and unrighteous judgments we habitually form of one another lies in the word prejudice. It is itself absolutely neutral, meaning no more than a judgment formed beforehand, which judgment may be favorable, or may be otherwise. Yet so predominantly do we form harsh, unfavorable judgments of others before knowledge and experience, that a prejudice or judgment before knowledge and not grounded on evidence is almost always taken in an ill sense, prejudicial having actually acquired mischievous or injurious for its secondary meaning. As these words bear testimony to the sin of man, so others to his infirmity, to the limitation of human faculties and human knowledge, to the truth of the proverb, that to err is human. Thus to retract means properly no more than to handle again, to reconsider. And yet so certain are we to find in a subject which we reconsider or handle a second time, that which was at first rashly, imperfectly, inaccurately stated, which needs therefore to be amended, modified, or withdrawn, that to retract could not tarry long in its primary meaning of reconsidering, but has come to signify to withdraw. Thus the greatest father of the Latin Church, wishing toward the close of his life to amend whatever he might then perceive in his various published works incautiously or incorrectly stated, gave to the book in which he carried out this intention, for authors had then no such opportunities as later editions afford us now, this very name of retractations, being literally rehandlings, but in fact, as will be plain to any one turning to the work, withdrawings of various statements by which he was no longer prepared to abide. But urging, as I just now did, the degeneration of words, I should seriously err, if I failed to remind you that a parallel process of purifying and ennobling has also been going forward, most of all through the influences of a divine faith working in the world. This, as it has turned men from evil to good, or has lifted them from a lower earthly goodness to a higher heavenly, so has it in like manner elevated, purified, and ennobled a multitude of the words which they employ, until these, which once expressed only an earthly good, express now a heavenly. The gospel of Christ, as it is the redemption of man, so is it in a multitude of instances the redemption of his word, freeing it from the bondage of corruption, that it should no longer be subject to vanity, nor stand any more in the service of sin or of the world, but in the service of God and of his truth. Thus the Greek had a word for humility, but for him this humility meant, that is, with rare exceptions, meanness of spirit. He who brought in the Christian grace of humility, did in so doing rescue the term which expressed it for nobler uses and a far higher dignity than hitherto it had attained. There were angels before heaven had been opened, but these only earthly messengers, martyrs also, or witnesses, but these not unto blood, nor yet for God's highest truth, apostles, but sent of men, evangels, but these good tidings of this world, and not of the kingdom of heaven, advocates, but not with the Father. Paradise was a word common in slightly different forms to almost all the nations of the East, but it was for them only some royal park or garden of delights, till for the Jew it was exalted to signify the mysterious abode of our first parents, while higher honors awaited it still, when on the lips of the Lord it signified the blissful waiting place of faithful departed souls. Luke 23:43. The heavenly blessedness itself, Rev. 2. 7. A regeneration or palingenesy was not unknown to the Greeks. They could speak of the earth's regeneration in springtime, of recollection as the regeneration of knowledge. The Jewish historian could describe the return of his countrymen from the Babylonian captivity, and their re-establishment in their own land, as the regeneration of the Jewish state. But still the word, whether as employed by Jew or Greek, was a long way off from that honor reserved for it in the Christian dispensation, namely, that it should be the vehicle of one of the most blessed mysteries of the faith. Footnote: see my synonyms of the NT section 18, and many other words in like manner there are, fetched from the very dregs of paganism. As Sanderson has it, he instances the Latin sacrament, the Greek mystery, which the Holy Spirit has not refused to employ for the setting forth of the glorious facts of our redemption, and reversing the impious deed of Belshazzar, who profaned the sacred vessels of God's house to sinful and idolatrous uses. Dan v. 2 has consecrated the very idol vessels of Babylon to the service of the sanctuary. Let us now proceed to contemplate some of the attestations to God's truth, and then some of the playings into the hands of the devil's falsehood, which lurk in words. And first, the attestations to God's truth, the fallings in of our words with His unchangeable word, for these, as the true uses of the word, while the other are only its abuses, have a prior claim to be considered. Thus, some modern false prophets, willing to explain away all such phenomena of the world around us as declare man to be a sinner, and lying under the consequences of sin, would fain have them to believe that pain is only a subordinate kind of pleasure, or, at worst, a sort of needful hedge and guardian of pleasure. But a deeper feeling in the universal heart of man bears witness to quite another explanation of the existence of pain in the present economy of the world, namely, that it is the correlative of sin, that it is punishment, and to this the word pain, so closely connected with pena, bears witness. Footnote: our word pain is actually the same word as the Latin pena, coming to us through the French pain. Pain is punishment, for so the word, and so the conscience of every one that is suffering it, declares. Some will not hear of great pestilences being scourges of the sins of men, and if only they can find out the immediate, imagine that they have found out the ultimate, causes of these, while yet they have only to speak of a plague and they implicitly avouch the very truth which they have set themselves to deny. For a plague, what is it but a stroke, so called, because that universal conscience of men which is never at fault, has felt, and in this way confessed it to be such? For here, as in so many other cases, that proverb stands fast, vox populi, vox Dei, and may be admitted to the full. That is, if only we keep in mind that this people is not the populace either in high place or in low, and this voice of the people no momentary outcry, but the consenting testimony of the good and wise, of those neither brutalized by ignorance, nor corrupted by a false cultivation. In many places and in various times. To one who admits the truth of this proverb it will be nothing strange that men should have agreed to call him a miser or miserable, who eagerly scrapes together and painfully hoards the mammon of this world. Here too the moral instinct lying deep in all hearts has borne testimony to the tormenting nature of this vice, to the gnawing pains with which even in this present time it punishes its votaries, to the enmity which there is between it and all joy, and the man who enslaves himself to his money is proclaimed in our very language to be a miser, or miserable man. Footnote: misery does not any longer signify avarice, nor miserable avaricious, but these meanings they once possessed. See my select glossary, S. Verses. In them men said, and in miser we still say, in one word what Seneca when he wrote, nulla avaritia sine pena est, quambis satis sit ipsa poenarum, took a sentence to say. Other words bear testimony to great moral truths. St. James has, I doubt not, been often charged with exaggeration for saying, whosoever shall keep the whole law, and yet offend in one point, he is guilty of all. 2. 10. The charge is an unjust one. The Romans with their integritas said as much. We too say the same who have adopted integrity as a part of our ethical language. For what is integrity but entireness? The integrity of the body being, as Cicero explains it, the full possession and the perfect soundness of all its members, and moral integrity, though it cannot be predicated so absolutely of any sinful child of Adam, is this same entireness or completeness transferred to things higher. Integrity was exactly that which Herod had not attained, when at the Baptist's bidding he did many things gladly, Mark 6:20, but did not put away his brother's wife, whose partial obedience therefore profited nothing. He had dropped one link in the golden chain of obedience, and as a consequence the whole chain fell to the ground. It is very noticeable, and many have noticed, that the Greek word signifying wickedness, poneria, comes of another signifying labor, ponos. How well does this agree with those passages in Scripture which describe sinners as wearying themselves to commit iniquity, as laboring in the very fire, the martyrs of the devil, as South calls them, being at more pains to go to hell than the martyrs of God to go to heaven. St. Chrysostom's eloquence, as Bishop Sanderson has observed, enlarges itself and triumphs in this argument more frequently than in almost any other, and he clears it often and beyond all exception, both by Scripture and reason, that the life of a wicked or worldly man is a very drudgery, infinitely more toilsome, vexatious, and unpleasant than a godly life is. Footnote: Sermons, London, 1671, Volume 2. Page 244. How deep an insight into the failings of the human heart lies at the root of many words, and if only we would attend to them, what valuable warnings many contain against subtle temptations and sins. Thus, all of us have felt the temptation of seeking to please others by an unmanly assenting to their opinion, even when our own independent convictions did not agree with theirs. The existence of such a temptation, and the fact that too many yield to it, are both declared in the Latin for a flatterer, assentator, that is, an assenter, one who has not courage to say no, when a yes is expected from him, and quite independently of the Latin, the German, in its contemptuous and precisely equivalent use of jaher, a yea lord, warns us in like manner against all such unmanly compliances. Let me note that we also once possessed assentation in the sense of unworthy flattering lip assent. The last example of it in our dictionaries is from Bishop Hall. It is a fearful presage of ruin when the prophets conspire in assentation, but it lived on to a far later day, being found exactly in the same sense in Lord Chesterfield's letters to his son. He there speaks of abject flattery and indiscriminate assentation. Footnote: August 10, 1749. In the New English Dictionary a quotation for the word is given as late as 1859. I. Taylor, in his Logic and Theology, page 265 says, "A safer anchorage may be found than the shoal of mindless assentation, the word is well worthy to be revived." Again, how well it is to have that spirit of depreciation, that eagerness to find spots and stains in the characters of the noblest and the best, who would otherwise oppress and rebuke us with a goodness and a greatness so immensely superior to our own, met and checked by a word at once so expressive, and so little pleasant to take home to ourselves, as the French dénigreur, a blackener. This also has fallen out of use, which is a pity, seeing that the race which it designates is so far from being extinct. Full too of instruction and warning is our present employment of libertine. A libertine, in earlier use, was a speculative free-thinker in matters of religion and in the theory of morals. But as by a process which is seldom missed free-thinking does and will end in free-acting, he who has cast off one yoke also casting off the other, so a libertine came in 2 or 3 generations to signify a profligate, especially in relation to women, a licentious and debauched person. Footnote: See the author's select glossary SV. Look a little closely at the word passion. We sometimes regard a passionate man as a man of strong will, and of real, though ungoverned, energy. But passion teaches us quite another lesson, for it, as a very solemn use of it declares, means properly suffering, and a passionate man is not one who is doing something, but one suffering something to be done to him. When then a man or child is in a passion, this is no outcoming in him of a strong will, of a real energy, but the proof rather that, for the time at least, he is altogether wanting in these. He is suffering, not doing, suffering his anger, or whatever evil temper it may be, to lord over him without control. Let no one then think of passion as a sign of strength. One might with as much justice conclude a man strong because he was often well beaten. This would prove that a strong man was putting forth his strength on him, but certainly not that he was himself strong. The same sense of passion and feebleness going together, of the first as the outcome of the second, lies, I may remark by the way, in the twofold use of impotens in the Latin, which meaning first weak, means then violent, and then weak and violent together. For a long time impotent and impotence in English embody the same twofold meaning. Or meditate on the use of humanitas, and the use, in Scotland at least, of the humanities, to designate those studies which are esteemed the fittest for training the true humanity in every man. Footnote: compare the use of the term literary humaniores in the University of Oxford to designate the oldest and most characteristic of her examinations or schools. We have happily overlived in England the time when it was still in debate among us whether education is a good thing for every living soul or not, the only question which now seriously divides Englishmen being in what manner that mental and moral training, which is society's debt to each one of its members, may be most effectually imparted to him. Were it not so, were there any still found to affirm that it was good for any man to be left with powers not called out and faculties untrained, we might appeal to this word humanitas, and the use to which the Roman put it, in proof that he at least was not of this mind. By humanitas he intended the fullest and most harmonious development of all the truly human faculties and powers. Then, and then only, man was truly man, when he received this. In so far as he did not receive this, his humanity was maimed and imperfect. He fell short of his ideal, of that which he was created to be. In our use of talents, as when we say a man of talents, there is a clear recognition of the responsibilities which go along with the possession of intellectual gifts and endowments, whatever these may be. We owe our later use of talent to the parable, Matt. 25:14, in which more or fewer of these are committed to the several servants, that they may trade with them in their master's absence, and give account of their employment at his return. Men may choose to forget the ends for which their talents were given them. They may count them merely something which they have gotten. Footnote: and Greek, hexis, as the heathen did, not a Greek, dorema, as the Christian does. See a remarkable passage in Bishop Andrew's Sermons, Volume 3. Page 384. They may turn them to selfish ends. They may glorify themselves in them, instead of glorifying the giver. They may practically deny that they were given at all. Yet in this word, till they can rid their vocabulary of it, abides a continual memento that they were so given, or rather lent, and that each man shall have to render an account of their use. Again, in oblige and obligation, as when we speak of being obliged, or of having received an obligation, a moral truth is asserted, this namely, that having received a benefit or a favor at the hands of another, we are thereby morally bound to show ourselves grateful for the same. We cannot be ungrateful without denying not merely a moral truth, but one incorporated in the very language which we employ. Thus South, in a sermon, of the odious sin of ingratitude, has well asked, if the conferring of a kindness did not bind the person upon whom it was conferred to the returns of gratitude, why, in the universal dialect of the world, are kindnesses called obligations? Footnote: Sermons, London, 1737, Volume 1, page 407. Once more, the habit of calling a woman's chastity her virtue is significant. I will not deny that it may spring in part from a tendency which often meets us in language, to narrow the whole circle of virtues to some one upon which peculiar stress is laid. Footnote: thus in Jewish Greek, Elimasnioi, stands often for Greek, Dikosnioi, Deuteronomy 6:25, PSCI 6:70, or almsgiving for righteousness. But still, in selecting this peculiar one as the virtue of woman, there speaks out a true sense that this is indeed for her the citadel of the whole moral being, the overthrow of which is the overthrow of all, that it is the keystone of the arch, which being withdrawn, the whole collapses and falls. Or consider all which is witnessed for us in kind. We speak of a kind person, and we speak of mankind, and perhaps, if we think about the matter at all, fancy that we are using quite different words, or the same words in senses quite unconnected. But they are connected, and by closest bonds. A kind person is one who acknowledges his kinship with other men, and acts upon it, confesses that he owes to them, as of one blood with himself, the debt of love. Footnote: Thus Hamlet does much more than merely play on words when he calls his father's brother, who had married his mother, a little more than kin, and less than kind. For the relation between kind, the adj, and kind, nature, the sb, see Skeats dict, beautiful before, how much more beautiful do kind and kindness appear, when we apprehend the root out of which they grow, and the truth which they embody, that they are the acknowledgment in loving deeds of our kinship with our brethren, of the relationship which exists between all the members of the human family, and of the obligations growing out of the same. But I observed just now that there are also words bearing on them the slime of the serpent's trail, uses, too, of words which imply moral perversity, not upon their parts who employ them now in their acquired senses, but on theirs from whom little by little they received their deflection, and were warped from their original rectitude. A prude is now a woman with an overdone affectation of a modesty which she does not really feel, and betraying the absence of the substance by this over-preciseness and niceness about the shadow. Goodness must have gone strangely out of fashion, the corruption of manners must have been profound, before matters could have come to this point. Prude, a French word, means properly virtuous or prudent. Footnote: Compare French prude, on the etymology of which see Schiller's French dict, edition 3, 1888. But where morals are greatly and generally relaxed, virtue is treated as hypocrisy, and thus, in a dissolute age, and one incredulous of any inward purity, by the prude or virtuous woman is intended a sort of female Tartuffe, affecting a virtue which it is taken for granted none can really possess. And the word abides, a proof of the world's disbelief in the realities of goodness, of its resolution to treat them as hypocrisies and deceits. Again, why should simple be used slightingly, and simpleton more slightingly still? The simple is one properly of a single fold. Footnote: Latin simplicum, for lat. Sin equals Greek, ha in, Greek, hapax, see Brugman, Grundrisse, section 238, Curtius, Greek etymology number 599. A Nathaniel, whom as such Christ honored to the highest, John I. 47. And indeed, what honor can be higher than to have nothing double about us, to be without duplicities or folds? Even the world, which despises simplicity, does not profess to admire duplicity, or double-foldedness. But inasmuch as it is felt that a man without these folds will in a world like ours make himself a prey, and as most men, if obliged to choose between deceiving and being deceived, would choose the former, it has come to pass that simple which in a kingdom of righteousness would be a world of highest honor, carries with it in this world of ours something of contempt. Footnote: Schlecht, which in modern German means bad, good for nothing, once meant good, that is, in the sense of right or straight, but has passed through the same stages to the meaning which it now possesses. Albern has done the same. Max Muller, Science of Language, 2nd Series, page 274. Nor can we help noting another involuntary testimony borne by human language to human sin. I mean this, that an idiot, or one otherwise deficient in intellect, is called an innocent or one who does no hurt. This use of innocent assuming that to do hurt and harm is the chief employment to which men turn their intellectual powers, that, where they are wise, they are oftenest wise to do evil. Nor are these isolated examples of the contemptuous use which words expressive of goodness gradually acquire. Such meet us on every side. Our silly is the Old English selig or blessed. We see it in a transition state in our early poets, with whom silly is an affectionate epithet which sheep obtain for their harmlessness. One among our earliest calls the newborn Lord of Glory himself, this harmless silly babe, but silly has traveled on the same lines as simple, innocent, and so many other words. The same moral phenomenon repeats itself continually. Thus sheepish in the Ormulum is an epithet of honor. It is used of one who has the mind of him who was led as a sheep to the slaughter. At the first promulgation of the Christian faith, while the name of its divine founder was still strange to the ears of the heathen, they were wont, some in ignorance, but more of malice, slightly to mispronounce this name, turning Christus into Crestus, that is, the benevolent or benign. That these last meant no honor thereby to the Lord of life, but the contrary is certain. This word, like silly, innocent, simple, having already contracted a slight tinge of contempt, without which there would have been no inducement to fasten it on the Saviour. The French have their bonhomie with the same undertone of contempt, the Greeks their Greek, iathia. Lady Shield tells us of the modern Persians, they have odd names for describing the moral qualities. Sedicat means sincerity, honesty, candor, but when a man is said to be possessed of sedicat, the meaning is that he is a credulous, contemptible simpleton. Footnote: Life and Manners in Persia, page 247. It is to the honor of the Latin tongue, and very characteristic of the best aspects of Roman life, that simplex and simplicitas never acquired this abusive signification. Again, how prone are we all to ascribe to chance or fortune those gifts and blessings which indeed come directly from God, to build altars to fortune rather than to Him who is the author of every good thing which we have gotten. And this faith of men, that their blessings, even their highest, come to them by a blind chance, they have incorporated in a word, for happy and happiness are connected with hap, which is chance. How unworthy, then, to express any true felicity, whose very essence is that it excludes hap or chance, that the world neither gave nor can take it away. Footnote: The heathen with their Greek, eudaimonia, inadequate as this word must be allowed to be, put us here to shame, against a similar misuse of fortunate, unfortunate. Wordsworth very nobly protests, when, of one who, having lost everything else, had yet kept the truth, he exclaims, "Call not the royal Swede unfortunate, who never did to fortune bend the knee." There are words which reveal a wrong or insufficient estimate that men take of their duties, or that at all events others have taken before them, for it is possible that the mischief may have been done long ago, and those who now use the words may only have inherited it from others, not helped to bring it about themselves. An employer of labor advertises that he wants so many hands, but this language never could have become current. A man could never have thus shrunk into a hand in the eyes of his fellow-man, unless this latter had in good part forgotten that, annexed to those hands which he would purchase to toil for him, were also heads and hearts. Footnote: A similar use of Greek, somata, for slaves in Greek rested originally on the same forgetfulness of the moral worth of every man. It has found its way into the Septuagint and Apocrypha, Gen 36. 6. 2 Master of Accountancy 8. 11 Tab. X. 10, and occurs once in the New Testament, Rev 18. 13, in Gen 36. 6. The Greek, somata, of the Septuagint is a rendering of the Hebrew nafshath, souls, so Luther translates seelen. A fact, by the way, of which, if he persists in forgetting it, he may be reminded in very unwelcome ways at the last. In Scripture there is another not unfrequent putting of apart for the whole, as when it is said, "The same day there were added unto them about 3,000 souls." Acts 2. 41. Hands here, souls there. The contrast may suggest some profitable reflections. There is another way in which the immorality of words mainly displays itself, and in which they work their worst mischief. That is, when honorable names are given to dishonorable things, when sin is made plausible, arrayed, it may be, in the very colors of goodness, or, if not so, yet in such as go far to conceal its own native deformity. The tongue, as St. James has said, is a world of iniquity. 3. 7. Or, as some would render his words, and they are then still more to our purpose, the ornament of iniquity, that which sets it out in fair and attractive colors. How much wholesomer on all accounts is it that there should be an ugly word for an ugly thing, one involving moral condemnation and disgust, even at the expense of a little coarseness, rather than one which plays fast and loose with the eternal principles of morality, makes sin plausible, and shifts the divinely reared landmarks of right and wrong, thus bringing the user of it under the woe of them that call evil good, and good evil, that put darkness for light, and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet, and sweet for bitter. Esai. V. 20. On this text, and with reference to this scheme, South has written 4 of his grandest sermons, bearing this striking title, Of the Fatal Imposture and Force of Words. Footnote: Sermons, 1737, Volume 2. Pages 313 to 351, Volume 6. Pages 3 to 120. Thus on those who pleaded that their honor was engaged, and that therefore they could not go back from this or that sinful act. Honor is indeed a noble thing, and therefore the word which signifies it must needs be very plausible. But as a rich and glistening garment may be cast over a rotten body, so an illustrious commanding word may be put upon a vile and an ugly thing, for words are but the garments, the loose garments of things, and so may easily be put off and on according to the humor of him who bestows them. But the body changes not, though the garments do. How awful, yea how fearful, is this imposture and force of theirs, leading men captive at will. There is an atmosphere about them which they are evermore diffusing, a savor of life or of death, which we insensibly inhale at each moral breath we draw. Footnote: Bacon's words have often been quoted, but they will bear being quoted once more. Credent enim homines rationem suam verbis imperare. Sed fit etiam ut verba vim suam super intellectum retorquient et reflectant. Winds of the soul, as we have already heard them called, they fill its sails, and are continually impelling it upon its course, to heaven or to hell. Thus how different the light in which we shall have learned to regard a sin, according as we have been wont to designate it, and to hear it designated, by a word which brings out its loathsomeness and deformity, or by one which palliates this and conceals. Men, as one said of old, being wont for the most part to be ashamed not of base deeds but of base names affixed to those deeds. In the murder trials at Dublin, 1883, those destined to the assassin's knife were spoken of by approvers as persons to be removed, and their death constantly described as their removal. In Sussex it is never said of a man that he is drunk. He may be tight, or primed, or crank, or concerned in liquor, nay, it may even be admitted that he had taken as much liquor as was good for him, but that he was drunk, oh never. Footnote: Prunsus and potus, in like manner, as every Latin scholar knows, mean much more than they say. Fair words for foul things are everywhere only too frequent. Thus in drug-damned Italy, when poisoning was the rifest, nobody was said to be poisoned, it was only that the death of this one or of that had been assisted, aiutata. Worse still are words which seek to turn the edge of the divine threatenings against some sin by a jest, as when in France a subtle poison, by whose aid impatient heirs delivered themselves from those who stood between them and the inheritance which they coveted, was called poudre de succession. We might suppose beforehand that such cloaks for sin would be only found among people in an advanced state of artificial cultivation. But it is not so. Captain Erskine, who visited the Fiji Islands before England had taken them into her keeping, and who gives some extraordinary details of the extent to which cannibalism then prevailed among their inhabitants, pork and human flesh being their 2 staple articles of food, relates in his deeply interesting record of his voyage that natural pig they called short pig, and man dressed and prepared for food, long pig. There was doubtless an attempt here to carry off with a jest the revolting character of the practice in which they indulged. For that they were themselves aware of this, that their consciences did bear witness against it, was attested by their uniform desire to conceal, if possible, all traces of the practice from European eyes. But worst, perhaps, of all are names which throw a flimsy veil of sentiment over some sin. What a source, for example, of mischief without end in our country parishes is the one practice of calling a child born out of wedlock a love child, instead of a bastard. It would be hard to estimate how much it has lowered the tone and standard of morality among us, or for how many young women it may have helped to make the downward way more sloping still. How vigorously ought we to oppose ourselves to all such immoralities of language! This opposition, it is true, will never be easy or pleasant, for many who will endure to commit a sin will profoundly resent having that sin called by its right name. Pirates, as Aristotle tells us, in his time called themselves purveyors. Footnote ret. 3. 2. Greek, Laestai autos poriotas colisi non. Buccaneers, men of the same bloody trade, were by their own account brethren of the coast. Shakespeare's thieves are only true to human nature, when they name themselves St. Nicholas Clerks, Metius, Nahooks, minions of the moon, anything in short but thieves, when they claim for their stealing that it shall not be so named, but only convey the wisest call. The same dislike to look an ugly fact in the face, reappearing among the voters in some of our corrupter boroughs, who receive, not bribes, they are hugely indignant if this is imputed to them, but head money for their votes. Shakespeare indeed has said that a rose by any other name would smell as sweet, but there are some things which are not roses, and which are counted to smell a great deal sweeter being called by any other name than their own. Thus, to deal again with bribes, call a bribe palm oil, or a pot de vin, and how much of its ugliness disappears. Far more moral words are the English sharper and blackleg than the French chevalier d'industrie. Footnote: for the rise of this phrase, see Lamonti, Louis XIV. Page 43. And the same holds good of the English equivalent, coarse as it is, for the Latin conciliatrix. In this last word we have a notable example of the putting of sweet for bitter, of the attempt to present a disgraceful occupation on an amiable, almost a sentimental side, rather than in its own proper deformity. Footnote: this tendency of men to throw the mantle of an honorable word over a dishonorable thing, or vice versa, to degrade an honorable thing, when they do not love it, by a dishonorable appellation, has in Greek a word to describe it, Greek, hypochorizesthai, itself a word with an interesting history. While the great ethical teachers of Greece frequently occupy themselves in detecting and denouncing this most mischievous among all the impostures of words. Thus, when Thucydides 3:82 would paint the fearful moral ruin which her great civil war had wrought, he adduces this alteration of the received value of words, this fitting of false names to everything, names of honor to the base, and of baseness to the honorable, as one of the most remarkable tokens of this, even as it again set forward the evil, of which it had been first the result. Use and custom soon dim our eyes in such matters as these, else we should be deeply struck by a familiar instance of this falsehood in names, one which perhaps has never struck us at all. I mean the profane appropriation of eau de vie, water of life, a name borrowed from some of the Saviour's most precious promises, John 4:14, Rev 22:17, to a drink which the untutored savage with a truer instinct has named fire water, which, sad to say, is known in Tahiti as British water, and which has proved for thousands and tens of thousands, in every clime, not water of life, but the fruitful source of disease, crime, and madness, bringing forth first these, and when these are finished, bringing forth death. There is a blasphemous irony in this appropriation of the language of heaven to that which, not indeed in its use, but too frequent abuse, is the instrument of hell, that is almost without a parallel. Footnote: Milton, in a profoundly instructive letter, addressed by him to one of the friends whom he made during his Italian tour, encourages him in those philological studies to which he had devoted his life by such words as these: Nec enim casermo, puris non corruptus, quae locendi proprietas quotidiana populo sit, parvi interis arbitrandum est, quae residential Athenas non semel solidi fut. Imo vero, quod Platonis sententia est, immutato vestia nemor habituc graves in republica motus. Mutation est portendi, equidem podius collabent invidiam acarorum locendi usu accesum aegis urbis remque humilum et obscurum subsequi creditorum. Verba enim partem insida et putida, partem Mendoza et purpuram prolata. Quid esse ignavos et occitantes et ad servo quid vis jam olim paratos incolarum animos haud levi indicio declarant? Contra nullum unquam audivimus imperium, nullum civitatem non mediocriter saltern floris, quamdia lingui sua gratia, sus cultus constidit. Compare an interesting epistle, the 114th of Seneca. If I wanted any further evidence of this, the moral atmosphere which words diffuse, I would ask you to observe how the first thing men do, when engaged in controversy with others, be it in the conflict of the tongue or the pen, or of weapons more wounding yet, if such there be, is ever to assume some honorable name to themselves, such as, if possible, shall beg the whole subject in dispute, and at the same time to affix on their adversaries a name which shall place them in a ridiculous or contemptible or odious light. Footnote: see page 33. A deep instinct, deeper perhaps than men give any account of to themselves, tells them how far this will go, that multitudes, utterly unable to weigh the arguments on one side or the other, will yet be receptive of the influences which these words are evermore, however imperceptibly, diffusing. By argument they might hope to gain over the reason of a few, but by help of these nicknames they enlist what at first are so much more potent, the prejudices and passions of the many, on their side. Thus, when at the breaking out of our civil war the parliamentary party styled themselves the godly, while to the royalists they gave the title of the malignants, it is certain that, wherever they could procure entrance and allowance for these terms, the question upon whose side the right lay was already decided. The royalists, it is true, made exactly the same employment of what Bentham used to call question-begging words, of words steeped quite as deeply in the passions which animated them. It was much when at Florence the bad boys, as they defiantly called themselves, were able to affix on the followers of Savonarola the title of Piagnoni, or the Snivellas. So, too, the Franciscans, when they nicknamed the Dominicans Maculists, as denying, or at all events refusing to affirm as a matter of faith, that the Blessed Virgin was conceived without stain, sin macula, perfectly knew that this title would do much to put their rivals in an odious light. The copperhead in America is a peculiarly venomous snake. Something effectual was done when this name was fastened, as it lately was, by one party in America on its political opponents. Not otherwise, in some of our northern towns, the workmen who refuse to join a trade union are styled knobsticks, crawlers, scabs, blacklegs. Nor can there be any question of the potent influence which these nicknames of contempt and scorn exert. Footnote: see interesting chapter on political nicknames in Disraeli's Curiosities of Literature. Seeing, then, that language contains so faithful a record of the good and of the evil which in time past have been working in the minds and hearts of men, we shall not err, if we regard it as a moral barometer indicating and permanently marking the rise or fall of a nation's life. To study a people's language will be to study them, and to study them at best advantage, there, where they present themselves to us under fewest disguises, most nearly as they are. Too many have had a hand in the language as it now is, and in bringing it to the shape in which we find it, it is too entirely the collective work of a whole people, the result of the united contributions of all. It obeys two immutable laws, to allow any successful tampering with it, any making of it to witness to any other than the actual facts of the case. Footnote: Terrien Ponsel, du Langage, page 231, les longues sont faites à l'usage de peuples que les parlent. Elles sont animées chacun d'un esprit différent, et suivant un mode particulier d'action, conforme à leur principe. L'esprit d'une nation et le caractère de sa langue, à écrire, de Humboldt, sont si intimement liés ensemble, que si l'un était dans, l'autre devrait pouvoir s'en déduire exactement. La langue n'est autre chose que la manifestation extérieure de l'esprit des peuples. Leur langue est leur esprit, et leur esprit est leur langue, de telle sorte qu'un développement et perfectionnant l'un. ILS development et perfectionant nécessairement l'autre. And a recent German writer has well said, Die Sprache, das Selbstquetkleid der Vorstellung, in welchem jeder Faden wieder ein Vorstellung ist, kann uns, richtig betrachtet, offenbaren, welch Vorstellungen die Grundfaden bildeten, Gerber, Die Sprache als Kunst, dat, thus the frivolity of an age or nation, its mockery of itself, its inability to comprehend the true dignity and meaning of life, the feebleness of its moral indignation against evil, all this will find an utterance in the employment of solemn and earnest words in senses comparatively trivial, or even ridiculous. Gehenna, that word of such terrible significance on the lips of our Lord, has in French issued in Jean, and in this shape expresses no more than a slight and petty annoyance. Ennui meant once something very different from what now it means. Footnote: Ennui is derived from the late Latin phrase in odio esse. Litra gives as its original signification, anguish of soul, caused by the death of persons beloved, by their absence, by the shipwreck of hopes, by any misfortunes whatever. Honetit, which should mean that virtue of all virtues, honesty, and which did mean at once, standing as it does now for external civility and for nothing more, marks a willingness to accept the slighter observances and pleasant courtesies of society in the room of deeper moral qualities. Verite is at this day so worn out, has been used so often where another and very different word would have been more appropriate, that not seldom a Frenchman at this present who would fain convince us of the truth of his communication finds it convenient to assure us that it is la vraie vérité. Neither is it well that words, which ought to have been reserved for the highest mysteries of the spiritual life, should be squandered on slight and secular objects. Spirituel itself is an example in point, or that words implying once the deepest moral guilt, as is the case with perfide, malice, malin, in French, should be employed now almost in honor, applied in jest and in play. Often a people's use of some single word will afford us a deeper insight into their real condition, their habits of thought and feeling, than whole volumes written expressly with the intention of imparting this insight. Thus, idiot, a Greek word, is abundantly characteristic of Greek life. The idiot, or Greek, idiotas, was originally the private man, as contradistinguished from one clothed with office, and taking his share in the management of public affairs. In this its primary sense it was often used in the English of the 17th century, as when Jeremy Taylor says, humility is a duty in great ones, as well as in idiots. It came then to signify a rude, ignorant, unskilled, intellectually unexercised person, a boor, this derived or secondary sense bearing witness to a conviction woven deep into the Greek mind that contact with public life, and more or less of participation in it, was indispensable even to the right development of the intellect. Footnote: Hare, Mission of the Comforter, page 552. A conviction which would scarcely have uttered itself with greater clearness than it does in the secondary use of idiot. Our tertiary, in which the idiot is one deficient in intellect, not merely with intellectual powers unexercised, is only this secondary pushed a little farther. Once more, how wonderfully characteristic of the Greek mind it is that the language should have one and the same word, Greek, kalos, to express the beautiful and the good, goodness being thus contemplated as the highest beauty, while over against this stands another word, Greek, iskros, used alike for the ugly to look at and for the morally bad. Again, the innermost differences between the Greek and the Hebrew reveal themselves in the several salutations of each, in the rejoice of the first, as contrasted with the peace of the second. The clear, cheerful, world-enjoying temper of the Greek embodies itself in the first. He could desire nothing better or higher for himself, nor wish it for his friend, than to have joy in his life. But the Hebrew had a deeper longing within him, and one which finds utterance in his peace. It is not hard to perceive why this latter people should have been chosen as the first bearers of that truth which indeed enables truly to rejoice, but only through first bringing peace, nor why from them the word of life should first go forth. It may be urged, indeed, that these were only forms, and such they may have at length become, as in our goodbye or adieu we can hardly be said now to commit our friend to the divine protection, yet still they were not forms at the beginning, nor would they have held their ground, if ever they had become such altogether. How much, again, will be sometimes involved in the gradual disuse of one name, and the coming up of another in its room. Thus, little as the fact, and the moral significance of the fact, may have been noticed at the time, what an epoch was it in the history of the papacy, and with what distinctness marking a more thorough secularizing of its whole tone and spirit, when Ecclesia Romana, the official title by which it was wont at an earlier day to designate itself, gave place to the later title, Curia Romana, the Roman Church making room for the Roman Court. Footnote: See on this matter The Pope and the Council, by Janus, page 215. The modifications of meaning which a word has undergone as it had been transplanted from one soil to another, so that one nation borrowing it from another, has brought into it some force foreign to it before, has deepened, or extenuated, or otherwise modified its meaning, this may reveal to us, as perhaps nothing else would, fundamental diversities of character existing between them. The word in Greek exactly corresponding to our self-sufficient is one of honor, and was applied to men in their praise. And indeed it was the glory of the heathen philosophy to teach man to find his resources in his own bosom, to be thus sufficient for himself, and seeing that a true center without him and above him, a center in God, had not been revealed to him, it was no shame for him to seek it there. Far better this than to have no center at all. But the gospel has taught us another lesson, to find our sufficiency in God, and thus self-sufficient, to the Greek suggesting no lack of modesty, of humility, or of any good thing, at once suggests such to us. Self-sufficiency no man desires now to be attributed to him. The word carries for us its own condemnation, and its different uses, for honor once, for reproach now, do in fact ground themselves on the innermost differences between the religious condition of the world before Christ and after. It was not well with Italy. She might fill the world with exquisite specimens of her skill in the arts, with pictures and statues of rarest loveliness, but all higher national life was wanting to her during those centuries in which she degraded virtuoso, or the virtuous man, to signify one skilled in the appreciation of painting, music, and sculpture. For these, the ornamental fringe of a people's life, can never, without loss of all manliness of character, be its main texture and woof, not to say that excellence in them has been too often dissociated from all true virtue and moral worth. The opposite exaggeration of the Romans, for whom virtus meant predominantly warlike courage, the truest manliness of men, was more tolerable than this, for there is a sense in which a man's valor is his value, is the measure of his worth, seeing that no virtue can exist among men who have not learned, in Milton's glorious phrase, to hate the cowardice of doing wrong. Footnote: It did not escape Plutarch, imperfect Latin scholar as he was, that virtus far more nearly corresponded to Greek Andrea than to Greek errate choriol. It could not but be morally ill with a people among whom morbidezza was used as an epithet of praise, expressive of a beauty which on the score of its sickly softness demanded to be admired. There was too sure a witness here for the decay of moral strength and health, when these could not merely be dissevered from beauty, but implicitly put in opposition to it. Nor less must it have fared ill with Italians. There was little joy and little pride which they could have felt in their country, at a time when Pellegrino, meaning properly the strange or the foreign, came to be of itself a word of praise, and equivalent to beautiful. Footnote: Compare Florio's Idyll Diet. Pellegrino, excellent, noble, rare, pregnant, singular in choice. Far better the pride and assumption of that ancient people who called all things and persons beyond their own pale barbarous and barbarians, far better our own outlandish, used with something of the same contempt. There may be a certain intolerance in our use of these, yet this how much healthier than so far to have fallen out of conceit with one's own country, so far to affect things foreign, that these last, merely on the strength of being foreign, commend themselves as beautiful in our sight. How little, again, the Italians, until quite later years, can have lived in the spirit of their ancient worthies, or reverenced the most illustrious among these, we may argue from the fact that they should have endured so far to degrade the name of one among their noblest, that every glib and loquacious hireling who shows strangers about their picture galleries, palaces, and ruins, is called Cicerone, or a Cicero. It is unfortunate that terms like these, having once sprung up, are not again, or are not easily again, got rid of. They remain, testifying to an ignoble past, and in some sort helping to maintain it, long after the temper and tone of mind that produced them has passed away. Footnote: See on this matter Marsh, On the English Language, New York, 1860, page 224. Happily it is nearly impossible for us in England to understand the mingled scorn, hatred, fear, suspicion, contempt, which in time past were associated with the word spari in Italian. Footnote: Compare v. Hugo's allusion to Louis Napoleon in the Châtiments. Que pour la maître en croix livre, spire cruel. Rome républicaine à Rome catholique. These spari were the humble, but with all this the acknowledged, ministers of justice, while yet everything which is mean and false and oppressive, which can make the name of justice hateful, was implied in this title of theirs, was associated with their name. There is no surer sign of a bad oppressive rule, than when the titles of the administrators of law, titles which should be in themselves so honorable, thus acquire a hateful undermeaning. What a world of concussions, chicane and fraud, must have found place, before tax-gatherer, or excise-man, publican, as in our English Bible, could become a word steeped in hatred and scorn, as alike for Greek and Jew it was, while, on the other hand, however unwelcome the visits of the one or the interference of the other may be to us, yet the sense of the entire fairness and justice with which their exactions are made acquits these names for us of the slightest sense of dishonor. Policeman has no evil subordination with us, though in the last century, when a Jonathan Wild was possible, catchpole, a word in Wycliffe's time of no dishonour at all, was abundantly tinged with this scorn and contempt. So too, if at this day any accidental profits fall or escheat to the crown, they are levied with so much fairness and more than fairness to the subject, that, were not the thing already accomplished, escheat would never yield cheat, nor escheat a cheater, as through the extortions and injustices for which these dues were formerly a pretext, they actually have done. It is worse, as marking that a still holier sanctuary than that of civil government has become profane in men's sight, when words which express sacred functions and offices become redolent of scorn. How thankful we may be that in England we have no equivalent to the German pfaff, which, identical with Papa and Pope, and a name given at first to any priest, now carries with it the insinuation of almost every unworthiness in the forms of meanness, servility, and avarice which can render the priest's office and person base and contemptible. Much may be learned by noting the words which nations have been obliged to borrow from other nations, as not having the same of home growth, this in most cases, if not in all, testifying that the thing itself was not native, but an exotic, transplanted, like the word that indicated it, from a foreign soil. Thus it is singularly characteristic of the social and political life of England, as distinguished from that of the other European nations, that to it alone the word club belongs. France and Germany, having been alike unable to grow a word of their own, have borrowed ours. That England should have been the birthplace of club is nothing wonderful, for these voluntary associations of men for the furthering of such social or political ends as are near to the hearts of the associates could have only had their rise under such favorable circumstances as ours. In no country where there was not extreme personal freedom could they have sprung up, and as little in any where men did not know how to use this freedom with moderation and self-restraint, could they long have been endured. It was comparatively easy to adopt the word, but the ill success of the club itself everywhere save here where it is native, has shown that it was not so easy to transplant or, having transplanted, to acclimatize the thing. While we have lent this and other words, political and industrial for the most part, to the French and Germans, it would not be less instructive, if time allowed, to trace our corresponding obligations to them. And scarcely less significant and instructive than the presence of a word in a language, will be occasionally its absence. Thus Fronto, a Greek orator in Roman times, finds evidence of an absence of strong family affection on the part of the Romans in the absence of any word in the Latin language corresponding to the Greek, Philistorgos. How curious, from the same point of view, are the conclusions which Cicero in his high Roman fashion draws from the absence of any word in the Greek answering to the Latin ineptus. Not from this concluding, as we might have anticipated, that the character designated by the word was wanting, but rather that the fault was so common, so universal with the Greeks, that they failed to recognize it as a fault at all. Footnote de orat. 2. For quem enim nos ineptum vacamus, is mihi videtur ab hoc nomen habere ductum, quod non sit aptus. Idcen sermonis nos stric consuetudem prole padit. Namca aut tempus quid postulat, non vidit, aut plura loquitur, aut esse ostentat, aut erum quibuscum s vel dignitatis vel commodi rationem non habet, aut denic in aliquo genere aut inconsinus aut multus est, is ineptus esse dicitur. Hoc vicio cumulata est eruditissima illa Graecorum natio. Itac quod vim hujus mali Greci non vident, any nomen cadem ei vicio imposurent. Ut enim quas rasomnia, quomodo Greci ineptum appellent, non invenis. Very instructive you may find it to note these words, which one people possess, but to which others have nothing to correspond, so that they have no choice but to borrow these, or else to go without altogether. Here are some French words for which it would not be easy, nay, in most cases it would be impossible, to find exact equivalents in English or in German, or probably in any language: aplomb, badinage, born, chic, chicane, casu, coterie, egarement, elan, espieglerie, etuderie, friponnerie, jaunty, ingenue, liaison, malice, parvenu, persiflage, prevenant, ruse, tournure, tracasserie, verve. It is evident that the words just named have to do with shades of thought which are to a great extent unfamiliar to us, for which, at any rate, we have not found a name, have hardly felt that they needed one. But fine and subtle as in many instances are the thoughts which these words embody, there are deeper thoughts struggling in the bosom of a people, who have devised for themselves such words as the following: Gemuth, Heimweh, Innigkeit, Sehnsucht, Tiefsinn, Sittsamkeit, Verhängnis, Weltschmerz, Zucht, all these being German words which, in a similar manner, partially or wholly fail to find their equivalents in French. The petty spite which unhappily so often reigns between nations dwelling side by side with one another, as it embodies itself in many shapes, so it finds vent in the words which they borrow from one another, and the use to which they put them. Thus the French, borrowing hablar from the Spaniards, with whom it means simply to speak, give it in habla the sense of to brag, the Spaniards paying them off in exactly their own coin, for of parlor, which in like manner is but to speak in French, they make parlor, which means to prate, to chat. Footnote: see Darmestaedter, The Life of Words, and edition page 100. But it is time to bring this lecture to an end. These illustrations, to which it would be easy to add more, justify all that has been asserted of a moral element existing in words, so that they do not hold themselves neutral in that great conflict between good and evil, light and darkness, which is dividing the world, that they are not satisfied to be passionless vehicles, now of the truth, and now of lies. We see, on the contrary, that they continually take their side, are some of them children of light, others children of this world, or even of darkness. They beat with the pulses of our life, they stir with our passions, we clothe them with light, we steep them in scorn, they receive from us the impressions of our good and of our evil, which again they are most active still further to propagate and diffuse. Footnote: 2 or 3 examples of what we have been affirming, drawn from the Latin, may fitly here find place. Thus Cicero, Tusk. 3:7 laments of confidence that it should have acquired an evil signification, and come to mean bold, overconfident in oneself, unduly pushing, compare Virgil, George. 4:44, a meaning which little by little had been superinduced on the word, but etymologically was not inherent in it at all. In the same way Latro, having left 2 earlier meanings behind, one of these current so late as in Virgil, Ain. 12:7, settles down at last in the meaning of robber. Not otherwise Facinus begins with being simply a fact or act, something done, but ends with being some act of outrageous wickedness. Pernubis starts with meaning a bridesmaid, it ignobly ends with suggesting a procuress. Must we not own then that there is a wondrous and mysterious world, of which we may hitherto have taken too little account, around us and about us? Is there not something very solemn and very awful in wielding such an instrument as this of language is, with such power to wound or to heal, to kill or to make alive? And may not a deeper meaning than hitherto we have attached to it lie in that saying, by thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned? Lecture 4. On the History in Words. Language, being ever in flux and flow, and for nations to which letters are still strange, existing only for the ear and as a sound, we might beforehand expect would prove the least trustworthy of all vehicles whereby the knowledge of the past has reached our present, that one which would most certainly betray its charge. In actual fact it has not proved so at all. It is the main, oftentimes the only, connecting link between the two, an arc riding above the waterfloods that have swept away or submerged every other landmark and memorial of bygone ages and vanished generations of men. Far beyond all written records in a language, the language itself stretches back, and offers itself for our investigation, the pedigree of nations, as Johnson calls it. Footnote: this statement of his must be taken with a certain amount of qualification. It is not always that races are true to the end to their language. External forces are sometimes too strong. Thus Celtic disappeared before Latin in Gaul and Spain. Slavonic became extinct in Prussia 2 centuries ago, German taking its room. The Negroes of Haiti speak French, and various American tribes have exchanged their own idioms for Spanish and Portuguese. See upon this matter Say's Principles of Comparative Philology, pages 175 to 181. Itself in its own independent existence a far older, and at the same time a far more instructive document, than any book, inscription, or other writing which employs it. The written records may have been falsified by carelessness, by vanity, by fraud, by a multitude of causes. But language never deceives, if only we know how to question it aright. Such investigations as these, it is true, lie plainly out of your sphere. Not so, however, those humbler yet not less interesting inquiries, which by the aid of any tolerable dictionary you may carry on into the past history of your own land, as attested by the present language of its people. You know how the geologist is able from the different strata and deposits, primary, secondary, or tertiary, succeeding one another, which he meets, to arrive at a knowledge of the successive physical changes through which a region has passed, is, so to say, in a condition to preside at those past changes, to measure the forces that were at work to produce them, and almost to indicate their date. Now, with such a language as the English before us, bearing as it does the marks and footprints of great revolutions profoundly impressed upon it, we may carry on moral and historical researches precisely analogous to his. Here too are strata and deposits, not of gravel and chalk, sandstone and limestone, but of Celtic, Latin, Low German, Danish, Norman words, and then once more Latin and French, with slighter intrusions from many other quarters, and any one with skill to analyze the language might, up to a certain point, recreate for himself the history of the people speaking that language, might with tolerable accuracy appreciate the diverse elements out of which that people was made up, in what proportion these were mingled, and in what succession they followed, one upon the other. Would he trace, for example, the relation in which the English and Norman occupants of this land stood to one another? An account of this, in the main as accurate as it would be certainly instructive, might be drawn from an intelligent study of the contributions which they have severally made to the English language, as bequeathed to us jointly by them both. Supposing all other records to have perished, we might still work out and almost reconstruct the history by these aids, even as now, when so many documents, so many institutions survive, this must still be accounted the most important, and that of which the study will introduce us, as no other can, into the innermost heart and life of large periods of our history. Nor, indeed, is it hard to see why the language must contain such instruction as this, when we a little realize to ourselves the stages by which it has reached us in its present shape. There was a time when the languages which the English and the Normans severally spoke existed each by the side of, but unmingled with, the other, one, that of the small dominant class, the other that of the great body of the people. By degrees, however, with the reconciliation and partial fusion of the two races, the two languages effected a transaction. One indeed prevailed over the other, but at the same time received a multitude of the words of that other into its own bosom. At once there would exist duplicates for many things. But as in popular speech two words will not long exist side by side to designate the same thing, it became a question how the relative claims of the English and Norman words should adjust themselves, which should remain, which should be dropped, or, if not dropped, should be transferred to some other object, or express some other relation. It is not of course meant that this was ever formally proposed, or as something to be settled by agreement, but practically one was to be taken and one left. Which was it that should maintain its ground? Evidently, where a word was often on the lips of one race, its equivalent seldom on those of the other, where it intimately cohered with the whole manner of life of one, was only remotely in contact with that of the other, where it laid strong hold on one, and only slight on the other, the issue could not be doubtful. In several cases the matter was simpler still. It was not that one word expelled the other, or that rival claims had to be adjusted, but that there never had existed more than one word, the thing which that word noted having been quite strange to the other section of the nation. Here is the explanation of the assertion made just now, namely, that we might almost reconstruct our history, so far as it turns upon the Norman conquest, by an analysis of our present language, a mustering of its words and groups, and a close observation of the nature and character of those which the two races have severally contributed to it. Thus we should confidently conclude that the Norman was the ruling race, from the noticeable fact that all the words of dignity, state, honor, and preeminence, with one remarkable exception, to be adduced presently, descend to us from them: sovereign, scepter, throne, realm, royalty, homage, prince, duke, count. Earl indeed is Scandinavian, though he must borrow his countess from the Norman, chancellor, treasurer, palace, castle, dome, and a multitude more. At the same time, the one remarkable exception of king would make us, even did we know nothing of the actual facts, suspect that the chieftain of this ruling race came in not upon a new title, not as overthrowing a former dynasty, but claiming to be in the rightful line of its succession, that the true continuity of the nation had not, in fact any more than in word, been entirely broken, but survived, in due time to assert itself anew. And yet, while the statelier superstructure of the language, almost all articles of luxury, all having to do with the chase, with chivalry, with personal adornment, are Norman throughout, with the broad basis of the language, and therefore of the life, it is otherwise. The great features of nature, sun, moon, and stars, earth, water, and fire, the divisions of time, 3 out of the 4 seasons, spring, summer, and winter, the features of natural scenery, the words used in earliest childhood, the simpler emotions of the mind, all the prime social relations, father, mother, husband, wife, son, daughter, brother, sister, these are of native growth and unborrowed. Palace and castle may have reached us from the Norman, but to the Saxon we owe far dearer names: the house, the roof, the home, the hearth. His board, too, and often probably it was no more, has a more hospitable sound than the table of his lord. His sturdy arms turn the soil. He is the burr, the hind, the churl, or if his Norman master has a name for him, it is one which on his lips becomes more and more a title of opprobrium and contempt: the villain. The instruments used in cultivating the earth, the plough, the share, the rake, the scythe, the harrow, the wain, the sickle, the spade, the sheaf, the barn, are expressed in his language, so too the main products of the earth, as wheat, rye, oats, bear, grass, flax, hay, straw, weeds, and no less the names of domestic animals. You will remember, no doubt, how in the matter of these wamba, the Saxon jester in Ivanhoe plays the philologer, footnote, Wallace, in his grammar, page 20, had done so before, having noted that the names of almost all animals, so long as they are alive, are Saxon, but when dressed and prepared for food become Norman, a fact, he would intimate, not very wonderful. For the Saxon hind had the charge and labor of tending and feeding them, but only that they might appear on the table of his Norman lord. Thus ox, steer, cow, are Saxon, but beef Norman; calf is Saxon, but veal Norman; sheep is Saxon, but mutton Norman; so it is severally with swine and pork, deer and venison, fowl and pullet. Bacon, the only flesh which perhaps ever came within the hind's reach, is the single exception. Putting all this together, with much more of the same kind, which has only been indicated here, we should certainly gather that while there are manifest tokens preserved in our language of the Saxon having been for a season an inferior and even an oppressed race, the stable elements of English life, however overlaid for a while, had still made good their claim to be the solid groundwork of the after nation as of the after language. And to the justice of this conclusion, all other historic records and the present social condition of England consent in bearing witness. Then again, who could doubt, even if the fact were not historically attested, that the Arabs were the arithmeticians, the astronomers, the chemists, the merchants of the Middle Ages, when he had once noted that from them we have gotten these words and so many others like them: alchemy, alcohol, alembic, algebra, alkali, almanac, azimuth, cipher, elixir, magazine, nadir, tariff, zenith, zero? For if 1 or 2 of these were originally Greek, they reached us through the Arabic, and with tokens of their transit cleaving to them. In like manner, even though history were silent on the matter, we might conclude, and we know that we should rightly conclude, that the origins of the monastic system are to be sought in the Greek and not in the Latin branch of the Church, seeing that with hardly an exception the words expressing the constituent elements of the system, as anchorite, archimandrite, ascetic, cenobite, hermit, monastery, monk, are Greek and not Latin. But the study of words will throw rays of light upon a past infinitely more remote than any which I have suggested here, will reveal to us secrets of the past, which else must have been lost to us forever. Thus it must be a question of profound interest for as many as count the study of man to be far above every other study, to ascertain what point of culture that Indo-European race of which we come, the stirps generosa et historica of the world, as Coleridge has called it, had attained, while it was dwelling still as one family in its common home. No voices of history, the very faintest voices of tradition, reach us from ages so far removed from our own. But in the silence of all other voices there is one voice which makes itself heard, and which can tell us much. Where Indian, and Greek, and Latin, and Teutonic designate some object by the same word, and where it can be clearly shown that they did not, at a later day, borrow that word one from the other, the object, we may confidently conclude, must have been familiar to the Indo-European race, while yet these several groups of it dwelt as one undivided family together. Now they have such common words for the chief domestic animals, for ox, for sheep, for horse, for dog, for goose, and for many more. From this we have a right to gather that before the migrations began, they had overlived and outgrown the fishing and hunting stages of existence, and entered on the pastoral. They have not all the same words for the main products of the earth, as for corn, wheat, barley, wine. It is tolerably evident therefore that they had not entered on the agricultural stage. So too from the absence of names in common for the principal metals, we have a right to argue that they had not arrived at a knowledge of the working of these. On the other hand, identical names for dress, for house, for door, for garden, for numbers as far as 100, for the primary relations of the family, as father, mother, brother, sister, son, daughter, for the Godhead, testify that the common stock, intellectual and moral, was not small which they severally took with them when they went their way, each to set up for itself and work out its own destinies in its own appointed region of the earth. Footnote: See Brugman, Grunders der Vergleichen in Grammatik der Indo-Germanischen Sprachen, 1886, Section 2. This common stock may, indeed, have been much larger than these investigations declare, for a word, once common to all these languages, may have survived only in one, or possibly may have perished in all. Larger it may very well, but poorer it cannot have been. Footnote: Ozanam, Les Germains avant le Christianisme, page 155. Dans le vocabulaire d'une langue en état le spectacle d'une civilisation. En y voit-si tu un peuple sait de choses invisibles, si les notions de Dieu, de l'âme, du devoir, sont assez pures chez lui pour n'y souffrir que de termes exacts. On mesure la puissance de ces institutions par le nombre et la propriété de termes cruels violents pour leur service. La liturgie ces paroles sacramentelles, la procédure ces formules. Enfin, si peuple étudie la nature, il ne faut voir à quel point il en a pénétré les secrets, par quelle variété d'expressions, par quels sons flatteurs ou énergiques, il ne cherche à décrire les divers aspects du ciel et de la terre, à faire, pour ainsi dire, l'inventaire de richesses temporelles dont il dispose. This is one way in which words, by their presence or their absence, may teach us history which else we now can never know. I pass to other ways. There are vast harvests of historic lore garnered often in single words, important facts which they at once proclaim and preserve, these too such as sometimes have survived nowhere else but in them. How much history lies in the word church! I see no sufficient reason to dissent from those who derive it from the Greek, kyriake, that which pertains to the Lord, or the house which is the Lord's. It is true that a difficulty meets us at the threshold here. How explain the presence of a Greek word in the vocabulary of our Teutonic forefathers? For that we do not derive it immediately from the Greek is certain. What contact, direct or indirect, between the languages will account for this? The explanation is curious. While Angles, Saxons, and other tribes of the Teutonic stock were almost universally converted through contact with the Latin Church in the western provinces of the Roman Empire, or by its missionaries, some Goths on the lower Danube had been brought at an earlier date to the knowledge of Christ by Greek missionaries from Constantinople, and this, Greek, kyriake, or church, did, with certain other words, pass over from the Greek to the Gothic tongue. These Goths, the first converted and the first therefore with a Christian vocabulary, lending the word in their turn to the other German tribes, to our Anglo-Saxon forefathers among the rest, and by this circuit it has come round from Constantinople to us. Footnote: The passage most illustrative of the parentage of the word is from Walafrid Strabo, about AD 840 ab ipsis autumn Grecis kyrcha Kyrios, et alia multa accepimus. Sicit domus de basilica, ie regia a rege, sic idiom Kyrica, ie dominica a domino, nuncupator. Si autem quaeritur, qua occasion ad nos vestigia haec grecitatis advenerant, dicendum praecipiu agahis, caeti geti, cum eo tempori, quo ad fidem Christi producti sunt, in Graecorum provinciis commerens, nostrum, Aetheatiscum sermonem habuerent. Cf. Rudolf von Romer, Einwirkung des Christentums auf die Althochdeutsch Sprache, page 288, Niedner, Kirch. Geschichte, page 2. It may, however, be as well to remark that no trace of the Greek, Kyriake, occurs in the literary remains of the Gothic language which have come down to us. The Gothic Christians borrowed Greek, ecclesia, as the Latin and Celtic Christians did. Or again, interrogate pagan and paganism, and you will find important history in them. You are aware that Pagani, derived from pagus, a village, had at first no religious significance, but designated the dwellers in hamlets and villages as distinguished from the inhabitants of towns and cities. It was, indeed, often applied to all civilians as contradistinguished from the military caste, and this fact may have had a certain influence, when the idea of the faithful as soldiers of Christ was strongly realized in the minds of men. But it was mainly in the following way that it grew to be a name for those alien from the faith of Christ. The Church fixed itself first in the seats and centers of intelligence, in the towns and cities of the Roman Empire. In them its earliest triumphs were won, while, long after these had accepted the truth, heathen superstitions and idolatries lingered on in the obscure hamlets and villages, so that pagans or villagers came to be applied to all the remaining votaries of the old and decayed superstitions, although not all, but only most of them, were such. In an edict of the Emperor Valentinian, of date AD 368, pagan first assumes this secondary meaning. Heathen has run a course curiously similar. When the Christian faith first found its way into Germany, it was the wild dwellers on the heaths who were the slowest to accept it, the last probably whom it reached. One hardly expects an etymology in Piers Plowman, but this is there. Hethian is to mean after hate, and until the earth. B. 15, 451, Skeats edition, Clarendon Press. Here, then, are two instructive notices. 1. The historic fact that the Church of Christ planted itself first in the haunts of learning and intelligence. Another, morally more significant, that it did not shun discussion, feared not to encounter the wit and wisdom of this world, or to expose its claims to the searching examination of educated men, but, on the contrary, had its claims first recognized by them, and in the great cities of the world won first a complete triumph over all opposing powers. Footnote: there is a good note on pagan in Gibbon's Decline and Fall, c. 21, at the end, and in Grimm's Deutsche Mythel, page 1198, and the history of the changes in the word's use is well traced in another interest by Mill, Logic, Volume 2, page 271. I quoted in my first lecture the saying of one who, magnifying the advantage to be derived from such studies as ours, did not fear to affirm that oftentimes more might be learned from the history of a word than from the history of a campaign. Thus follows some Latin word. Imperator, for example, as Dean Merivalli has followed it in his History of the Romans, footnote, Volume 3, pages 441 to 452, and you will own as much. But there is no need to look abroad. Words of our own out of number, such as barbarous, benefice, clerk, common sense, romance, sacrament, sophist, footnote, for a history of sophists see Sir Alexander Grant's Ethics of Aristotle, 2nd edition Volume 1, page 106 SQQ, would prove the truth of the assertion. Let us take sacrament. Its history, while it carries us far, would yet carry us by ways full of instruction, and these not the less instructive, while we restrict our inquiries to the external history of the word. We find ourselves first among the forms of Roman law. The sacramentum appears there as the deposit or pledge, which in certain suits plaintiff and defendant were alike bound to make, and whereby they engaged themselves to one another, the loser of the suit forfeiting his pledge to sacred temple uses, from which fact the name sacramentum, or thing consecrated, was first derived. The word, as next employed, plants us amidst the military affairs of Rome, designating the military oath by which the Roman soldiers mutually engaged themselves at the first enlisting never to desert their standards, or turn their backs upon the enemy, or abandon their general, this employment teaching us the sacredness which the Romans attached to their military engagements, and going far to account for their victories. The word was then transferred from this military oath to any solemn oath whatsoever. These 3 stages sacramentum had already passed through, before the Church claimed it for her own, or indeed herself existed at all. Her early writers, out of a sense of the sacredness and solemnity of the oath, transferred this name to almost any act of special solemnity or sanctity, above all to such mysteries as intended more than met eye or ear. For them the Incarnation was a sacrament, the lifting up of the brazen serpent was a sacrament, the giving of the manna, and many things more. It is well to be acquainted with this phase of the word's history, depriving as it does of all convincing power those passages quoted by Roman Catholic controversialists from early church writers in proof of their 7 sacraments. It is quite true that these may have called marriage a sacrament and confirmation a sacrament, and we may reach the Romans 7 without difficulty. But then they called many things more, which even the theologians of Rome do not include in the sacraments properly so called, by the same name, and this evidence, proving too much, in fact proves nothing at all. One other stage in the word's history remains, its limitation, namely, to the 2 sacraments, properly so called, of the Christian Church. A reminiscence of the employment of sacrament, an employment which still survived, to signify the plighted troth of the Roman soldier to his captain and commander, was that which had most to do with the transfer of the word to baptism, wherein we, with more than one allusion to this oath of theirs, pledge ourselves to fight manfully under Christ's banner, and to continue his faithful soldiers and servants to our life's end. While the mysterious character of the Holy Eucharist was mainly that which earned for it this name. We have already found history embedded in the word Frank, but I must bring forward the Franks again, to account for the fact with which we are all familiar, that in the East not Frenchmen alone, but all Europeans are so called. Why, it may be asked, should this be? This wide use of Frank dates from the Crusades. Michaud, the chief French historian of these, finding evidence here that his countrymen took a decided lead, as their gallantry well fitted them to do, in these romantic enterprises of the Middle Ages, impressed themselves so strongly on the imagination of the East as the crusading nation of Europe, that their name was extended to all the warriors of Christendom. He is not here snatching for them more than the honor which is justly theirs. A very large proportion of the noblest crusaders, from Godfrey of Bouillon to St. Louis, as of others who did most to bring these enterprises about, as Pope Urban II, as St. Bernard, were French, and thus gave, in a way sufficiently easy to explain, an appellation to all. Footnote: see Fuller, Holy War B. I. c. 13. To the Crusades also, and to the intense hatred which they roused throughout Christendom against the Mohammedan infidels, we owe miscreant, as designating one to whom the vilest principles and practices are ascribed. A miscreant, at the first, meant simply a misbeliever. The name would have been applied as freely, and with as little sense of injustice, to the royal-hearted Saladin as to the vilest wretch that fought in his armies. By degrees, however, those who employed it tinged it more and more with their feeling and passion, more and more lost sight of its primary use, until they used it of any whom they regarded with feelings of abhorrence, such as those which they entertained for an infidel, just as Samaritan was employed by the Jews simply as a term of reproach, and with no thought whether he on whom it was fastened was in fact one of that detested race or not, where indeed they were quite sure that he was not. John 8:48. Assassin also, an Arabic word whose story you will find no difficulty in obtaining. You may read it in Gibbon, footnote, Decline and Fall, c. 64. Connects itself with a romantic chapter in the history of the Crusades. Various explanations of cardinal have been proposed, which should account for the appropriation of this name to the parochial clergy of the city of Rome with the subordinate bishops of that diocese. This appropriation is an outgrowth, and a standing testimony, of the measureless assumptions of the Roman See. One of the favorite comparisons by which that see was wont to set out its relation of superiority to all other churches of Christendom was this: it was the hinge, or cardo, on which all the rest of the church, as the door, at once depended and turned. It followed presently upon this that the clergy of Rome were cardinalis, as nearest to, and most closely connected with, him who was thus the hinge, or cardo, of all. Footnote: thus a letter professing to be of Pope Anacletus I in the 1st century, but really belonging to the 9th, Apostolica sed cardo et caput omnium ecclesiarum adamino est constituta, et sicut cardine ostium regitor, sic huges s. Sedis auctoritate omnes ecclesiae regunter. And we have Cardinal put in relation with this cardo in a genuine letter of Pope Leo IX. Clerici summe sedis cardinalis dicunter, cardini utique illi quos cetera moventur, vicinius adherentes. Legend is a word with an instructive history. We all have some notion of what at this day a legend means. It is a tale which is not true, which, however historic in form, is not historic in fact, claims no serious belief for itself. It was quite otherwise once. By this name of legends the annual commemorations of the faith and patience of God's saints in persecution and death were originally called, these legends in this title which they bore proclaiming that they were worthy to be read, and from this worthiness deriving their name. At a later day, as corruption spread through the church, these legends grew, in Hooker's words, to be nothing else but heaps of frivolous and scandalous vanities, having been even with disdain thrown out, the very nests which bred them abhorring them. How steeped in falsehood, and to what an extent, according to Luther's indignant turn of the word, the legends, legend, must have become lyings, legenda, we can best guess. When we measure the moral forces which must have been at work, before that which was accepted at the first as worthy to be read, should have been felt by this very name to announce itself as most unworthy, as belonging at best to the region of fable, if not to that of actual untruth. An inquiry into the pedigree of dunce lays open to us an important page in the intellectual history of Europe. Certain theologians in the Middle Ages were termed schoolmen, having been formed and trained in the cloister and cathedral schools which Charlemagne and his immediate successors had founded. These were men not to be lightly spoken of, as they often are by those who never read a line of their works, and have not a thousandth part of their wit, who moreover little guess how many of the most familiar words which they employ, or misemploy, have descended to them from these. Real, virtual, entity, nonentity, equivocation, objective, subjective, with many more unknown to classical Latin, but now almost necessities to us, were first coined by the schoolmen, and passing over from them into the speech of others more or less interested in their speculations, have gradually filtered through the successive strata of society, till now some of them have reached to quite the lowest. At the revival of learning, however, their works fell out of favor. They were not written in classical Latin, the forms into which their speculations were thrown were often unattractive. It was mainly in their authority that the Roman Church found support for her perilled dogmas. On all these accounts it was esteemed a mark of intellectual progress to have broken with them, and thrown off their yoke. Some, however, still clung to these schoolmen, and to one in particular, John Duns Scotus, the most illustrious teacher of the Franciscan order. Thus it came to pass that many times an adherent of the old learning would seek to strengthen his position by an appeal to its famous doctor, familiarly called Duns, while those of the new learning would contemptuously rejoin, "Oh, you are a Dunsman," or more briefly, "You are a Duns," or "This is a piece of duncery." And inasmuch as the new learning was ever enlisting more and more of the genius and scholarship of the age on its side, the title became more and more a term of scorn. "Remember ye not," says Tyndall, "how within this 30 years and far less, the old barking curs, Dunce's disciples, and like draught called Scotists, the children of darkness, raged in every pulpit against Greek, Latin, and Hebrew, and thus from that conflict long ago extinct between the old and the new learning, that strife between the medieval and the modern theology, we inherit dunce and duncery. The lot of Duns, it must be confessed, has been a hard one, who, whatever his merits as a teacher of Christian truth, was assuredly one of the keenest and most subtle-witted of men. He, the subtle doctor by preeminence, for so his admirers called him, the wittiest of the school divines, as Hooker does not scruple to style him, could scarcely have anticipated, and did not at all deserve, that his name should be turned into a byword for invincible stupidity. This is but one example of the singular fortune waiting upon words. We have another of a parallel injustice, in the use which Mahometry, a contraction of Mahometry, obtained in our early English. Mahomedanism being the most prominent form of false religion with which our ancestors came in contact, mammetry was used, up to and beyond the Reformation, to designate first any false religion, and then the worship of idols, idolatry being proper to, and a leading feature of, most of the false religions of the world. Men did not pause to remember that Mohammedanism is the great exception, being as it is a protest against all idol worship whatsoever, so that it was a signal injustice to call an idol a Mahomet or a Muhammad, and idolatry mammetry. A misnomer such as this may remind us of the immense importance of possessing such names for things as shall not involve or suggest an error. We have already seen this in the province of the moral life, but in other regions also it nearly concerns us. Resuming, as words do, the past, shaping the future, how important it is that significant facts or tendencies in the world's history should receive their right names. It is a corrupting of the very springs and sources of knowledge, when we bind up not a truth, but an error, in the very nomenclature which we use. It is the putting of an obstacle in the way, which, however imperceptibly, is yet ever at work, hindering any right apprehension of the thing which has been thus erroneously noted. Out of a sense of this, an eminent German scholar of the last century, writing on the influence of opinions on language, did not stop here, nor make this the entire title of his book, but added another and further clause, and on the influence of language on opinions. Footnote: Von dem Einfluss der Meinungen in die Sprache, und der Sprache in die Meinungen, von J. D. Michaelis, Berlin, 1760. The matter which fulfills the promise of this latter clause constituting by far the most interesting and original portion of his work, for while the influence of opinions on words is so little called in question, that the assertion of it sounds almost like a truism, this, on the contrary, of words on opinions, would doubtless present itself as a novelty to many. And yet it is an influence which has been powerfully felt in every region of human knowledge, in science, in art, in morals, in theology. The reactive energy of words, not merely on the passions of men, for that of course, but on their opinions calmly and deliberately formed, would furnish a very curious chapter in the history of human knowledge and human ignorance. Sometimes words with no fault of theirs, for they did not originally involve any error, will yet draw some error in their train, and of that error will afterwards prove the most effectual bulwark and shield. Let me instance. The author just referred to supplies the example, the word crystal. The strange notion concerning the origin of the thing, current among the natural philosophers of antiquity, and which only 2 centuries ago Sir Thomas Browne thought it worth while to place first and foremost among the vulgar errors that he undertook to refute, was plainly traceable to a confusion occasioned by the name. Crystal, as men supposed, was ice or snow which had undergone such a process of induration as wholly and forever to have lost its fluidity. Footnote: Augustine, Quid est crystallum? Nix est glaci durata per multos annos, idiutia sol vel igni facile dissolvi non possit. So too in Beaumont and Fletcher's tragedy of Valentinian, a chaste matron is said to be cold as crystal never to be thought again, and Pliny, backing up one mistake by another, affirmed that it was only found in regions of extreme cold. The fact is, that the Greek word for crystal originally signified ice, but after a while was also imparted to that diaphanous quartz which has so much the look of ice, and which alone we call by this name, and then in a little while it was taken for granted that the two, having the same name, were in fact the same substance, and this mistake it took ages to correct. Natural history abounds in legends. In the word leopard one of these has been permanently bound up, the error, having first given birth to the name, being afterwards itself maintained and propagated by it. The leopard, as is well known, was not for the Greek and Latin zoologists a species by itself, but a mongrel birth of the male panther or pard and the lioness, and in leopard or lion pard this fabled double descent is expressed. Footnote: This era lasted into modern times. Thus Fuller, A Pisgah Site of Palestine, Volume 1, page 195. Leopards and eels are properly no creatures. Cockatrice embodies a somewhat similar fable, the fable however in this case having been invented to account for the name. Footnote: See Wright, The Bible Word Book S. V. The word cockatrice is a corrupt form of late Latin cocodrilus, which again is a corruption of Latin crocodilus, gr. Greek, crocodilos, a crocodile. It was Eichhorn who first suggested the calling of a certain group of languages, which stand in a marked contradistinction to the Indo-European or Aryan family, by the common name of Semitic. A word which should include all these was wanting, and this one was handy and has made its fortune, at the same time implying, as Semitic does, that these are all languages spoken by races which are descended from Shem. It is eminently calculated to mislead. There are non-Semitic races, the Phoenicians for example, which have spoken a Semitic language. There are Semitic races which have not spoken one. Against Indo-European the same objection may be urged, seeing that several languages are European, that is, spoken within the limits of Europe, as the Maltese, the Finnish, the Hungarian, the Basque, the Turkish, which lie altogether outside of this group. Gothic is plainly a misnomer, and has often proved a misleader as well, when applied to a style of architecture which belongs not to one, but to all the Germanic tribes, which, moreover, did not come into existence till many centuries after any people called Goths had ceased from the earth. Those, indeed, who first called this medieval architecture Gothic, had no intention of ascribing to the Goths the first invention of it, however this language may seem now to bind up in itself an assertion of the kind. Gothic was at first a mere random name of contempt. The Goths, with the Vandals, being the standing representatives of the rude in manners and barbarous in taste, the critics who would fain throw scorn on this architecture as compared with that classical Italian which alone seemed worthy of their admiration. Footnote: the name, as the designation of a style of architecture, came to us from Italy. Thus Fuller in his Worthies, let the Italians deride our English and condemn them for Gothish buildings. See too a very curious expression of men's sentiments about Gothic architecture as simply equivalent to barbarous, in Phillips's New World of Words, 1706, S.V. Gahic, called it Gothic, meaning rude and barbarous thereby. We who recognize in this Gothic architecture the most wondrous and consummate birth of genius in one region of art, find it hard to believe that this was once a mere title of slight and scorn, and sometimes wrongly assume a reference in the word to the people among whom first it arose. Classical and Romantic, names given to opposing schools of literature and art, contain an absurd antithesis, and either say nothing at all, or say something erroneous. Revival of learning is a phrase only partially true when applied to that mighty intellectual movement in Western Europe which marked the 15th century and the beginning of the 16th. A revival there might be, and indeed there was, of Greek learning at that time, but there could not be properly affirmed a revival of Latin, inasmuch as it had never been dead, or, even as those who dissent from this statement must own, had revived nearly 2 centuries before. Renaissance, applied in France to the new direction which art took about the age of Francis I, is another question-begging word. Very many would entirely deny that the bringing back of an antique pagan spirit, and of pagan forms as the utterance of this, into Christian art was a renaissance or new birth of it at all. But inaccuracy in naming may draw after it more serious mischief in regions more important. Nowhere is accuracy more vital than in words having to do with the chief facts and objects of our faith. For such words, as Coleridge has observed, are never inert, but constantly exercise an immense reactive influence, whether men know it or not, on such as use them, or often hear them used by others. The so-called Unitarians, claiming by this name of theirs to be assertors of the unity of the Godhead, claim that which belongs to us by far better right than to them, which, indeed, belonging of fullest right to us, does not properly belong to them at all. I should, therefore, without any intention of offense, refuse the name to them, just as I should decline, by calling those of the Roman obedience Catholics, to give up the whole question at issue between them and us. So, also, were I one of them, I should never, however convenient it might sometimes prove, consent to call the great religious movement of Europe in the 16th century the Reformation. Such in our esteem it was, and in the deepest, truest sense, a shaping anew of things that were amiss in the Church. But how any who esteem it a disastrous, and on their parts who brought it about, a most guilty schism, can consent to call it by this name, has always surprised me. Let me urge on you here the importance of seeking in every case to acquaint yourselves with the circumstances under which any body of men who have played an important part in history, above all in the history of your own land, obtained the name by which they were afterwards themselves willing to be known, or which was used for their designation by others. This you may do as a matter of historical inquiry, and keeping entirely aloof in spirit from the bitterness, the contempt, the calumny, out of which very frequently these names were first imposed. Whatever of scorn or wrong may have been at work in them who coined or gave currency to the name itself can never without serious loss be neglected by any who would truly understand the moral significance of the thing, for always something, oftentimes much, may be learned from it. Learn, then, about each one of these names which you meet in your studies, whether it was one that men gave to themselves, or one imposed on them by others, but never recognized by them, or one that, first imposed by others, was yet in course of time admitted and allowed by themselves. We have examples in all these kinds. Thus the Gnostics called themselves such. The name was of their own devising, and declared that whereof they made their boast. It was the same with the Cavaliers of our Civil War. Quaker, Puritan, Roundhead, were all, on the contrary, names devised by others, and never accepted by those to whom they were attached. To the third class Whig and Tory belong. These were nicknames originally of bitterest party hate, withdrawn from their earlier use, and fastened by two political bodies in England each on the other. Footnote, in North's Examen. Page 321, is a very lively, though not a very impartial, account of the rise of these names, the Whig being properly a Scottish Covenanter. Footnote, for a full account of the name see Nares, and Todd's Johnson, the Tory and Irish bog-trotting freebooter, while yet these nicknames in tract of time so lost and let go what was offensive about them, that in the end they were adopted by the very parties themselves. Not otherwise the German Lutherans were originally so called by their antagonists. Footnote, Dr. Eck, one of the earliest who wrote against the Reformation, first called the Reformed Lutherani. Methodist, in like manner, was a title not first taken by the followers of Wesley, but fastened on them by others, while yet they have been subsequently willing, though with a certain reserve, to accept and to be known by it. Momiers or Mummers, a name in itself of far greater offense, has obtained in Switzerland something of the same allowance. Exactly in the same way Capuchin was at first a jesting nickname, given by the gamins in the streets to that reformed branch of the Franciscans which afterwards accepted it as their proper designation. It was provoked by the peaked and pointed hood, cappuccio, cappuccino, which they wore. The story of the gueux, or beggars, of Holland, and how they appropriated their name, is familiar, as I doubt not, to many. Footnote, see chapter on political nicknames in Disraeli's Curiosities of Literature. A Premier or Prime Minister, though unknown to the law of England, is at present one of the institutions of the country. The acknowledged leadership of one member in the government is a fact of only gradual growth in our constitutional history, but one in which the nation has entirely acquiesced, nor is there anything invidious now in the title. But in what spirit the parliamentary opposition, having coined the term, applied it first to Sir Robert Walpole, is plain from some words of his spoken in the House of Commons, February 11, 1742, having invested me with a kind of mock dignity, and styled me a Prime Minister. They, the opposition, impute to me an unpardonable abuse of the chimerical authority which they only created and conferred. Now of these titles some undoubtedly, like Capuchin instanced just now, stand in no very intimate connection with those who bear them, and such names, though seldom without their instruction, yet plainly are not so instructive as others, in which the innermost heart of the thing named so utters itself, that, having mastered the name, we have placed ourselves at the central point, from whence best to master everything besides. It is thus with Gnostic and Gnosticism. In the prominence given to gnosis or knowledge, as opposed to faith, lies the key to the whole system. The Greek Church has loved ever to style itself the Holy Orthodox Church, the Latin, the Holy Catholic Church. Follow up the thoughts which these words suggest. What a world of teaching they contain, above all when brought into direct comparison and opposition one with the other. How does all which is innermost in the Greek and Roman mind unconsciously reveal itself here? The Greek Church regarding as its chief blazon that its speculation is right, the Latin that its empire is universal. Nor indeed is it merely the Greek and Latin churches which utter themselves here, but Greece and Rome in their deepest distinctions, as these existed from their earliest times. The key to the whole history, pagan as well as Christian, of each is in these words. we can understand how the one established a dominion in the region of the mind which shall never be overthrown, the other founded an empire in the world whose visible effects shall never be done away. This is an illustrious example, but I am bold to affirm that, in their degree, all parties, religious and political, are known by names that will repay study, by names, to understand which will bring us far to an understanding of their strength and their weakness, their truth and their error, the idea and intention according to which they wrought. Thus run over in thought a few of those which have risen up in England. Puritans, Fifth Monarchy men, Seekers, Levellers, Independents, Friends, Rationalists, Latitudinarians, Freethinkers. These titles, with many more, have each its significance, and would you get to the heart of things, and thoroughly understand what any of these schools and parties intended, you must first understand what they were called. From this as from a central point you must start, even as you must bring back to this whatever further knowledge you may acquire, putting your later gains, if possible, in subordination to the name, at all events in connection and relation with it. You will often be able to glean information from names, such as, if not always important, will yet rarely fail to be interesting and instructive in its way. Thus, what a record of inventions, how much of the past history of commerce do they embody and preserve? The magnet has its name from Magnesia, a district of Thessaly. This same Magnesia, or else another like named district in Asia Minor, yielding the medicinal earth so called. Artesian wells are from the province of Artois in France, where they were long in use before introduced elsewhere. The baldachin or baldachin is from Baldacco, the Italian form of the name of the city of Baghdad, from whence the costly silk of this canopy originally came. Footnote: see Devic's supplement to Litera. The Italian L is an attempt to pronounce the Arabic guttural gain. In the Middle Ages, Baldacco was often supposed to be the same as Babylon. See Florio's Idle Dict. Se Baldacca. The bayonet suggests concerning itself, though perhaps wrongly, that it was first made at Bayonne, the bilbo, a finely tempered Spanish blade, at Bilbao, the carronade at the Carron Ironworks in Scotland, worsted that it was spun at a village not far from Norwich, sarcenet that it is a Saracen manufacture, cambric that it reached us from Cambrai, copper that it drew its name from Cyprus. So richly furnished with mines of this metal, fustian from Fostat, a suburb of Cairo, frieze from Friesland, silk or cere come from the land of the Syries or Chinese, damask from Damascus, casimere or kerseymere from Kashmir, Arras from a town like named, Duffel, too, from a town near Antwerp so called, which Wordsworth has immortalized, Chalon from Chalons, Jane from Genoa, gauze from Gaza. The fashion of the cravat was borrowed from the Croats, or Crabats, as this wild irregular soldiery of the 30 Years' War used to be called. The Biggen, a plain cap often mentioned by our early writers, was first worn by the Beguines, communities of pietist women in the Low Countries in the 12th century. The dalmatic was a garment whose fashion was taken to be borrowed from Dalmatia. See Marriott. England now sends her calicoes and muslins to India and the East, yet these words give standing witness that we once imported them from thence, for calico is from Calicut, a town on the coast of Malabar, and muslin from Mosul, a city in Asiatic Turkey. Cordwain or cordovan is from Cordova, delf from Delft, indigo, indicum from India, gamboge from Cambodia, the agate from a Sicilian river, Achates, the turquoise from Turkey, the chalcedony or onyx from Chalcedon, jet from the river Ganges in Lycia, where this black stone is found. Footnote: in Holland's Pliny, the Greek form gagates is still retained, though he oftener calls it geet or geet. Rhubarb is a corruption of Rha barbarum, the root from the savage banks of the Rha or Volga. Jalap is from Jalapa, a town in Mexico. Tobacco from the island Tobago. Malmsey from Malvasia, for long a flourishing city in the Morea. Sherry, or Sheris as Shakespeare wrote it, is from Shiris. Macassar oil from a small Malay kingdom so named in the eastern archipelago. Dittany from the mountain Dict. In Crete, parchment from Pergamum. Majolica from Majorca. Faience from the town named. In Italian Faenza. A little town in Essex gave its name to the Tilbury, another, in Bavaria, to the Landau. The bezant is a coin of Byzantium. The guinea was originally coined, in 1663, of gold brought from the African coast so called. The pound sterling was a certain weight of bullion according to the standard of the Easterlings, or Eastern merchants from the Hansa towns on the Baltic. The spaniel is from Spain. The barb is a steed from Barbary. The pony called a Galloway from the county of Galloway in Scotland. The tarantula is a poisonous spider, common in the neighborhood of Tarentum. The pheasant reached us from the banks of the Phasis. The bantam from a Dutch settlement in Java so called. The canary bird and wine, both from the island so named. The peach, Persica, declares itself a Persian fruit. Currants derive their name from Corinth, whence they were mostly shipped. The damson is the damascene or plum of Damascus. The bergamot pear is named from Bergamo in Italy. The quince has undergone so many changes in its progress through Italian and French to us, that it hardly retains any trace of Sidon, Malum Sidonium, a town of Crete, from which it was supposed to proceed. Solecisms, if I may find room for them here, are from Solo, an Athenian colony in Cilicia, whose members soon forgot the Attic refinement of speech, and became notorious for the ungrammatical Greek which they talked. And as things thus keep record in the names which they bear of the quarters from which they reached us, so also will they often do of the persons who, as authors, inventors, or discoverers, or in some other way, stood in near connection with them. A collection in any language of all the names of persons which have since become names of things, from nomina appellativa have become nomina reala, would be very curious and interesting. I will enumerate a few. Where the matter is not familiar to you, it will not be unprofitable to work back from the word or thing to the person, and to learn more accurately the connection between them. To begin with mythical antiquity, the chimera has given us chimerical, Hermes hermetic, Pan panic, Paean, being a name of Apollo, the peony, Tantalus to tantalize, Hercules Herculean, Proteus Protean, Vulcan volcano and volcanic, and Daedalus daedal, if this word, for which Spenser, Wordsworth, and Shelley have all stood godfathers, may find allowance with us. The demigod Atlas figures with a world upon his shoulders in the title page of some early works on geography, and has probably in this way lent to our mapbooks their name. Gordius, the Phrygian king who tied the famous Gordian knot which Alexander cut, will supply a natural transition from mythical to historical. The Daric, a Persian gold coin, very much of the same value as our own rose noble, had its name from Darius. Mausolus, a king of Caria, has left us Mausoleum, Academus Academy, Epicurus Epicure, Philip of Macedon a Philippic, being such a discourse as Demosthenes once launched against the enemy of Greece, and Cicero's Cicerone. Mithridates, who had made himself poison-proof, gave us the now forgotten Mithridate, Dryden, for antidote, as from Hippocrates we derived Hippocras, or Hippocras, often occurring in our early poets, being a wine supposed to be mingled after the great physicians. Receipt. Gentius, a king of Illyria, gave his name to the plant gentian, having been, it is said, the first to discover its virtues. Footnote, Pliny H. N. 25. 34. Glaubers, who has bequeathed his salts to us, was a Dutch chemist of the 17th century. A grammar used to be called a donut or donut. Chaucer, from Donatus, a Roman grammarian of the 4th century, whose Latin grammar held its place as a schoolbook during a large part of the Middle Ages. Othman, more than any other the grounder of the Turkish dominion in Europe, reappears in our Ottoman, and Tertullian, strangely enough, in the Spanish Tertulia. The beggar Lazarus has given us Lazar and Lazaretto, Veronica and the legend connected with her name, a vernicle, being a napkin with the Saviour's face impressed upon it. Simon Magus gave us simony. This, however, as we understand it now, is not a precise reproduction of his sin as recorded in Scripture. A common fossil shell is called an ammonite from the fanciful resemblance to the twisted horns of Jupiter Ammon which was traced in it, Ammon again appearing in ammonia. Our pantaloons are from St. Pantaleon. He was the patron saint of the Venetians, who therefore very commonly received Pantaleon as their Christian name. It was from them transferred to a garment which they much affected. Dunce, as we have seen, is derived from Duns Scotus. To come to more modern times, and not pausing at Ben Jonson's Chaucerisms, Bishop Hall's Scoganisms, from Scogan, Edward IV's Jester, or his Aretinisms, from Artin, these being probably not intended even by their authors to endure, a Roman cobbler named Pasquin has given us the Pasquil or Pasquinade. Derrick was the common hangman in the time of Charles II. He bequeathed his name to the crane used for the lifting and moving of heavy weights. Footnote: but derrick in the sense of gallows occurs as early as 1606 in Decker's Seven Deadly Sins of London, edition Arbor, page 17. See Skeat's Etymology Dict, edition 2, page 799. Patch, a name of contempt not unfrequent in Shakespeare, was, it is said, the proper name of a favorite fool of Cardinal Wolsey's. Footnote: the Cardinal's two fools were occasionally called patch, a term for a domestic fool, from the patchy, party-colored dress. See Skeat, S. v. Colonel Negus in Queen Anne's time is reported to have first mixed the beverage which goes by his name. Lord Orrery was the first for whom an orrery was constructed. Lord Spencer first wore, or first brought into fashion, a spencer, and the Duke of Roquelaure the cloak which still bears his name. Dahl, a Swede, introduced from Mexico the cultivation of the dahlia. The fuchsia is named after Fuchs, a German botanist of the 16th century, the magnolia after Magnol, a distinguished French botanist of the beginning of the 18th, while the camellia was introduced into Europe from Japan in 1731 by Camel, a member of the Society of Jesus, the shaddock by Captain Shattuck, who first transplanted this fruit from the West Indies. In quassia we have the name of a Negro sorcerer of Suriname, who in 1730 discovered its properties, and after whom it was called. An unsavory jest of Vespasian has attached his name in French to an unsavory spot. Nicotine, the poison recently drawn from tobacco, goes back for its designation to Nicot, a physician, who first introduced the tobacco plant to the general notice of Europe. The Gobelins were a family so highly esteemed in France that the manufactory of tapestry which they had established in Paris did not drop their name, even after it had been purchased and was conducted by the state. A French Protestant refugee, Tabinet, first made tabinet in Dublin. Another Frenchman, Goulard, a physician of Montpellier, gave his to the soothing lotion, not unknown in our nurseries. The tontine was conceived by Tonti, an Italian. Another Italian, Galvani, first noted the phenomena of animal electricity or galvanism, while a third, Volta, lent a title to the voltaic battery. Dolomieu, a French geologist, first called attention to a peculiar formation of rocks in eastern Tyrol, called Dolomites after him. Colonel Martinet was a French officer appointed by Louvois as an army inspector, one who did his work excellently well, but has left a name bestowed often since on mere military pedants. Mackintosh, Doyley, Brougham, Handsome, to mesmerize, to macadamize, to Burke, to boycott, are all names of persons or words formed from their names, and then transferred to things or actions, on the ground of some sort of connection between the one and the other. Footnote: several other such words we have in common with the French. Of their own they have Sardanapalism, any piece of profuse luxury, from Sardanapalus. For Lambiner, to dally or loiter over a task, they are indebted to Denis Lambin, a worthy Greek scholar of the 16th century, but accused of sluggish movement and wearisome diffuseness in style. Every reader of Pascal's Provincial Letters will remember Escobar, the famous casuist of the Jesuits, whose convenient devices for the relaxation of the moral law have there been made famous. To the notoriety which he thus acquired, he owes his introduction into the French language, where escobarder is used in the sense of to equivocate, and escobardery of subterfuge or equivocation. A pale green color is in French called celadon from a personage of this name, of a feeble and fade tenderness, who figures in Estrie, a popular romance of the 17th century. An unpopular minister of finance, M. de Silhouette, unpopular because he sought to cut down unnecessary expenses in the state, saw his name transferred to the slight and thus cheap black outline portrait called a silhouette, Sismondi, Hist. de Francais, Volume 19, pages 94-95. In the mansard roof we are reminded of Mansett, the architect who introduced it. In Marivaudige the name of Marivaux is bound up, who was noted for the affected euphuism which goes by this name, very much as the sophist Gorgias gave, Greek, Gorgiasian, to the Greek. The point of contact between the fiacre and st fiacre is well known. Hackney carriages, when first established in Paris, waited for their hiring in the court of an hotel which was adorned with an image of the Scottish saint. To these I may add guillotine. Though Dr. Guillotin did not invent this instrument of death, even as it is a baseless legend that he died by it. Some improvements in it he made, and it thus happened that it was called after him. Nor less shall we find history, at all events literary history, in the noting of the popular characters in books, who have supplied words that have passed into common speech. Thus from Homer we have Mentor for a monitor, Stentorian for loud-voiced, and inasmuch as, with all of Hector's nobleness, there is a certain amount of big talk about him, he has given us to Hector. Footnote: see Colonel Muir, Language and Literature of Ancient Greece, Volume 1, page 350. While the medieval romances about the siege of Troy ascribed to Pandarus that shameful traffic out of which his name has passed into the words to pander and pandarism. Rhodamantad is from Rhodamant, a hero of Boiardo, who yet, it must be owned, does not bluster and boast, as the word founded on his name seems to imply. Adopted by Ariosto, it was by him changed into Rhodamant. Thrasonical is from Thraso, the braggart of Roman comedy. Cervantes has given us quixotic, swift Lilliputian. To Molière the French language owes Tartuffe and Tartuffery. Reynard with us is a sort of duplicate for fox, while in French Renard has quite excluded the old Volpels being originally no more than the proper name of the fox hero, the Vulpine Ulysses, in that famous beast epic of the Middle Ages, Reineke Fuchs. The immense popularity of this poem we gather from many evidences, from none more clearly than from this. Chanticleer is the name of the cock, and Bruin of the bear in the same poem. Footnote: see Genin, De Variations du Langage Français, page 12. These have not made fortune to the same extent of actually putting out of use names which before existed, but contest the right of existence with them. Occasionally a name will embody and give permanence to an error, as when in America the discovery of the New World, which belonged to Columbus, is ascribed to another eminent discoverer, but one who had no title to this honor, even as he was entirely guiltless of any attempt to usurp it for himself. Footnote: Humboldt has abundantly shown this, Cosmos, Volume 2. Note 457. He ascribes its general reception to its introduction into a popular work on geography, published in 1507. The subject has also been very carefully treated by Major, Life of Prince Henry the Navigator, 1868. Pages 382 to 388. Our turkeys are not from Turkey, as was assumed by those who so called them, but from that New World where alone they are native. This error the French in another shape repeat with their dind originally poulet d'Inde, or Indian fowl. There lies in gypsy or Egyptian the assumption that Egypt was the original home of this strange people, as was widely believed when they made their first appearance in Europe early in the 15th century. That this, however, was a mistake, their language leaves no doubt, proclaiming as it does that they are wanderers from a more distant east, an outcast tribe from Hindostan. Bohemians, as they are called by the French, testifies to a similar error, to the fact that at their first apparition in Western Europe they were supposed by the common people in France to be the expelled Hussites of Bohemia. Where words have not embodied an error, it will yet sometimes happen that the sound or spelling will to us suggest one. Against such in these studies it will be well to be on our guard. Thus many of us have been tempted to put domus and dominus into a connection which really does not exist. There has been a stage in most boys' geographical knowledge, when they have taken for granted that Jutland was so called, not because it was the land of the Jutes, but on account of its jutting out into the sea in so remarkable a manner. At a much later period of their education, Aborigines, being the proper name of an Italian tribe, might very easily lead astray. Footnote: see Pauli in Cyclop. S. V. Latium. Who is there that has not mentally put the Gulf of Lions in some connection with the city of the same name? We may be surprised that the Gulf should have drawn its title from a city so remote and so far inland, but we accept the fact notwithstanding. The river Rhone, flowing by the one, and disemboguing in the other, seems to offer to us a certain link of connection. There is indeed no true connection at all between the two. In old texts this gulf is generally called Sinus Gallicus. In the 14th century a few writers began to call it Sinus Leonis, the Gulf of the Lion, possibly from the fierceness of its winds and waves, but at any rate by a name having nothing to do with lions on the Rhone. The oak, in Greek, dries, plays no inconsiderable part in the ritual of the Druids, It is not therefore wonderful if most students at one time of their lives have put the two in etymological relation. The Greeks, who was so characteristic of vanity, assumed that the key to the meaning of words in all languages was to be found in their own, did this of course. So, too, there have not been wanting those who have traced in the name Jove a heathen reminiscence of the awful name of Jehovah, while yet, however specious this may seem, on closer scrutiny the words declare that they have no connection with one another, any more than Iapetus and Japheth, or, I may add, than God and good, which yet by an honorable moral instinct men can hardly refrain from putting into an etymological relation with each other. Sometimes a falsely assumed derivation of a word has reacted upon and modified its spelling. Thus it may have been with hurricane. In the tearing up and hurrying away of the canes in the sugar plantations by this West Indian tornado, many have seen an explanation of the name, just in the same way as the Latin calamitas has been derived from calamus, the stalk of the corn. In both cases the etymology is faulty. Hurricane, originally a Carib word, is only a transplanting into our tongue of the Spanish huracán. It is a signal evidence of the conservative powers of language, that we may continually trace in speech the record of customs and states of society which have now passed so entirely away as to survive in these words alone. For example, a stipulation or agreement is so called, as many affirm, from stipula, a straw, and tells of a Roman custom, that when two persons would make a mutual engagement with one another, footnote, see on this disputed point, and on the relation between the Latin stipulatio and the old German custom not altogether dissimilar, J. Grimm, Deutsche Rechtssalterthumer, pages 121. SQQ. This account of the derivation of stipulatio is generally given up now. For Greek cognates of the word see Curtius, Greek etymology, number 224. They would break a straw between them. We all know what fact of English history is laid up in curfew, or couvre-feu. The limner, or illuminer, for so we find the word in Fuller, throws us back on a time when the illumination of manuscripts was a leading occupation of the painter. By lumber, we are reminded that Lombards were the first pawnbrokers, even as they were the first bankers, in England, a lumber room being a Lombard room, or a room where the pawnbroker stored his pledges. Footnote, see my select glossary S. V. Lumber. Nor need I do more than remind you that in our common phrase of signing our name, we preserve a record of a time when such first rudiments of education as the power of writing were the portion of so few, that it was not as now an exception, but the custom, of most persons to make their mark, or sign. Great barons and kings themselves not being ashamed to set this sign or cross to the weightiest documents. To subscribe the name would more accurately express what now we do. As often as we term arithmetic the science of calculation, we implicitly allude to that rudimental stage in this science, when pebbles, calculi, were used, as now among savage tribes they often are, to help the practice of counting. The Greeks made the same use of one word of theirs, Greek, Cephisian, while in another, Greek, Pampasian, they kept record of a period when the 5 fingers were so employed. Expend, expense, tell us that money was once weighed out, Gen 23. 16, not counted out as now, pecunia, peculatus, fee vie, keep record all of a time when cattle were the main circulating medium. In library we preserve the fact that books were once written on the bark, liber, of trees, in volume that they were mostly rolls, in paper, that the Egyptian papyrus, the paper reeds by the brooks, furnished at one time the ordinary material on which they were written. Names thus so often surviving things, we have no right to turn an etymology into an argument. There was a notable attempt to do this in the controversy so earnestly carried on between the Greek and Latin churches, concerning the bread, whether it should be leavened or unleavened, that was used at the table of the Lord. Those of the Eastern Church constantly urged that the Greek word for bread, and in Greek was the authoritative record of the first institution of this sacrament, implied, according to its root, that which was raised or lifted up, not, therefore, to use a modern term, sad or set, or, in other words, unleavened bread, such rather as had undergone the process of fermentation. But even if the etymology on which they relied, artos from aero, to raise, had been as certain as it is questionable, they could draw no argument of the slightest worth from so remote an etymology, and one which had so long fallen out of the consciousness of those who employed the word. Theories, too, which long since were utterly renounced, have yet left their traces behind them. Thus good humor, bad humor, humors, and strangest contradiction of all, dry humor, rest altogether on a now exploded, but a very old and widely accepted, theory of medicine, according to which there were four principal moistures or humors in the natural body, on the due proportion and combination of which the disposition alike of body and mind depended. Footnote: see the prologue to Ben Jonson's Every Man Out of His Humor. Our present use of temper has its origin in the same theory. The due admixture, or right tempering, of these humors gave what was called the happy temper or mixture, which, thus existing inwardly, manifested itself also outwardly, while distemper, which we still employ in the sense of sickness, was that evil frame either of a man's body or his mind. For it was used of both, which had its rise in an unsuitable mingling of these humors. In these instances, as in many more, the great streams of thought and feeling have changed their course, flowing now in quite other channels from those which once they filled, but have left these words as abiding memorials of the channels wherein once they ran. Thus extremes, golden mean, category, predicament, axiom, habit, what are these but a deposit in our ethical terminology which Aristotle has left behind him? But we have not exhausted our examples of the way in which the record of old errors, themselves dismissed long ago, will yet survive in language, being bound up in words that grew into use when those errors found credit, and that maintain their currency still. The mythology which Saxon or Dane brought with them from their German or Scandinavian homes is as much extinct for us as are the Laras, larvae, and lemurs of heathen Rome, yet the deposit it has permanently left behind it in the English language is not inconsiderable. Lubber, dwarf, oaf, droll, wight, puck, urchin, hag, nightmare, gramarye, old Nick, changeling, Wexelkind suggest themselves, as all bequeathed to us by that old Teutonic demonology. Footnote: but the words puck, urchin, gramarye, are not of Teutonic origin. The etymology of puck is unknown. Urchin means properly a hedgehog, being the old French ericon, in modern French harrison, a derivative from the Latin ericius, a hedgehog. Gramarye is simply Old French grammaire, grammar equals lat. Grammatica ars, just as Old French mire, a medical man equals lat. Medicum. Few now have any faith in astrology, or count that the planet under which a man is born will affect his temperament, make him for life of a disposition grave or gay, lively or severe. Yet our language affirms as much, for we speak of men as jovial or saturnine, or mercurial, jovial, as being born under the planet Jupiter or Jove, which was the joyfulest star, and of happiest augury of all. Footnote: jovial in Shakespeare's time, see Cymbeline, Act 5, Sc. 4, had not forgotten its connection with Jove. A gloomy, severe person is said to be saturnine, born, that is, under the planet Saturn, who makes those that own his influence, having been born when he was in the ascendant, grave and stern as himself. Another we call mercurial, or light-hearted, as those born under the planet Mercury were accounted to be. The same faith in the influence of the stars survives in disastrous, ill-starred, ascendancy, lord of the ascendant, and, indeed, in influence itself. What a record of old speculations, old certainly as Aristotle, and not yet exploded in the time of Milton. Footnote: see Paradise Lost 3. 714 to 719. Does the word quintessence contain, and arsenic the same, no other namely than this, that metals are of different sexes, some male, Greek, arsenica, and some female. Again, what curious legends belong to the sardonic? Footnote: see an excellent history of this word, in Rost and Palm's Greek lexicon S.V. Greek, sardonios, or Sardinian, laugh, a laugh caused, as was supposed, by a plant growing in Sardinia, of which they who ate died laughing, to the barnacle goose. Footnote: for a full and most interesting study on this very curious legend, see Max Muller's Lectures on Language, Volume 2. Pages 533 to 551. For the etymology of the word barnacle in this connection, see the New English Dictionary, S.V. To the amethyst esteemed, as the word implies, a preventive or antidote of drunkenness, and to other words not a few, which are employed by us still. A question presents itself here, and one not merely speculative. for it has before now become a veritable case of conscience with some whether they ought to use words which originally rested on, and so seem still to affirm, some superstition or untruth. This question has practically settled itself. The words will keep their ground, but further, they have a right to do this, for no word need be considered so to root itself in its etymology, and to draw its sap and strength from thence, that it cannot detach itself from this, and acquire the rights of an independent existence. And thus our weekly newspapers commit no absurdity in calling themselves journals, or diurnals, and we as little when we name that a journey which occupies not one, but several days. We involve ourselves in no real contradiction, speaking of a quarantine of 5, 10, or any number of days more or fewer than 40, or of a population decimated by a plague, though exactly a tenth of it has not perished. A stone coffin may be still a sarcophagus, without thereby implying that it has any special property of consuming the flesh of bodies which are laid within it. Footnote: see Pliny H. N. 2. 96, 36. 17. In like manner the wax of our candles, candela, from candio, is not necessarily white. Our rubrics retain their name, though seldom printed in red ink, either need our miniatures abandon theirs, though no longer painted with minium or carmine. Our surplice is not usually worn over an undergarment of skins. Our stirrups are not ropes by whose aid we climb upon our horses, nor are haversacks sacks for the carrying of oats. It is not barley or bear only which we store up in our barns, nor hog's fat in our larders. A monody need not be sung by a single voice, and our lucubrations are not always by candlelight. A costermonger or costardmonger does not of necessity sell costards or apples. There are palaces which are not built on the Palatine Hill, and nausea. Footnote: from nausea through the French comes our English noise. See Barch and Horning, section 90, which is not seasickness. I remember once asking a class of schoolchildren whether an announcement which during one very hard winter appeared in the papers, of a white_black_ bird having been shot, might be possibly correct, or was on the face of itself contradictory and absurd. The less thoughtful members of the class instantly pronounced against it, while after a little consideration, 2 or 3 made answer that it might very well be, that, while without doubt the bird had originally obtained this name from its blackness, yet blackbird was now the name of a species, and a name so cleaving to it, as not to be forfeited, even when the blackness had quite disappeared. We do not question the right of the New Forest to retain this title of New, though it has now stood for 800 years, nor of Naples to be New City, Neapolis, still, after an existence 3 or 4 times as long. It must, then, be esteemed a piece of ethical prudery, and an ignorance of the laws which languages obey, when the early Quakers refused to employ the names commonly given to the days of the week, and substituted for these, first day, second day, and so on. This they did, as is well known, on the ground that it became not Christian men to give that sanction to idolatry which was involved in the ordinary style, as though every time they spoke of Wednesday they were rendering homage to Woden, of Thursday to Thor, of Friday to Frigga, and thus with the rest. Footnote: it is curious to find Fuller prophesying, a very few years before, that at some future day such a protest as theirs might actually be raised. Church History B. 2. Since 6. Thus we see the whole week bescattered with Saxon idols, whose pagan gods were the godfathers of the days, and gave them their names. This some zealot may behold as the object of a necessary reformation, desiring to have the days of the week new dipped, and called after other names. Though, indeed, this supposed scandal will not offend the wise, as beneath their notice, and cannot offend the ignorant, as above their knowledge, or at all events recognizing their existence. Now it is quite intelligible that the early Christians, living in the midst of a still rampant heathenism, should have objected, as we know they did, to dies solis, or Sunday, to express the first day of the week, their Lord's Day. But when the later Friends raised their protest, the case was altogether different. The false gods whose names were bound up in these words had ceased to be worshipped in England for about 1,000 years. The words had wholly disengaged themselves from their etymologies, of which probably not 1 in 1,000 had the slightest suspicion. Moreover, had these precisions in speech been consistent, they could not have stopped where they did. Every new acquaintance with the etymology or primary use of words would have entangled them in some new embarrassment, would have required a new purging of their vocabulary. To charm, to bewitch, to fascinate, to enchant, would have been no longer lawful words for those who had outlived the belief in magic, and in the power of the evil eye, nor lunacy, nor lunatic, for such as did not count the moon to have anything to do with mental unsoundness, nor panic fear, for those who believed that the great god Pan was indeed dead, nor auguries, nor auspices, for those to whom divination was nothing. While to speak of initiating a person into the mysteries of an art would have been utterly heathenish language. Nay, they must have found fault with the language of Holy Scripture itself, for a word of honorable use in the New Testament expressing the function of an interpreter, and reappearing in our hermeneutics, is directly derived from and embodies the name of Hermes, a heathen deity, and one who did not, like Woden, Thor, and Frigga, pertain to a long extinct mythology, but to one existing in its strength at the very time when he wrote. And how was it, as might have been fairly asked, that St. Paul did not protest against a Christian woman retaining the name of Phoebe, Rom. 16. A goddess of the same mythology? The rise and fall of words, the honor which in tract of time they exchanged for dishonor, and the dishonor for honor, all which in my last lecture I contemplated mainly from an ethical point of view, is in a merely historic aspect scarcely less remarkable. Very curious is it to watch the varying fortune of words, the extent to which it has fared with them, as with persons and families, some having improved their position in the world, and attained to far higher dignity than seemed destined for them at the beginning, while others in a manner quite as notable have lost caste, have descended from their high estate to common, and even ignoble uses. Titles of dignity and honor have naturally a peculiar liability to be some lifted up, and some cast down. Of words which have risen in the world, the French Marichal affords us an excellent example. Marichal, as Howell has said, at first was the name of a smith farrier, or one that dressed horses, which indeed it is still, but it climbed by degrees to that height that the chiefest commanders of the gendarmerie are come to be called marshals. But if this has risen, our alderman has fallen. Whatever the civic dignity of an alderman may now be, still it must be owned that the word has lost much since the time that the alderman was only second in rank and position to the king. Sometimes a word will keep or even improve its place in one language, while at the same time it declines from it in another. Thus demoiselle, damenkella, cannot be said to have lost ground in French, however donzelle may, while damheel, being the same word, designates in Walloon the farm girl who minds the cows. Footnote. See Littra Etudes et Glaniers, page 16, compare page 30. Elsewhere he says, Les mots ont leurs déchéances comme les families. Pope is the highest ecclesiastical dignitary in the Latin Church. Every parish priest is a pope in the Greek. Queen, Gunny, has had a double fortune. Spelt as above, it has more than kept the dignity with which it started, being the title given to the lady of the kingdom, while spelt as queen it is a designation not untinged with contempt. Footnote. Queen and queen are not merely different spellings of the same Old English word, for queen represents Anglo-Saxon q, n, Gothic kens, whereas queen is the phonetic equivalent of Anglo-Saxon queen Gothic kino. Squatter remains for us in England very much where it always was. In Australia it is now the name by which the landed aristocracy are willing to be known. Footnote. Dilke, Greater Britain, Volume 2. Page 40. After all which has thus been adduced, you will scarcely deny that we have a right to speak of a history in words. Now suppose that the pieces of money which in the intercourse and traffic of daily life are passing through our hands continually, had each one something of its own that made it more or less worthy of note. If on one was stamped some striking maxim, on another some important fact, on the third a memorable date. If others were works of finest art, graven with rare and beautiful devices, or bearing the head of some ancient sage or hero king, while others, again, were the sole surviving monuments of mighty nations that once filled the world with their fame, what a careless indifference to our own improvement, to all which men hitherto had felt or wrought, would it argue in us, if we were content that these should come and go, should stay by us or pass from us, without our vouchsafing to them so much as one serious regard. Such a currency there is, a currency intellectual and spiritual of no meaner worth, and one with which we have to transact so much of the higher business of our lives. Let us take care that we come not in this matter under the condemnation of any such incurious indifference as that which I have imagined. Lecture V. On the Rise of New Words. If I do not much mistake, you will find it not a little interesting to follow great and significant words to the time and place of their birth. And not these alone. The same interest, though perhaps not in so high a degree, will cleave to the upcoming of words not a few that have never played a part so important in the world's story. A volume might be written such as few would rival in curious interest, which should do no more than indicate the occasion upon which new words, or old words employed in a new sense, being such words as the world subsequently heard much of, first appeared, with quotation, where advisable, of the passages in proof. A great English poet, too early lost, the young Marcellus of our tongue, as Dryden so finely calls him, has very grandly described the emotion of some watcher of the skies, when a new planet swims into his ken. Not very different will be our feeling, as we watch, at the moment of its rising above the horizon, somewhere destined, it may be, to play its part in the world's story, to take its place forever among the luminaries in the moral and intellectual firmament above us. But a caution is necessary here. We must not regard as certain in every case, or indeed in most cases, that the first rise of a word will have exactly consented in time with its first appearance within the range of our vision. Such identity will sometimes exist, and we may watch the actual birth of some word, and may affirm with confidence that at such a time and on such an occasion it first saw the light, in this book, or from the lips of that man. Of another we can only say, about this time and near about this spot it first came into being, for we first meet it in such an author and under such and such conditions. So mere a fragment of ancient literature has come down to us, that, while the earliest appearance there of a word is still most instructive to note, it cannot in all or in nearly all cases be affirmed to mark the exact moment of its nativity. And even in the modern world we must in most instances be content to fix a period, we may perhaps add a local habitation, within the limits of which the term must have been born, either in legitimate scientific travail, or the child of some flash of genius, or the product of some G-ratio equivoca, the necessary result of exciting predisposing causes. At the same time seeking by further research ever to narrow more and more the limits within which this must have happened. To speak first of words religious and ecclesiastical. Very noteworthy, and in some sort epoch-making, must be regarded the first appearance of the following: Christian, footnote, Acts 11:26, Trinity, footnote, Tertullian, ADV Prax. 3. Catholic, as applied to the Church, footnote, Ignatius, ad Smyrn. 8. Canonical, as a distinctive title of the received scriptures, footnote, Origen, op. Volume 3. Page 36, Edition de la Rue Dot. New Testament, as describing the complex of the sacred books of the New Covenant, footnote, Tertullian, ADV Mark. 4. ADV Prax. 15, 20. Gospels, as applied to the four inspired records of the life and ministry of our Lord. Footnote, Justin Martyr A. Paul. 66. We notice, too, with interest, the first coming up of monk and nun, footnote, nun, nana, first appears in Jerome, ad Eustoch. EP 22, monk Monachus, a little earlier, Rutilius, a Latin versifier of the 5th century, who still clung to the old paganism, gives the derivation, ipsi esse monachos greo cognomen dicunt, quod soli nullo vivere test volunt, marking as they do the beginnings of the monastic system, of transubstantiation, footnote, Hildebert, Archbishop of Tours, died in 1134. Is the first to use it, Serm. 93. Of concomitants, footnote, Thomas Aquinas is reported to have been the first to use this word, expressing as does this word the grounds on which the medieval church defended communion in one kind only for the laity, of limbo in its theological sense, footnote, Thomas Aquinas first employs limbus in this sense, witnessing as these do to the consolidation of errors which had long been floating in the church. Not of so profound an interest, but still very instructive to note, is the earliest apparition of names historical and geographical, above all of such as have since been often on the lips of men, as the first mention in books of Asia. Footnote: Aeschylus, Prometheus Vinctus, 412. Of India. Footnote: Id Supple. 282. Of Europe. Footnote: Herodotus 4. 36. Of Macedonia. Footnote: IDV. 17. Of Greeks. Footnote: Aristotle Meteor I. 14. But his Graecoe are only an insignificant tribe near Dodona. How it came to pass that Greci, or Graei, was the Latin name by which all the Hellenes were known, must always remain a mystery. Of Germans and Germany. Footnote: Probably first in the commentaries of Caesar. See Grimm, Gesch. D. Duchensprache, page 773. Of Alemanni. Footnote: Spardian, Caracalla, c. 9. Of Franks. Footnote: Vopiscus, oral. 7. About AD 240. Of Prussia and Prussians. Footnote: Prussia and Prusy first appear in the life of S. Adalbert, written by his fellow laborer Gaudentius, between 997-1006. Of Normans. Footnote: The geographer of Ravenna. The earliest notice by any Greek author of Rome. Footnote: Probably in Hellanicus, a contemporary of Herodotus. The first use of Italy as comprehending the entire Hesperian Peninsula. Footnote: In the time of Augustus Caesar. See Niebuhr, History of Rome, English translation, Volume 1, page 12. Of Asia Minor to designate Asia on this side Taurus. Footnote: Orosius I. 2, in the 5th century of our era. Madagascar may hereafter have a history, which will make it interesting to know that this name was first given, so far as we can trace, by Marco Polo to the huge African island. Neither can we regard with indifference the first giving to the newly discovered continent in the West the name of America, and still less should we Englishmen fail to take note of the date when this island exchanged its earlier name of Britain for England, or again, when it resumed Great Britain as its official designation. So also, to confirm our assertion by examples from another quarter, it cannot be unprofitable to mark the exact moment at which tyrant and tyranny, forming so distinct an epoch as this did in the political history of Greece, first appeared. Footnote: In the writings of Archilochus, about 700 BC, a tyrant was not for Greeks a bad king, who abused a rightful position to purposes of lust or cruelty or other wrong. It was of the essence of a tyrant that he had attained supreme dominion through a violation of the laws and liberties of the state, having done which, whatever the moderation of his afterrule, he would not escape the name. Thus the mild and bounteous Pisistratus was tyrant of Athens, while a Christian too. Of Denmark, the Nero of the North, would not in Greek eyes have been one. It was to their honor that they did not allow the course of the word to be arrested or turned aside by occasional or partial exceptions in the manner of the exercise of this ill-gotten dominion, but in the hateful secondary sense which tyrant with them acquired, and which has passed over to us, the moral conviction, justified by all experience, spake out, that the ill-gotten would be ill-kept. That the tyrant in the earlier sense of the word, dogged by suspicion, fear, and an evil conscience, must, by an almost inevitable law, become a tyrant in our later sense of the word. Or again, when, and from whom, the fabric of the external universe first received the title of cosmos, or beautiful order. Footnote: Pythagoras, born BC 570, is said to have been the first who made this application of the word. For much of interest on its history see Humboldt, Cosmos, 1846, English edit. Volume 1, page 371. A name not new in itself, but new in this application of it, with much more of the same kind. Let us go back to one of the words just named, and inquire what may be learned from acquaintance with the time and place of its first appearance. It is one the coming up of which has found special record in the Book of Life. The disciples, as St. Luke expressly tells us, were called Christians first in Antioch, Acts 11:26. That we have here a notice which we would not willingly have missed all will acknowledge, even as nothing can be otherwise than curious which relates to the infancy of the Church. But there is here much more than an interesting notice. Question it a little closer, and how much it will be found to contain, how much which it is waiting to yield up. What light it throws on the whole story of the Apostolic Church to know where and when this name of Christians was first imposed on the faithful. For imposed by adversaries it certainly was, not devised by themselves, however afterwards they may have learned to glory in it as the name of highest dignity and honor. They did not call themselves, but, as is expressly recorded, they were called Christians first at Antioch, in agreement with which statement, the name occurs nowhere in Scripture, except on the lips of those alien from, or opposed to, the faith, Acts 26:28, Ipet 4:16. And as it was a name imposed by adversaries, so among these adversaries it was plainly heathens, and not Jews, who were its authors, for Jews would never have called the followers of Jesus of Nazareth Christians, or those of Christ, the very point of their opposition to him being that he was not the Christ, but a false pretender to the name. Footnote: compare Tacitus, Anno 15:24 quos vulgus, Christianos appellabat. It is curious too that, although a Greek word and coined in a Greek city, the termination is Latin. Christianos is formed on the model of Romanus, Albanus, Pompeianus, and the like. Starting then from this point, that Christians was a title given to the disciples by the heathen, what may we deduce from it further? At Antioch they first obtained this name, at the city, that is, which was the headquarters of the Church's missions to the heathen, in the same sense as Jerusalem had been the headquarters of the mission to the seed of Abraham. It was there, and among the faithful there, that a conviction of the worldwide destination of the gospel arose. There it was first plainly seen as intended for all kindreds of the earth. Hitherto the faithful in Christ had been called by their adversaries, and indeed often were still called, Galileans, or Nazarenes, both names which indicated the Jewish cradle wherein the Church had been nursed, and that the world saw in the new society no more than a Jewish sect. But it was plain that the Church had now, even in the world's eyes, chipped its Jewish shell. The name Christians, or those of Christ, while it told that Christ and the confession of him was felt even by the heathen to be the sum and center of this new faith, showed also that they comprehended now, not all which the Church would be, but something of this, saw this much, namely, that it was no mere sect and variety of Judaism, but a society with a mission and a destiny of its own. Nor will the thoughtful reader fail to observe that the coming up of this name is by closest juxtaposition connected in the sacred narrative, and still more closely in the Greek than in the English, with the arrival at Antioch, and with the preaching there, of that apostle, who was God's appointed instrument for bringing the Church to a full sense that the message which it had was not for some men only, but for all. As so often happens with the rise of new names, the rise of this one marked a new epoch in the Church's life, and that it was entering upon a new stage of its development. Footnote: Renat, Les Apôtres pages 233 to 236, has much instruction on this matter. I quote a few words, though even in them the spirit in which the whole book is conceived does not fail to make itself felt. Lor o un création nouvelle recueillit son nom est solennel, car le nom est le signe définitif de l'existence. C'est par le nom qu'un être individuel ou collectif devient lui-même, et sort d'un autre. La formation du mot chrétien marque ainsi la date précise où l'Église de Jésus est séparée du judaïsme. Le christianisme est complètement détaché du sein de sa mère. La vraie pensée de Jésus triomphe de l'indécision de ses premiers disciples. L'Église de Jérusalem est dépassée. L'Aramine, la langue de Jésus, est inconnue à une partie de son école. Le christianisme par grec. Ils lance définitivement dans le grand tourbillon du monde grec et romain. D'où il ne sortira plus. It is a small matter, yet not without its own significance, that the invention of this name is laid by St. Luke, for. So, I think, we may confidently say, to the credit of the Antiochenes. Now the idle, frivolous, and witty inhabitants of the Syrian capital were noted in all antiquity for the invention of nicknames. It was a manufacture for which their city was famous. And thus it was exactly the place where beforehand we might have expected that such a title, being a nickname, or little better in their mouths who devised it, should first come into being. This one example is sufficient to show that new words will often repay any amount of attention which we may bestow upon them, and upon the conditions under which they were born. I proceed to consider the causes which suggest or necessitate their birth, the periods when a language is most fruitful in them, the sources from which they usually proceed, with some other interesting phenomena about them. And first of the causes which give them birth. Now of all these causes the noblest is this, namely, that in the appointments of highest wisdom there are epochs in the world's history, in which, more than at other times, new moral and spiritual forces are at work, stirring to their central depths the hearts of men. When it thus fares with a people, they make claims on their language which were never made on it before. It is required to utter truths, to express ideas, remote from it hitherto, for which therefore the adequate expression will naturally not be forthcoming at once, these new thoughts and feelings being larger and deeper than any wherewith hitherto the speakers of that tongue had been familiar. It fares with a language then, as it would fare with a river bed, suddenly required to deliver a far larger volume of waters than had hitherto been its wont. It would in such a case be nothing strange, if the waters surmounted their banks, broke forth on the right hand and on the left, forced new channels with a certain violence for themselves. Something of the kind they must do. Now it was exactly thus that it fared, for there could be no more illustrious examples, with the languages of Greece and Rome, when it was demanded of them that they should be vehicles of the truths of revelation. These languages, as they already existed, might have sufficed, and did suffice, for heathenism, sensuous and finite, but they did not suffice for the spiritual and infinite, for the truths at once so new and so mighty which claimed now to find utterance in the language of men. And thus it continually befell, that the new thought must weave a new garment for itself, those which it found ready-made being narrower than that it could wrap itself in them, that the new wine must fashion new vessels for itself, if both should be preserved, the old being neither strong enough, nor expansive enough, to hold it. Footnote: Renan, speaking on this matter, says of the early Christians, La langue leur faisait défaut. Le grec était le sémitique les trahissait également. De la cette énorme violence que le christianisme nascent fit au langage, les apôtres, page 71. Thus, not to speak of mere technical matters, which would claim an utterance, how could the Greek language possess a word for idolatry, so long as the sense of the awful contrast between the worship of the living God and of dead things had not risen up in their minds that spoke it? But when Greek began to be the native language of men, to whom this distinction between the Creator and the creature was the most earnest and deepest conviction of their souls, words such as idolatry, idolater, of necessity appeared. The heathen did not claim for their deities to be searchers of hearts, did not disclaim for them the being acceptors of persons. Such attributes of power and righteousness entered not into their minds as pertaining to the objects of their worship. The Greek language, therefore, so long as they only employed it, had not the words corresponding. Footnote: Greek, prosopoleptes cardiognostes. It, indeed, could not have had them, as the Jewish Hellenistic Greek could not be without them. How useful a word is theocracy! What good service it has rendered in presenting a certain idea clearly and distinctly to the mind, yet where, except in the bosom of the same Jewish Greek, could it have been born? Footnote: We preside at its birth in a passage of Josephus, Con. Apian. 2:16. These difficulties, which were felt the most strongly when the thought and feeling that had been at home in the Hebrew, the original language of inspiration, needed to be transferred into Greek, reappeared, though not in quite so aggravated a form, when that which had gradually woven for itself in the Greek an adequate clothing, again demanded to find a suitable garment in the Latin. An example of the difficulty, and of the way in which the difficulty was ultimately overcome, will illustrate this far better than long disquisitions. The classical language of Greece had a word for a savior which, though often degraded to unworthy uses, bestowed as a title of honor not merely on the false gods of heathendom, but sometimes on men, such as better deserved to be styled destroyers than saviors of their fellows, was yet in itself not unequal to the setting forth the central office and dignity of him who came into the world to save it. The word might be likened to some profane temple, which needed a new consecration, but not to be abolished, and another built in its room. With the Latin it was otherwise. The language seemed to lack a word, which on one account or another Christians needed continually to utter. Indeed Cicero, than whom none could know better the resources of his own tongue, remarkably enough had noted its want of any single equivalent to the Greek Savior. Footnote: Hoc Greek soter quantum est? Idem magnum ut Latine uno verbo exprimi non possit. Solvitor would have been the natural word, but the classical Latin of the best times, though it had salus and salvus, had neither this, nor the verb salver. Some, indeed, have thought that salver had always existed in the common speech. Servator was instinctively felt to be insufficient, even as preserver would for us fall very short of uttering all which Saviour does now. The seeking of the strayed, the recovery of the lost, the healing of the sick, would all be but feebly and faintly suggested by it, if suggested at all. God preserveth man and beast, but he is the Saviour of his own in a more inward and far more endearing sense. It was long before the Latin Christian writers extricated themselves from this embarrassment, for the solidificator of Tertullian, the sospitator of another, assuredly did not satisfy the need. The strong good sense of Augustine finally disposed of the difficulty. He made no scruple about using Solvitor, observing with a true insight into the conditions under which new words should be admitted, that however Solvitor might not have been good Latin before the Saviour came, he by his coming and by the work had made it such, for, as shadows wait upon substances, so words wait upon things. Footnote: Serm. 299, 6. Christus Jesus, id est Christus Solvitor, hoc est enim Latinae Jesus. Nec querent grammatici quam sit Latinum, sed Christiani, quam verum. Salus enim Latinum nomen est. Salver et Solvitor non fuerunt haec Latina, antequam veniret Solvitor, quando ad Latinos venit et haec Latina fecit. Cf. de Trin. 13. 10. Quod verbum, Solvitor, Latina lingua entia non habeat, sed habere poterat, sicit potuit quando voluit. Other words which we owe to Christian Latin, probably to the Vulgate or to the earlier Latin translations, are these: carnalis, clarifico, compassio, dides, Augustine, Civ. Dei 7, I glorifico, idolatria, incarnatio, justifico, justificatio, longanimitas, mortifico, magnalia, mundicars, passio, predestinatio, refrigerium, ranch, vulgata, page 321. Regeneratio, recipicentia, revelatio, sanctificatio, soliloquium, sufficientia, supererogatio, tribulatio. Many of these may seem barbarous to the Latin scholar, but there is hardly one of them which does not imply a new thought, or a new feeling, or the sense of a new relation of man to God or to his fellow man. Strange too and significant that heathen Latin could get as far as peccare and peccatum, but stopped short of peccator and peccatrix. Take another example. It seemed so natural a thing, in the old heathen world, to expose infants, where it was not found convenient to rear them. The crime excited so little remark, was so little regarded as a crime at all, that it seemed not worth the while to find a name for it, and thus it came to pass that the word infanticidium was first born in the bosom of the Christian Church, Tertullian being the earliest in whose writings it appears. Yet it is not only when new truth, moral or spiritual, has thus to fit itself to the lips of men, that such enlargements of speech become necessary, but in each further unfolding of those seminal truths implanted in man at the first, in each new enlargement of his sphere of knowledge, outward or inward, the same necessities make themselves felt. The beginnings and progressive advances of moral philosophy in Greece, footnote, see Lobeck, Phrynicus, page 350. The transplantation of the same to Rome, the rise of the scholastic, and then of the mystic, theology in the Middle Ages, the discoveries of modern science and natural philosophy, these each and all have been accompanied with corresponding extensions in the domain of language. Of the words to which each of these has in turn given birth, many, it is true, have never traveled beyond their own peculiar sphere, having remained purely technical, or scientific, or theological to the last. But many, too, have passed over from the laboratory and the school, from the cloister and the pulpit, into everyday use, and have, with the ideas which they incorporate, become the common heritage of all. For however hard and repulsive a front any study or science may present to the great body of those who are as laymen in regard of it, there is yet inevitably such a detrition as this continually going forward, and one which it would be well worth while to trace in detail. Where the movement is a popular one, stirring the heart and mind of a people to its depths, there these new words will for the most part spring out of their bosom, a free spontaneous birth, seldom or never capable of being referred to one man more than another, because in a manner they belong to all. Where, on the contrary, the movement is more strictly theological, or has for its sphere those regions of science and philosophy, where, as first pioneers and discoverers, only a few can bear their part, there the additions to the language and extensions of it will lack something of the freedom, the unconscious boldness, which mark the others. Their character will be more artificial, less spontaneous, although here also the creative genius of a single man, as there of a nation, will oftentimes set its mark, and many a single word will come forth, which will be the result of profound meditation, or of intuitive genius, or of both in happiest combination, many a word, which shall as a torch illuminate vast regions comparatively obscure before, and, it may be, cast its rays far into the yet unexplored darkness beyond, or which, summing up into itself all the acquisitions in a particular direction of the past, shall furnish a mighty vantage ground from which to advance to new conquests in those realms of mind or of nature, not as yet subdued to the intellect and uses of man. Cosmopolite has often now a shallow or even a mischievous use, and he who calls himself cosmopolite may mean no more than that he is not a patriot, that his native country does not possess his love. Yet, as all must admit, he could have been no common man who, before the preaching of the gospel, launched this word upon the world, and claimed this name for himself. Nor was he a common man, for Diogenes the Cynic, whose sayings are among quite the most notable in antiquity, was its author. Being demanded of what city or country he was, Diogenes answered that he was a cosmopolite, in this word widening the range of men's thoughts, bringing in not merely a word new to Greek ears, but a thought which, however commonplace and familiar to us now, must have been most novel and startling to those whom he addressed. I am far from asserting that contempt for his citizenship in its narrower sense may not have mingled with this his challenge for himself of a citizenship wide as the world, but there was not the less a very remarkable reaching out here after truths which were not fully born into the world until he came, in whom and in whose church all national differences and distinctions are done away. As occupying somewhat of a middle place between those more deliberate word-makers and the multitude whose words rather grow of themselves than are made, we must not omit him who is a maker by the very right of his name, I mean, the poet. That creative energy with which he is endowed, the high-flying liberty of conceit proper to the poet, will not fail to manifest itself in this region as in others. Extending the domain of thought and feeling, he will scarcely fail to extend that also of language, which does not willingly lag behind. And the loftier his moods, the more of this maker he will be. The passion of such times, the all-fusing imagination, will at once suggest and justify audacities in speech, upon which in calmer moods he would not have ventured, or, venturing, would have failed to carry others with him, for it is only the fluent metal that runs easily into novel shapes and molds. Nor is it merely that the old and the familiar will often become new in the poet's hands, that he will give the stamp of allowance, as to him will be free to do, to words which hitherto have lived only on the lips of the people, or been confined to some single dialect and province, but he will enrich his native tongue with words unknown and non-existent before, non-existent, that is, save in their elements. For in the historic period of a language it is not permitted to any man to do more than work on pre-existent materials, to evolve what is latent therein, to combine what is apart, to recall what has fallen out of sight. But to return to the more deliberate coining of words. New necessities have within the last few years called out several of these deliberate creations in our own language. The almost simultaneous discovery of such large abundance of gold in so many quarters of the world led some nations so much to dread an enormous depreciation of this metal, that they ceased to make it the standard of value. Holland, for instance, did so for a while, though she has since changed her mind, and it has been found convenient to invent a word to demonetize to express this process of turning a precious metal from being the legal standard into a mere article of commerce. So, too, diplomacy has recently added more than one new word to our vocabulary. I suppose nobody ever heard of extradition till within the last few years, nor of neutralization except, it might be, in some treatise upon chemistry, till in the Treaty of Peace which followed the Crimean War the neutralization of the Black Sea was made one of the stipulations. Secularization, in like manner, owes its birth to the long and weary negotiations which preceded the Treaty of Westphalia, 1648. Whenever it proved difficult to find anywhere else compensation for some powerful claimant, there was always some abbey or bishopric which with its revenues might be seized, stripped of its ecclesiastical character, and turned into a secular possession. Our manifold points of contact with the East, the necessity that has thus arisen of representing Oriental words to the Western world by means of an alphabet not its own, with the manifold discussions on the fittest equivalents, all this has brought with it the need of a word which should describe the process, and transliteration is the result. We have long had assimilation in our dictionaries. Dissimilation has as yet scarcely found its way into them, but it speedily will. It has already appeared in our books on language. Footnote: see Skeat's Etymology Dict. S.V. Truffle. Pot, Etymology Forsch. Volume 2. Page 65, introduced the word dissimilation into German. Advances in philology have rendered it a matter of necessity that we should possess a term to designate a certain process which words unconsciously undergo, and no other would designate it at all so well. There is a process of assimilation going on very extensively in language, the organs of speech finding themselves helped by changing one letter for another which has just occurred, or will just occur in a word. Thus we say not a_df_ience, but a_ff_ience, not re_n_a_m_. As our ancestors did when renown was first naturalized, but re_n_a_n_. We say too, though we do not write it, cu_b_board and not cu_p_board, su_t_tli and not su_b_tli. But side by side with this there is another opposite process, where some letter would recur too often for euphony or ease in speaking, where the strict form of the word too closely held fast, and where consequently this letter is exchanged for some other, generally for some nearly allied. Thus ce_r_Julius was once ce_l_Julius, from Selim. Footnote: the connection of Carolulius with Selim is not at all certain. me_r_ides is for me_d_ides / or medes dies. In the same way the Italians prefer v_l_ino to v_n_ino, the Germans _k_artoffel to _t_artoffel. From Italian tartifola equals Latin terrae tuber, an old name of the potato, and we cinemo_n_ to cinemo_m_, the earlier form. So too in turtle, marble, purple, we have shrunk from the double R of turtle, marmor, purpura. Footnote: see Dwight, Modern Philology, 2nd Series, page 100, Heise, System der Sprachwissenschaft, section 139-141, and Peel, Introduction to Greek and Latin Etymology, pages 357-379. New necessities, new evolutions of society into more complex conditions, evoke new words, which come forth, because they are required now, but did not formerly exist, because in an anterior period they were not required. For example, in Greece, so long as the poet sang his own verses, singer, awidos, sufficiently expressed the double function. Such a singer was Homer, and such Homer describes Demodocus, the bard of the Phaeacians. That double function, in fact, not being in his time contemplated as double, but each of its parts so naturally completing the other, that no second word was required. When, however, in the division of labor one made the verses which another chanted, then poet or maker, a word unknown to the Homeric age, arose. In like manner, when physicians were the only natural philosophers, the word covered this meaning as well as that other which it still retains. But when the investigation of nature and natural causes detached itself from the art of healing, became an independent study, the name physician remained to that which was as the stock and stem of the art, while the new offshoot sought out and obtained a new name for itself. But it is not merely new things which will require new names. It will often be discovered that old things have not got a name at all, or, having one, are compelled to share it with something else, often to the serious embarrassment of both. The manner in which men become aware of such deficiencies is commonly this. Comparing their own language with another, and in some aspects a richer, compelled, it may be, to such comparison through having undertaken to transfer treasures of that language into their own, they become conscious of much worthy to be uttered in human speech, and plainly utterable therein, since another language has found utterance for it, but which hitherto has found no voice in their own. Hereupon, with more or less success, they proceed to supply the deficiency. Hardly in any other way would the wants in this way revealed make themselves felt even by the most thoughtful, for language is to so large an extent the condition and limit of thought. Men are so little accustomed, indeed so little able, to contemplate things, except through the intervention, and by the machinery, of words, that the absence of words from a language almost necessarily brings with it the absence of any sense of that absence. Here is one advantage of acquaintance with other languages besides our own, and of the institution that will follow, if we have learned those other to any profit, of such comparisons, namely, that we thus become aware that names are not, and least of all the names in any one language, coextensive with things, and by things I mean subjects as well as objects of thought, whatever one can think about. That innumerable things and aspects of things exist, which, though capable of being resumed and connoted in a word, are yet without one, unnamed and unregistered, and thus, vast as may be the world of names, that the world of realities, and of realities which are nameable, is vaster still. Such discoveries the Romans made, when they sought to transplant the moral philosophy of Greece to an Italian soil. They discovered that many of its terms had no equivalents with them, which equivalents thereupon they proceeded to devise for themselves, appealing for this to the latent capabilities of their own tongue. For example, the Greek schools had a word, and one playing no unimportant part in some of their philosophical systems, to express apathy or the absence of all passion and pain. As it was absolutely necessary to possess a corresponding word, Cicero invented indolentia, as that, if I may so speak, with which he paves the way to his first introduction of it, sufficiently declares. Footnote fin. 2, 4, and for qualitas see academic. 6. Sometimes, indeed, such a skilful master of words, such a subtle watcher and weigher of their force as was Cicero, footnote, al verborum vigilantissimus abenser ac menser, as Augustine happily terms him, will have noticed, even apart from this comparison with other languages, an omission in his own, which thereupon he will endeavor to supply. Thus the Latin had two adjectives which, though not kept apart as strictly as they might have been, possessed each its peculiar meaning, invidious one who is envious, invidiosus one who excites envy in others. Footnote. Thus the monkish line, invidiosus ego, non invidus esse laboro. At the same time there was only one substantive, invidia the correlative of them both, with the disadvantage, therefore, of being employed now in an active, now in a passive sense, now for the envy which men feel, and now for the envy which they excite. The word he saw was made to do double duty. Under a seeming unity there lurked a real dualism, from which manifold confusions might follow. He therefore devised invidentia, to express the active envy, or the envying, no doubt desiring that invidia should be restrained to the passive, the being envied. Invidentia to all appearance supplied a real want, yet Cicero himself did not succeed in giving it currency, does not seem himself to have much cared to employ it again. Footnote, Tusk. 394. 8. Cf. Doderlein, Sinnen. Volume 3, page 68. We see by this example that not every word, which even an expert in language proposes, finds acceptance. Footnote. Quintilian's advice, based on this fact, is good. 6. 42 Etiam si potus nihil pecare, cujuditer is verbis quae semi octors tradiderint, multum tamen refert non solum quid dixerint, sed etiam quid persuaserint. He himself, as he informs us, invented vocalitas to correspond with the Greek, euphonia, instit. 5. 24, but I am not conscious that he found any imitators here. For, as Dryden, treating on this subject, has well observed, it is one thing to draw a bill, and another to have it accepted. Provided some words live, he must be content that others should fall to the ground and die. Nor is this the only unsuccessful candidate for admission into the language which Cicero put forward. His indolentia, which I mentioned just now, hardly passed beyond himself. Footnote. Thus Seneca a little later is unaware, or has forgotten, that Cicero made any such suggestion. Taking no notice of it, he proposes impatientia as an adequate rendering of Greek apatheia. There clung this inconvenience to the word, as he himself allowed, that it was already used in exactly the opposite sense, ep. 9. Elsewhere he claims to be the inventor of essentia, ep. 38. His vitiositas, footnote, Tusk. 4, 15. Indigentia, footnote, Ibid. 4, 9. 21. And Meliorositas, footnote, Ibid. 4, 2, not at all. Beatidas 2 and Beatitudo, footnote, Nat. Dear. I. 34. Both of his coining, yet, as he owns himself, with something strange and unattractive about them, found almost no acceptance at all in the classical literature of Rome. Beatitude, indeed, obtained a home, as it deserved to do, in the Christian Church, but Beatidas none. Coleridge's Esemplastic, by which he was fain to express the all-atoning or unifying power of the imagination, has not pleased others at all in the measure in which it pleased himself, while the words of Jeremy Taylor, of such Latinists as Sir Thomas Browne and Henry Moore, born only to die, are multitudinous as the fallen leaves of autumn. Footnote: see my English Past and Present, 13th edit. Page 113. Still, even the word which fails is often an honorable testimony to the scholarship, or the exactness of thought, or the imagination of its author, and Ben Jonson is overhard on neologists, if I may bring this term back to its earlier meaning, when he says, "A man coins not a new word without some peril, and less fruit, for if it happen to be received, the praise is but moderate, if refused, the scorn is assured." Footnote: therefore the maxim, moribus antiquis, presentibus utera. Verbis. I spoke just now of comprehensive words, which should singly say what hitherto it had taken many words to say, in which a higher term has been reached than before had been attained. The value of these is incalculable. By the cutting short of lengthy explanations and tedious circuits of language, they facilitate mental processes, such as would often have been nearly or quite impossible without them, and such as have invented or put these into circulation are benefactors of a high order to knowledge. In the ordinary traffic of life, unless our dealings are on the smallest scale, we willingly have about us our money in the shape rather of silver than of copper, and if our transactions are at all extensive, rather in gold than in silver, while, if we were setting forth upon a long and costly journey, we should be best pleased to turn even our gold coin itself into bills of exchange or circular notes, in fact, into the highest denomination of money which it was capable of assuming. How many words with which we are now perfectly familiar are for us what the circular note, or bill of exchange is for the traveler or the merchant. As innumerable pence, a multitude of shillings, not a few pounds are gathered up and represented by one of these, so have we in some single word the quintessence and final result of an infinite number of anterior mental processes, ascending one above the other, until all have been at length summed up for us in that single word. This last may be compared to nothing so fitly as to some mighty river, which does not bring its flood of waters to the sea, till many rills have been swallowed up in brooks, and brooks in streams, and streams in tributary rivers, each of these affluents having lost its separate name and existence in that which at last represents and contains them all. Science is an immense gainer by words which thus say singly what whole sentences might with difficulty have succeeded in saying. Thus isothermal is quite a modern invention, but how much is summed up by the word, what a long story is saved, as often as we speak of isothermal lines. Physiologists have given the name of atavism to the emerging again of a face in a family after its disappearance during 2 or 3 generations. What would have else needed a sentence is here accomplished by a word. Lord Bacon somewhere describes a certain candidate for the chair of St. Peter as being papable. There met, that is, in him all the conditions, and they were many, which would admit the choice of the conclave falling upon him. When Bacon wrote, one to be papable must have been born in lawful wedlock, must have no children nor grandchildren living, must not have a kinsman already in the conclave, must be already a cardinal, all which facts this single word sums up. When Aristotle, in the opening sentences of his Rhetoric, declares that rhetoric and logic are antistrophic, what a wonderful insight into both, and above all into their relations to one another, does the word impart to those who have any such special training as enables them to take in all which hereby he intends. Or take a word so familiar as circle, and imagine how it would fare with us, if, as often as in some long and difficult mathematical problem we needed to refer to this figure, we were obliged to introduce its entire definition, no single word representing it, and not this only, but the definition of each term employed in the definition, how well nigh impossible it would prove to carry the whole process in the mind, or to take oversight of all its steps. Imagine a few more words struck out of the vocabulary of the mathematician, and if all activity and advance in his proper domain was not altogether arrested, yet would it be as effectually restrained and hampered as commercial intercourse would be, if in all its transactions iron or copper were the sole medium of exchange. Wherever any science is progressive, there will be progress in its nomenclature as well. Words will keep pace with things, and with more or less felicity resuming in themselves the labors of the past, will at once assist and abridge the labors of the future, like tools which, themselves the result of the finest mechanical skill, do at the same time render other and further triumphs of art possible, oftentimes such as would prove quite unattainable without them. Footnote: see Mill, System of Logic 4. 6.3. It is not merely the widening of men's intellectual horizon, which, bringing new thoughts within the range of their vision, compels the origination of corresponding words, but as often as regions of this outward world hitherto closed are laid open, the novel objects of interest which these contain will demand to find their names, and not merely to be catalogued in the nomenclature of science, but, so far as they present themselves to the popular eye, will require to be popularly named. When a new thing, a plant, or fruit, or animal, or whatever else it may be, is imported from some foreign land, or so comes within the sphere of knowledge that it needs to be thus named, there are various ways by which this may be done. The first and commonest way is to import the name and the thing together, incorporating the former, unchanged, or with slight modification, into the language. Thus we did with the potato, which is only another form of batata, in which shape the original Indian word appears in our earlier voyagers. But this is not the only way of naming, and the example on which I have just lighted affords good illustration of various other methods which may be adopted. Thus a name belonging to something else, which the new object nearly resembles, may be transferred to it, and the confusion arising from calling different things by the same name disregarded. It was thus in German, Kartoffel being only a corruption, which found place in the last century, of Tartufel from the Italian Tardifolo, Florio, properly the name of the truffle, but which not the less was transferred to the potato, on the ground of the many resemblances between them. Footnote: see Kluge, Etymology Dict. S.V. Kartoffel. Or again the same transfer may take place, but with some qualifying or distinguishing addition. Thus in Italy also men called the potato tartufo, but added bianco, the white truffle, a name now giving way to patata. Thus was it, too, with the French, who called it apple, but apple of the earth, even as in many of the provincial dialects of Germany it bears the name of erdapfel or earth apple to this day. It will sometimes happen that a language, having thus to provide a new name for a new thing, will seem for a season not to have made up its mind by which of these methods it shall do it. Two names will exist side by side, and only after a time will one gain the upper hand of the other. Thus when the pineapple was introduced into England, it brought with it the name of ananas, erroneously anana, under which last form it is celebrated by Thomson in his Seasons. Footnote: the word ananas is from a native Peruvian name nanas. The pineapple was first seen by Europeans in Peru. See the New English Dictionary, S.V. This name has been nearly or quite superseded by pineapple, manifestly suggested by the likeness of the new fruit to the cone of the pine. It is not a very happy formation, for it is not likeness, but identity, which pineapple suggests, and it gives some excuse to an error, which up to a very late day ran through all German English and French English dictionaries. I know not whether even now it has disappeared. In all of these pineapple is rendered as though it signified not the anana, but this cone of the pine, and not very long ago, the Journal de Debats made some uncomplimentary observations on the veracity of the English, who could wind up a Lord Mayor's banquet with fir cones for dessert. Sometimes the name adopted will be one drawn from an intermediate language, through which we first became acquainted with the object requiring to be named. Alligator is an example of this. When that ugly crocodile of the New World was first seen by the Spanish discoverers, they called it, with a true insight into its species, el lagarto, the lizard, as being the largest of that lizard species to which it belonged, or sometimes el lagarto de las Indias, the Indian lizard. In Sir Walter Raleigh's discovery of Guiana, the word still retains its Spanish form. Sailing up the Orinoco, we saw in it, he says, divers sorts of strange fishes of marvelous bigness, but for lagartos it exceeded, for there were thousands of these ugly serpents, and the people call it, for the abundance of them, the river of lagartos, in their language. We can explain the shape which with us the word gradually assumed, by supposing that English sailors who brought it home, and had continually heard, but may have never seen it written, blended, as in similar instances has often happened, the Spanish article L with the name. In Ben Jonson's Alagarda, we note the word in process of transformation. Footnote: Alcoran supplies another example of this curious annexation of the article. Examples of a like absorption or incorporation of it are to be found in many languages. In our own, when we write in newt, and not in yut, or when our fathers wrote an idiot, certi, more, and not an idiot, in the Italian, which has lanza for anza, but they are still more numerous in French. Thus lierre, ivy, was written by Ronsard, elhier, which is correct, being the Latin hetera. Lingot is our ingot, but with fusion of the article. In larigot and laureate the word and the article have in the same manner grown together. In Old French it was l'endemain, or le jour en demain, le lendemain, as now written, is a barbarous excess of expression. La Puy, a name given to the southern extremity of Italy, and in which we recognize Apulia, is another variety of error, but moving in the same sphere. Genin, Recreations Philologiques, Volume 1, pages 102 to 105, of the same variety is La Nato Li, which was written Ella Natalie once. An Irish scholar has observed that in modern Irish in equals the is frequently thus absorbed in the names of places, as in Nennick, Null, while sometimes in error exactly the reverse of this is committed, and a letter supposed to be the article, but in fact a part of the word, dropped, thus Aughavel, instead of Nuffhavel or New Habitation. See Joyce, Irish Local Names. Less honorable causes than some which I have mentioned give birth to new words, which will sometimes reflect back a very fearful light on the moral condition of that epoch in which first they saw the light. Of the Roman Emperor, Tiberius, one of those inventors of evil things, of whom St. Paul speaks, Rom. I. 30, Tacitus informs us that under his hateful dominion words, unknown before, emerged in the Latin tongue, for the setting out of wickednesses, happily also previously unknown, which he had invented. It was the same frightful time which gave birth to the later, alike to the thing and to the word. The atrocious attempt of Louis XIV. To convert the Protestants in his dominions to the Roman Catholic faith by quartering dragoons upon them, with license to misuse to the uttermost those who refused to conform, this booted mission buddy, as it was facetiously called at the time, has bequeathed dragonade to the French language. Refugee had at the same time its rise, and owed it to the same event. They were called refugees or refugees who took refuge in some land less inhospitable than their own, so as to escape the tender mercies of these missionaries. Convertisseur belongs to the same period. The spiritual factor was so named who undertook to convert the Protestants on a large scale, receiving so much a head for the converts whom he made. Our present use of roué throws light on another curious and shameful page of French history. The roué, by which word now is meant a man of profligate character and conduct, is properly and primarily one broken on the wheel. Its present and secondary meaning it derived from that Duke of Orleans who was regent of France after the death of Louis XIV. It was his miserable ambition to gather round him companions worse, if possible, and wickeder than himself. These, as the Duke of St. Simon assures us, he was wont to call his roués, every one of them abundantly deserving to be broken on the wheel, which was the punishment then reserved in France for the worst malefactors. Footnote: The roués themselves declared that the word expressed rather their readiness to give any proof of their affection, even to the being broken upon the wheel, to their protector and friend. When we have learned the pedigree of the word, the man and the age rise up before us, glorying in their shame, and not caring to pay to virtue even that hypocritical homage which vice finds it sometimes convenient to render. The great French Revolution made, as might be expected, characteristic contributions to the French language. It gives us some insight into its ugliest side to know that, among other words, it produced the following: guillotine, incivism, lanterner, noyade, sans-culotte, terrorism. Still later, the French conquests in North Africa, and the pitiless severities with which every attempt at resistance on the part of the free tribes of the interior was put down and punished, have left their mark on it as well. Razzia, which is properly an Arabic word, having been added to it, to express the swift and sudden sweeping away of a tribe, with its herds, its crops, and all that belongs to it. The Communist insurrection of 1871 bequeathed one contribution almost as hideous as itself, namely Petroleus, to the language. It is quite recently that we have made any acquaintance with recidivist, one, that is, who falls back once more on criminal courses. But it would ill become us to look only abroad for examples in this kind, when perhaps an equal abundance might be found much nearer home. Words of our own keep record of passages in our history in which we have little reason to glory. Thus mob and sham had their birth in that most disgraceful period of English history, the interval between the Restoration and the Revolution. I may note, says one writing towards the end of the reign of Charles II, that the rabble first changed their title, and were called the mob, in the assemblies of this, the Green Ribbon Club. It was their beast of burden, and called first mobile vulgus, but fell naturally into the contraction of one syllable, and ever since has become proper English. Footnote: North, Examen, page 574. For the origin of sham see page 231. Compare Swift in the Tatler, no. CCXXX. I have done the utmost, he there says, for some years past to stop the progress of mob and banter, but have been plainly borne down by numbers, and betrayed by those who promised to assist me. At a much later date a writer in the Spectator speaks of mob as still only struggling into existence. I dare not answer, he says, that mob, rap, pos, incognito, and the like will not in time be looked at as part of our tongue. In regard of mob, the mobile multitude, swayed hither and thither by each gust of passion or caprice, this, which the Spectator hardly expected, while he confessed it possible, has actually come to pass. It is one of the many words formerly slang, which are now used by our best writers, and received, like pardoned outlaws, into the body of respectable citizens. Again, though the murdering of poor helpless lodgers, afterwards to sell their bodies for dissection, can only be regarded as the monstrous wickedness of one or two, yet the verb to burk, drawn from the name of a wretch who long pursued this hideous traffic, will be evidence in all after times, unless indeed its origin should be forgotten, to how strange a crime this age of ours could give birth. Nor less must it be acknowledged that to rattle is no pleasant acquisition which the language within the last few years has made, and as little to boycott, which is of still later birth. Footnote: this word has found its way into most European languages. See the New English Dictionary S.V. We must not count as new words properly so called, although they may delay us for a minute, those comic words, most often comic combinations formed at will, wherein, as plays and displays of power, writers ancient and modern have delighted. These for the most part are meant to do service for the moment, and this done, to pass into oblivion, the inventors of them themselves having no intention of fastening them permanently on the language. Thus Aristophanes coined Greek melanikio, to loiter like Nicias, with allusion to the delays by whose aid this prudent commander sought to put off the disastrous Sicilian expedition, with other words not a few, familiar to every scholar. The humor will sometimes consist in their enormous length, footnote, as in the Greek Amphiptolomopodisostratos of Eupolis, the Greek Spermagoria lekitholakonopolis of Aristophanes. There are others a good deal longer than these, sometimes in their mingled observance and transgression of the laws of the language, as in the Greek Danatatos, in the Greek Auditatos, of the Greek comic poet, the Patrocimus and Oculissimus, comic superlatives of Patrus and Oculus, oxysissimus of oxysis, dominissimus of dominus, asinissimo, Italian, of Asino. Or in superlative piled on superlative, as in the minimissimus and pessimissimus of Seneca, the automissimo of the modern Italian, so too in the dos ones, dab ones, which in Greek and in medieval Latin were names given to those who were ever promising, ever saying I will give, but never crowning promise with performance. Plautus, with his exuberant wit, and exulting in his mastery of the Latin language, is rich in these, fustitudinus, ferrocrepinus and the like, will put together 4 or 5 lines consisting wholly of comic combinations thrown off for the occasion. Footnote Persa 4. 6, 20-23. Of the same character is Chaucer's Octogamy, or Eighth Marriage, Butler's Synarchtomachy, or Battle of a Dog and Bear, Southey's Matriarch, for by this name he calls the wife of the patriarch Job, but Southey's fun in this line of things is commonly poor enough, his want of finer scholarship making itself felt here. What humor, for example, can any one find in Philophilist or Lover of Cats? Fuller, when he used to avunculize, meaning to tread in the footsteps of one's uncle, scarcely proposed it as a lasting addition to the language, as little did Pope intend more than a very brief existence for vaticide, or Cooper for extraforaneous, or Carlyle for jigmanity, for tulpatchery, or the like. Such are some of the sources of increase in the wealth of a language, some of the quarters from which its vocabulary is augmented. There have been, from time to time, those who have so little understood what a language is, and what are the laws which it obeys, that they have sought by arbitrary decrees of their own to arrest its growth, have pronounced that it has reached the limits of its growth, and must not henceforward presume to develop itself further. Even Bentley, with all his vigorous insight into things, is here at fault. It were no difficult contrivance, he says, if the public had any regard to it, to make the English tongue immutable, unless hereafter some foreign nation shall invade and overrun us. Footnote, Works, Volume 2. Page 13. But a language has a life, as truly as a man, or as a tree. As a man, it must grow to its full stature, unless indeed its life is prematurely abridged by violence from without, even as it is also submitted to his conditions of decay. As a forest tree, it will defy any feeble bands which should attempt to control its expansion, so long as the principle of growth is in it. As a tree too it will continually, while it casts off some leaves, be putting forth others. And thus all such attempts to arrest have utterly failed, even when made under conditions the most favorable for success. The French Academy, numbering all or nearly all the most distinguished writers of France, once sought to exercise such a domination over their own language, and might have hoped to succeed, if success had been possible for any. But the language heeded their decrees as little as the advancing tide heeded those of Canute. Could they hope to keep out of men's speech, or even out of their books, however they excluded from their own dictionary, such words as blog, blogger, blagger, because, being born of the people, they had the people's mark upon them? After fruitless resistance for a time, they have in cases innumerable been compelled to give way, though in favor of the words just cited they have not yielded yet, and in each successive edition of their dictionary have thrown open its doors to words which had established themselves in the language, and would hold their ground there, altogether indifferent whether they received the Academy's seal of allowance, or not. Footnote, Nissard, Curiosites de l'Edim. Frank. Page 195, has an article on these words, where with the epigrammatic neatness which distinguishes French prose, he says, Je regrette que l'Académie repousse de son dictionnaire les mots blog, blagger, laissant grandeur à assez pour cs fils offense du peuple, que finiront par l'enfoncer. On this futility of struggling against popular usage in language, Montaigne has said, they that will fight custom with grammar are fools. And we may add, not less fools, as engaged in as hopeless a conflict, they that will fight it with dictionary. Littre, the French scholar who single-handed has given to the world a far better dictionary than that on which the Academy had bestowed the collective labor of more than 200 years, shows a much juster estimate of the actual facts of language. If ever there was a word born in the streets, and bearing about it tokens of the place of its birth, it is gammon. Moreover, it cannot be traced farther back than the year 1835, when first it appeared in a book, though it may have lived some while before on the lips of the people. All this did not hinder his finding room for it in the pages of his dictionary. He did the same for Flunner, and for Rococo, and for many more, bearing similar marks of a popular origin. Footnote: a work by Darmesteter, De la création actuelle de mots nouveaux dans la langue française, Paris, 1877, is well worth consulting here, and with good right. For though fashions may descend from the upper classes to the lower, words, such I mean as constitute real additions to the wealth of a language, ascend from the lower to the higher, and of these not a few, let fastidious scholars oppose or ignore them for a while as they may, will assert a place for themselves therein, from which they will not be driven by the protests of all the scholars and all the academicians in the world. The world is ever moving, and language has no choice but to move with it. Footnote: one has well said, the subject of language, the instrument, but also the restraint, of thought, is endless. The history of language, the mouth speaking from the fullness of the heart, is the history of human action, faith, art, policy, government, virtue, and crime. When society progresses, the language of the people necessarily runs even with the line of society. You cannot unite past and present, still less can you bring back the past. Moreover, the law of progress is the law of storms. It is impossible to inscribe an immutable statute of language on the periphery of a vortex, whirling as it advances. Every political development induces a concurrent alteration or expansion in conversation and composition. New principles are generated, new authorities introduced, new terms for the purpose of explaining or concealing the conduct of public men must be created, new responsibilities arise. The evolution of new ideas renders the change as easy as it is irresistible, being a natural change indeed, like our own voice under varying emotions or in different periods of life. The boy cannot speak like the baby, nor the man like the boy, the wooer speaks otherwise than the husband, and every alteration in circumstances, fortune or misfortune, health or sickness, prosperity or adversity, produces some corresponding change of speech or inflection of tone. Those who make attempts to close the door against all newcomers are strangely forgetful of the steps whereby that vocabulary of the language, with which they are so entirely satisfied that they resent every endeavor to enlarge it, had itself been gotten together, namely by that very process which they are now seeking by an arbitrary decree to arrest. We so take for granted that words with which we have been always familiar, whose right to a place in the language no one dreams now of challenging or disputing, have always formed part of it, that it is oftentimes a surprise to discover of how very late introduction many of these actually are, what an amount, it may be, of remonstrance and resistance some of them encountered at the first. To take 2 or 3 Latin examples, Cicero, in employing favor, a word soon after used by everybody, does it with an apology, evidently feels that he is introducing a questionable novelty, being probably first applied to applause in the theatre. Urbanus, too, in our sense of urbane, had in his time only just come up. Obsequium he believes Terence to have been the first to employ. Footnote: on the new words in classical Latin, see Quintilian, Inst. 8. 3, 30-37. Soliloquium seems to us so natural, indeed so necessary, a word, this soliloquy, or talking of a man with himself alone, something which would so inevitably demand and obtain its adequate expression, that we learn with surprise that no one spoke of a soliloquy before Augustine, the word having been coined, as he distinctly informs us, by himself. Footnote: Sol. 2, 7. Where a word has proved an unquestionable gain, it is interesting to watch it as it first emerges, timid, and doubtful of the reception it will meet with, and the interest is much enhanced if it has thus come forth on some memorable occasion, or from some memorable man. Both these interests meet in the word essay. Were we asked what is the most remarkable volume of essays which the world has seen, few, capable of replying, would fail to answer, Lord Bacon's. But they were also the first collection of these, which bore that name, for we gather from the following passage in the intended dedication of the volume to Prince Henry, that essay was itself a recent word in the language, and in the use to which he put it, perfectly novel. He says, "To write just treatises requireth leisure in the writer, and leisure in the reader, which is the cause which hath made me choose to write certain brief notes, set down rather significantly than curiously, which I have called essays. The word is late, but the thing is ancient. From this dedication we gather that, little as essays now can be considered a word of modesty, deprecating too large expectations on the part of the reader, it had, as sketches perhaps would have now, as commentary had in the Latin, that intention in its earliest use. In this deprecation of higher pretensions it resembled the philosopher of Pythagoras. Others had styled themselves, or had been willing to be styled, wise men. Lover of wisdom, a name at once so modest, arid, so beautiful, was of his devising. Footnote: Diogenes Laertius, Proem. Section 12. But while thus some words surprise us that they are so new, others surprise us that they are so old. Few, I should imagine, are aware that rationalist, and this in a theological, and not merely a philosophical sense, is of such early date as it is, or that we have not imported quite in these later times both the name and the thing from Germany. Yet this is very far from the case. There were rationalists in the time of the Commonwealth, and these challenging the name exactly on the same grounds as those who in later times have claimed it for their own. Thus, the author of a newsletter from London, of date October 14, 1646, among other things mentions, there is a new sect sprung up among them, the Presbyterians and Independents, and these are the rationalists, and what their reason dictates them in church or state stands for good, until they be convinced with better. Footnote: Clarendon State Papers, Volume 2. Page 40 of the appendix, with more to the same effect. Christology has been lately characterized as a monstrous importation from Germany. I am quite of the remonstrance mind that English theology does not need, and can do excellently well without it, yet this novelty it is not, for in the preface to the works of that illustrious Arminian divine of the 17th century, Thomas Jackson, written by Benjamin Oley, his friend and pupil, the following passage occurs. The reader will find in this author an eminent excellence in that part of divinity which I make bold to call Christology, in displaying the great mystery of godliness, God the Son manifested in human flesh. Footnote: Preface to Dr. Jackson's Works, Volume 1, page 27. A work of Fleming's, published in 1700, bears the title, Christology. In their power of taking up foreign words into healthy circulation and making them truly their own, languages differ much from one another, and the same language from itself at different periods of its life. There are languages of which the appetite and digestive power, the assimilative energy, is at some periods almost unlimited. Nothing is too hard for them, everything turns to good with them. They will shape and mold to their own uses and habits almost any material offered to them. This, however, is in their youth. As age advances, the assimilative energy diminishes. Words are still adopted, for this process of adoption can never wholly cease. But a chemical amalgamation of the new with the old does not any longer find place, or only in some instances, and very partially even in them. The newcomers lie upon the surface of the language. Their sharp corners are not worn or rounded off. They remain foreign still in their aspect and outline, and having missed their opportunity of becoming otherwise, will remain so to the end. Those who adopt, as with an inward misgiving about their own gift and power of stamping them afresh, make a conscience of keeping them in exactly the same form in which they have received them, instead of conforming them to the laws of that new community into which they are now received. Nothing will illustrate this so well as a comparison of different words of the same family, which have at different periods been introduced into our language. We shall find that those of an earlier introduction have become English through and through, while the later introduced, belonging to the same group, have been very far from undergoing the same transforming process. Thus bishop, episcop, a word as old as the introduction of Christianity into England, though derived from episcopus, is thoroughly English, while episcopal, which has supplanted bishoply, is only a Latin word in an English dress. Alms, too, is thoroughly English, an English which has descended to us from far. The very shape in which we have the word, one syllable for eleemosina of 6, sufficiently testifying this. Letters, as Horntook observes, like soldiers, being apt to desert and drop off in a long march. The 7-syllabled and awkward eleemosinary is of far more recent date. Or sometimes this comparison is still more striking, when it is not merely words of the same family, but the very same word which has been twice adopted, at an earlier period and a later, The earlier form will be thoroughly English, as palsy. The later will be only a Greek or Latin word spelt with English letters, as paralysis. Dropsy, quinsy, megrim, squirrel, rickets, surgeon, tansy, dittany, daffodil, and many more words that one might name, have nothing of strangers or foreigners about them, have made themselves quite at home in English. So entirely is their physiognomy native, that it would be difficult even to suspect them to be of Greek descent, as they all are. Nor has Kickshaw's anything about it now which would compel us at once to recognize in it the French quelques choses. Footnote: these cooks have persuaded us their coarse fare is the best, and all other but what they dress to be mere quelques choses, made dishes of known nourishing. Whitlock, Zootomia, page 147. French quixotes, as with allusion to the quarter from which it came, and while the memory of that was yet fresh in men's minds, it was often called by our early writers. A very notable fact about new words, and a very signal testimony of their popular origin, of their birth from the bosom of the people, is the difficulty so often found in tracing their pedigree. When the causi vocum are sought, as they very fitly are, and out of much better than mere curiosity, for the causi rerum are very often wrapped up in them, those continually elude our research. Nor does it fare thus merely with words to which attention was called, and interest about their etymology awakened, only after they had been long in popular use, for that such should often give scope to idle guesses, should altogether refuse to give up their secret, is nothing strange. But words will not seldom perplex and baffle the inquirer even where an investigation of their origin has been undertaken almost as soon as they have come into existence. Their rise is mysterious. Like almost all acts of becoming, it veils itself in deepest obscurity. They emerge, they are in everybody's mouth, but when it is inquired from whence they are, nobody can tell. They are but of yesterday, and yet with inexplicable rapidity they have already lost all traces of the precise circumstances under which they were born. The rapidity with which this comes to pass is nowhere more striking than in the names of political or religious parties, and above all in names of slight or of contempt. Thus Baxter tells us that when he wrote there already existed 2 explanations of Roundhead. Footnote: Narrative of My Life and Times, page 34. The original of which name is not certainly known. Some say it was because the Puritans then commonly wore short hair, and the King's party long hair. Some say it was because the Queen at Stafford's trial asked who that round-headed man was, meaning Mr. Pym, because he spake so strongly, a word not nearly so old as himself. How much has been written about the origin of the German Ketzer, equals our heretic, though there can scarcely be a doubt that the Cathari make their presence felt in this word. Footnote: see on this word Kluge's etymology dict. Hardly less has been disputed about the French cagot. Footnote: the word meant in old times a leper. See Cotgrave's dictionary, also Athenseum, number 2726. Is lolled, or loller as we read it in Chaucer, from lollen, to chaunt? That is, does it mean the chaunting or canting people? Or had the Lollards their title from a principal person among them of this name, who suffered at the stake, to say nothing of Lolium, found by some in the name, these men being as tares among the wholesome wheat. Footnote: Hahn, Ketzer im Mittelalter Volume 2. Page 534. The origin of Huguenot as applied to the French Protestants was already a matter of doubt and discussion in the lifetime of those who first bore it. A distinguished German scholar has lately enumerated 15 explanations which have been offered of the word. Footnote: Mann, etymol. Unter such. Page 92. Littra, who has found the word in use as a Christian name 2 centuries before the Reformation, has no doubt that here is the explanation of it. At any rate, there is here what explodes a large number of the proposed explanations, as for instance that Huguenot is another and popular shape of Eidgenossen. How did the lay sisters in the Low Countries, the Beguines, get their name? Many derivations have been suggested, but the most probable account is that given in Ducange, that the appellative was derived from Le Bègue de Stammerer, the nickname of Lambert, a priest of Liege in the 12th century, the founder of the order. See the document quoted in Ducange, and the New English Dictionary S.V. Were the Waldenses so called from one Waldus, to whom these poor men of Lyons, as they were at first called, owed their origin? Footnote: It is not doubted now that the Waldenses got their name from Peter Waldes or Valdo, a native of Lyons in the 12th century. Waldes was a rich merchant who sold his goods and devoted his wealth to furthering translations of the Bible, and to the support of a set of poor preachers. For an interesting account of the Waldenses, see in The Guardian, August 18, 1886, a learned review by W. A. B. C. of Histoire littéraire de Vaudois, Paris. Montet. As little can any one tell us with any certainty why the Paulicians and the Patarines were severally named as they are, or, to go much further back, why the Essenes were so called. Footnote. Lightfoot, on the Colossians, page 114 SQQ. From whence had Johannes Scotus, who anticipated so much of the profoundest thinking of later times, his title of Origina, and did that title mean Irish-born, or what? Footnote. There is no doubt whatever that Origina in this case means Irish-born. Prester John was a name given in the Middle Ages to a priest-king, real or imaginary, of wide dominion in Central Asia. But whether there was ever actually such a person, and what was intended by his name, is all involved in the deepest obscurity. How perplexing are many of the Church's most familiar terms, and terms the oftenest in the mouth of her children, thus her Ember Days, her Collects, footnote, Freeman, Principles of Divine Service, Volume 1, page 145, her Breviary, her Whitsunday, footnote, see Skeat, S. V. The derivation of Mass itself not being lifted above all question. Footnote. 2 at least of the ecclesiastical terms above mentioned are no longer perplexing, and are quite lifted above dispute. Ember in Ember Days represents Anglo-Saxon Wyamberine, literally a running round, circuit, revolution, anniversary, see Skeat, S. V. And Whitsunday means simply White Sunday, Anglo-Saxon Vita Suinandaig. As little can any one inform us why the Roman military standard on which Constantine inscribed the symbols of the Christian faith should have been called Labarum, and yet the inquiry began early. A father of the Greek Church, almost a contemporary of Constantine, can do no better than suggest that Labarum is equivalent to Laborum, and that it was so called because in that victorious standard was the end of labor and toil, Finus Laborum. Footnote Mon Elim. Unter such. Page 65, cf. Kurtz, Kirchengeschichte, 3rd edit. Page 115. The ciborium of the early church is an equal perplexity. Footnote. The word is first met in Chrysostom, who calls the silver models of the temple at Ephesus, Acts 19:24, Greek, Micra Kiboria. A primary meaning of the Greek, Kiborion, was the cup-like seed vessel of the Egyptian water lily, see Dict. Of Christian Antiquities, page 65, and Chapel, Capella, not less. All later investigations have failed effectually to dissipate the mystery of the Sangreal. So too, after all that has been written upon it, the true etymology of mosaic remains a question still. And not in church matters only, but everywhere, we meet with the same oblivion resting on the origin of words. The Romans, one might beforehand have assumed, must have known very well why they called themselves Crites, but it is manifest that this knowledge was not theirs. Why they were addressed as Patres Conscripti is a matter unsettled still. They could have given, one would think, an explanation of their naming an outlying conquered region or province. Unfortunately, they offer half a dozen explanations, among which we may make our choice. German and Germany were names comparatively recent when Tacitus wrote, but he owns that he has nothing trustworthy to say of their history. Footnote. Germania, too. Later inquirers have not mended the matter. Footnote. Pot, Etymol. Forsch. Volume 2. pt 2, pages 860 to 872. The derivation of words which are the very key to the understanding of the Middle Ages is often itself wrapped in obscurity. On fief and feudal how much has been disputed. Footnote. Stubbs, Constitutional History of England, Volume 1, page 251. Morganatic marriages are recognized by the public law of Germany, but why called morganatic is unsettled still. Footnote. There is no mystery about this word, see a good account of the term in Skeat's Diet. S. V. Gypsies in German are Zigeuner, but when this is resolved into Zichgauner, or roaming thieves, the explanation has about as much scientific value as the not less ingenious explanation of Saturnus as Satyr Annus. Footnote: Cicero, Nat. Der. 2. 25. Of Severitas as Siva Veritas, Augustine. Of cadaver as composed of the first syllables of _ca_ro_d_ta_ver_mibus. Footnote: Dwight, Modern Philology, LST Series, page 288. Litera has evidently little confidence in the explanation commonly offered of the Salic law, namely, that it was the law which prevailed on the banks of the Sal. Footnote: For a full and learned treatment of the various derivations of Mephistopheles which have been proposed, and for the first appearance of the name in books, see Ward's Marlowe's Dr. Faustus, page 117. And the modern world has unsolved riddles innumerable of like kind. Why was Canada so named? And whence is Yankee a title little more than a century old? Having made its first appearance in a book printed at Boston, U.S., 1765. Is Hottentot an African word, or, more probably, a Dutch or Low Frisian, and which, if any, of the current explanations of it should be accepted? Footnote: See Transactions of the Philological Society, 1866, pages 6 to 25. Shall we allow Humboldt's derivation of cannibal, and find Carib in it? Footnote: See Skeat S. V. Whence did the Chouans, the insurgent royalists of Brittany, obtain their title? When did California obtain its name, and why? Questions such as these, to which we can give no answer or a very doubtful one, might be multiplied without end. Litera somewhere in his great dictionary expresses the misgiving with which what he calls anecdotal etymology fills him, while yet it is to this that we are continually tempted here to have recourse. But consider now one or two words which have not lost the secret of their origin, and note how easily they might have done this, and having once lost, how unlikely it is that any searching would have recovered it. The traveler Burton tells us that the coarse cloth which is the medium of exchange, in fact the money of Eastern Africa, is called mercani. The word is a native corruption of American, the cloth being manufactured in America and sold under this name. But suppose a change should take place in the country from which this cloth was brought, men little by little forgetting that it ever had been imported from America, who then would divine the secret of the word? So too, if the tradition of the derivation of paraffin were once let go and lost, it would, I imagine, scarcely be recovered. Mere ingenuity would scarcely divine the fact that a certain oil was so named because param affinis, having little affinity which chemistry could detect, with any other substance. So, too, it is not very probable that the derivation of licorice, once lost, would again be recovered. It would exist, at the best, but as one guess among many. There can be no difficulty about it when we find it spelt, as we do in Fuller, glycerize or liquorice. Those which I cite are but a handful of examples of the way in which words forget, or under predisposing conditions might forget, the circumstances of their birth. Now, if we could believe in any merely arbitrary words, standing in connection with nothing but the mere lawless caprice of some inventor, the impossibility of tracing their derivation would be nothing strange. Indeed, it would be lost labor to seek for the parentage of all words, when many probably had none. But there is no such thing. There is no word which is not, as the Spanish gentleman loves to call himself, an hidalgo, or son of something. Footnote: The Spanish hidalgo, a gentleman, means a son of wealth, or an estate. See Stevens' Dict. S. V. All are embodiments, more or less successful, of a sensation, a thought, or a fact, or if of more fortuitous birth, still they attach themselves somewhere to the already subsisting world of words and things. Footnote: J. Grimm, in an interesting review of a little volume dealing with what the Spaniards call Germania with no reference to Germany, the French argot, and we thieves' language, finds in this language the most decisive evidence of this fact. Klein's Schrift. Volume 4. Page 165. Der Nachwendige Zusammenhang aller Sprache mit Überlieferung seit sich auch hier, kaum ein Wort dieser Gonnermundert Skäntlicher erfunden, und die Menschen eines Gelekters, das sich sonst kein gewissen Aus Lügen macht, bestimmten Menschen Sprachphilosophen, der von Erdichtung einer allgemeinen Sprache geträumt hat. Van Helmont, indeed, a sort of modern Paracelsus, is said to have invented the word gas, but it is difficult to think that there was not a feeling here after Geist or Geist, whether he was conscious of this or not, and have their point of contact with it and departure from it, not always discoverable, as we see, but yet always existing. Footnote: some will remember here the old dispute, Greek I was tempted to call it, but in one shape or another it emerges everywhere, whether words were imposed on things, Greek, thesii, or Greek, physii, by arbitrary arrangement, or by nature. We may boldly say with Bacon, vestigia cert rationis verba sunt, and decide in favor of nature. If only they knew their own history, they could always explain, and in most cases justify, their existence. See some excellent remarks on this subject by Renat, de l'origine du langage, pages 146 to 149, and an admirable article on slang in the Times, October 18, 1864. And thus, when a word entirely refuses to tell us anything about itself, it must be regarded as a riddle which no one has succeeded in solving, a lock of which no man has found the key. But still a riddle which has a solution, a lock for which there is a key, though now, it may be, irrecoverably lost. And this difficulty, it is oftentimes an impossibility, of tracing the genealogy even of words of a very recent formation, is, as I observed, a strong argument for the birth of the most notable of these out of the heart, and from the lips of the people. Had they first appeared in books, something in the context would most probably explain them. Had they issued from the schools of the learned, these would not have failed to leave a recognizable stamp and mark upon them. There is, indeed, another way in which obscurity may rest on a new word, or a word employed in a new sense. It may tell the story of its birth, of the word or words which compose it, may so bear these on its front, that there can be no question here, while yet its purpose and intention may be hopelessly hidden from our eyes. The secret once lost, is not again to be recovered. Thus no one has called, or could call, in question the derivation of apocryphal that it means hidden away. When, however, we begin to inquire why certain books which the Church either set below the canonical scriptures, or rejected altogether, were called apocryphal, then a long and doubtful discussion commences. Was it because their origin was hidden to the early fathers of the Church, and thus reasonable suspicions of their authenticity entertained? Footnote: Augustine, De Civ. Dei, 15. 23 Apocrypha nuncupanter eo quod eram occulta origo non claruit patribus. Cf. Con. Faust 11. 2. Or was it because they were mysteriously kept out of sight and hidden by the heretical sects which boasted themselves in their exclusive possession? Or was it that they were books not laid up in the church chest, but hidden away in obscure corners? Or were they books worthier to be hidden than to be brought forward and read to the faithful? Footnote: for still another reason for the epithet apocryphal, see Skeat's Etymology Dict. For all these explanations have been offered, and none with such superiority of proof on its side as to have deprived others of all right to be heard. In the same way there is no question that tragedy is the song of the goat. But why this? Whether because a goat was the prize for the best performers of that song in which the germs of Greek tragedy lay, or because the first actors were dressed like satyrs in goatskins, is a question which will now remain unsettled to the end. Footnote: see Bentley, Works, Volume 1, page 337. You know what leonine verses are, or, if you do not, it is very easy to explain. They are Latin hexameters into which an internal rhyme has forced its way. The following, for example, are all leonine. Capingit florem non pingit floris odorum, assai casdet manos, any query in dentibus annos. Una avis in dextra melior quam quatuor extra. The word has plainly to do with Leo in some shape or other, but are these verses leonine from one Leo or Leolinus, who first composed them? Or because, as the lion is king of beasts, so this, in monkish estimation, was the king of meters? Or from some other cause which none have so much as guessed at? Footnote: see my Sacred Latin Poetry, 3rd edit. Page 32. It is a mystery which none has solved. That frightful system of fagging which made in the 17th century the German universities a sort of hell upon earth, and which was known by the name of penalism, we can scarcely disconnect from penna, while yet this does not help us to any effectual scattering of the mystery which rests upon the term. Footnote: See my Gustavus Adolphus in Germany, page 131. Penal meant a freshman, a term given by the elder students in mockery, because the student in his first year was generally more industrious, and might be often seen with his pennel or pen case about him. The connection of dictator with dicere, dictere, is obvious. Not so the reason why the dictator obtained his name. Sycophant and superstition are words, one Greek and one Latin, of the same character. No one doubts of what elements they are composed, and yet their secret has been so lost that, except as a more or less plausible guess, it can never now be recovered. Footnote: for a good recapitulation of what best has been written on superstitio see Pot, Etymology for Schungen, Volume 2. Page 921. But I must conclude. I may seem in this present lecture a little to have outrun your needs, and to have sometimes moved in a sphere too remote from that in which your future work will lie. And yet it is in truth very difficult to affirm of any words, that they do not touch us, do not in some way bear upon our studies, on what we shall hereafter have to teach, or shall desire to learn, that there are any conquests which language makes that concern only a select few, and may be regarded indifferently by all others. For it is here as with many inventions in the arts and luxuries of life, which, being at the first the exclusive privilege and possession of the wealthy and refined, gradually descend into lower strata of society, until at length what were once the elegancies and luxuries of a few, have become the decencies, well nigh the necessities, of all. Not otherwise there are words, once only on the lips of philosophers or theologians, of the deeper thinkers of their time, or of those directly interested in their speculations, which step by step have come down, not debasing themselves in this act of becoming popular, but training and elevating an ever-increasing number of persons to enter into their meaning, till at length they have become truly a part of the nation's common stock, household words, used easily and intelligently by nearly all. I cannot better conclude this lecture than by quoting a passage, one among many, which expresses with a rare eloquence all I have been laboring to utter, for this truth, which many have noticed, hardly any has set forth with the same fullness of illustration, or the same sense of its importance, as the author of the philosophy of the inductive sciences. Language, he observes, is often called an instrument of thought, but it is also the nutriment of thought, or rather, it is the atmosphere in which thought lives, a medium essential to the activity of our speculative powers, although invisible and imperceptible in its operation, and an element modifying, by its qualities and changes, the growth and complexion of the faculties which it feeds. In this way the influence of preceding discoveries upon subsequent ones, of the past upon the present, is most penetrating and universal, although most subtle and difficult to trace. The most familiar words and phrases are connected by imperceptible ties with the reasonings and discoveries of former men and distant times. Their knowledge is an inseparable part of ours. The present generation inherits, and uses the scientific wealth of all the past. And this is the fortune, not only of the great and rich in the intellectual world, of those who have the key to the ancient storehouses, and who have accumulated treasures of their own, but the humblest inquirer, while he puts his reasonings into words, benefits by the labors of the greatest. When he counts his little wealth, he finds he has in his hands coins which bear the image and superscription of ancient and modern intellectual dynasties, and that in virtue of this possession acquisitions are in his power, solid knowledge within his reach, which none could ever have attained to, if it were not that the gold of truth once dug out of the mind circulates more and more widely among mankind. Lecture 6. On the distinction of words. Synonyms, and the study of synonyms, with the advantages to be derived from a careful noting of the distinction between them, constitute the subject with which in my present lecture I shall deal. But what, you may ask, is meant when, comparing certain words with one another, we affirm of them that they are synonyms? We imply that, with great and essential resemblances of meaning, they have at the same time small, subordinate, and partial differences, these differences being such as either originally, and on the strength of their etymology, were born with them, or differences which they have by usage acquired, or such as, though nearly or altogether latent now, they are capable of receiving at the hands of wise and discreet masters of language. Synonyms are thus words of like significance in the main, with a large extent of ground which they occupy in common, but also with something of their own, private and peculiar, which they do not share with one another. Footnote: the word synonym only found its way into the English language about the middle of the 17th century. Its recent incoming is marked by the Greek or Latin termination which for a while it bore, Jeremy Taylor writing synonymon, Hackett synonymum, and Milton, in the plural, synonyma. Butler has synonymous. On the subject of this chapter see Marsh, Lectures on the English Language, New York, 1860, page 571, SQQ. So soon as the term synonym is defined thus, it will be at once perceived by any acquainted with its etymology, that, strictly speaking, it is a misnomer, and is given, with a certain inaccuracy and impropriety, to words which stand in such relations as I have just traced to one another, since in strictness of speech the terms, synonyms and synonymous applied to words, affirm of them that they cover not merely almost, but altogether, the same extent of meaning, that they are in their signification perfectly identical and coincident, circles, so to speak, with the same center and the same circumference. The term, however, is not ordinarily so used. It evidently is not so by such as undertake to trace out the distinction between synonyms, for, without venturing to deny that there may be such perfect synonyms, words, that is, with this absolute coincidence of the one with the other, yet these could not be the objects of any such discrimination, since, where no real difference exists, it would be lost labor and the exercise of a perverse ingenuity to attempt to draw one out. There are, indeed, those who assert that words in one language are never exactly synonymous, or in all respects commensurate, with words in another, that, when they are compared with one another, there is always something more, or something less, or something different, in one as compared with the other, which hinders this complete equivalence. And those words being accepted which designate objects in their nature absolutely incapable of a more or less and of every qualitative difference, I should be disposed to consider other exceptions to this assertion exceedingly rare. In all languages whatever, to quote Bentley's words, a word of a moral or of a political significance, containing several complex ideas arbitrarily joined together, has seldom any correspondent word in any other language which extends to all these ideas. Nor is it hard to trace reasons sufficient why this should be so. For what, after all, is a word, but the enclosure for human use of a certain district, larger or smaller, from the vast outfield of thought or feeling or fact, and in this way a bringing of it under human cultivation, a rescuing of it for human uses? But how extremely unlikely it is that nations, drawing quite independently of one another these lines of enclosure, should draw them in all or most cases exactly in the same direction, either narrower nor wider. How almost inevitable, on the contrary, that very often the lines should not coincide, and this, even supposing no moral forces at work to disturb the falling of the lines. How immense and instructive a field of comparison between languages does this fact lay open to us, while it is sufficient to drive a translator with a high ideal of the task which he has undertaken well nigh to despair. For indeed in the transferring of any matter of high worth from one language to another there are losses involved, which no labor, no skill, no genius, no mastery of one language or of both can prevent. The translator may have worthily done his part, may have turned and not overturned his original. St. Jerome complains that in his time many versions deserved to be called aversions rather. He may have given the lie to the Italian proverb, traditori traditori, or translators traitors, men, that is, who do not render but surrender their author's meaning. And yet for all this the losses of which I speak will not have been avoided. Translations, let them have been carried through with what skill they may, are, as one has said, Bell's infidels at the best. How often in the translation of Holy Scripture from the language wherein it was first delivered into some other which offers more words than one whereby some all-important word in the original record may be rendered, the perplexity has been great which of these should be preferred. Not, indeed, that there was here an embarrassment of riches, but rather an embarrassment of poverty. Each, it may be, has advantages of its own, but each also its own drawbacks and shortcomings. There is nothing but a choice of difficulties anyhow, and whichever is selected, it will be found that the treasure of God's thought has been committed to an earthen vessel, and one whose earthiness will not fail at this point or at that to appear. While yet, with all this, of what far-reaching importance it is that the best, that is, the least inadequate, word should be chosen. Thus the missionary translator, if he be at all aware of the awful implement which he is wielding, of the tremendous crisis in a people's spiritual life which has arrived, when their language is first made the vehicle of the truths of revelation, will often tremble at the work he has in hand. He will tremble lest he should permanently lower or confuse the whole spiritual life of a people, by choosing a meaner and letting go a nobler word for the setting forth of some leading truth of redemption. And yet the choice how difficult, the nobler itself falling how infinitely below his desires, and below the truth of which he would make it the bearer. Even those who are wholly ignorant of Chinese can yet perceive how vast the spiritual interests which are at stake in China, how much will be won or how much lost for the whole spiritual life of its people, it may be for ages to come, according as the right or the wrong word is selected by our missionaries there for designating the true and the living God. As many of us indeed as are ignorant of the language can be no judges in the controversy which on this matter is, or was lately, carried on. But we can all feel how vital the question, how enormous the interests at stake, while, not less, having heard the allegations on the one side and on the other, we must own that there is only an alternative of difficulties here. Nearer home there have been difficulties of the same kind. At the Reformation, for example, when Latin was still more or less the language of theology, how earnest a controversy raged round the word in the Greek Testament which we have rendered repentance, whether poenitentia should be allowed to stand, hallowed by long usage as it was, or recipicentia, as many of the reformers preferred, should be substituted in its room, and how much on either side could be urged. Not otherwise, at an earlier date, Sermo and Verbum contended for the honor of rendering the logos of St. John, though here there can be no serious doubt on which side the advantage lay, and that in Verbum the right word was chosen. But this of the relation of words in one language to words in another, and of all the questions which may thus be raised, is a sea too large for me to launch upon now, and with thus much said to invite you to have open eyes and ears for such questions, seeing that they are often full of teaching. Pott in his Etymol. Forschungen, Volume 5, page 69, and elsewhere, has much interesting instruction on the subject. There were 4 attempts to render Greek, ironia itself, it is true, a very subtle word. They are these: dissimulatio, Cicero; eligio, Quintilian; simulatio and erisio. I must leave this subject, and limit myself in this lecture to a comparison between words, not in different languages, but in the same. Synonyms, then, as the term is generally understood, and as I shall use it, are words in the same language with slight differences either already established between them, or potentially subsisting in them. They are not on the one side words absolutely identical, for such, as has been said already, afford no room for discrimination, but neither on the other side are they words only remotely similar to one another, for the differences between these last will be self-evident, will so lie on the surface and proclaim themselves to all, that it would be as superfluous an office as holding a candle to the sun to attempt to make this clearer than it already is. It may be desirable to trace and fix the difference between scarlet and crimson, for these might easily be confounded, but who would think of so doing between scarlet and green? Or between covetousness and avarice, while it would be idle and superfluous to do the same for covetousness and pride. They must be words more or less liable to confusion, but which yet ought not to be confounded, as one has said, in which there originally inhered a difference, or between which, though once absolutely identical, such has gradually grown up, and so established itself in the use of the best writers, and in the instinct of the best speakers of the tongue, that it claims to be openly recognized by all. But here an interesting question presents itself to us. How do languages come to possess synonyms of this latter class, which are different not by etymology, nor by any other deep-lying cause, but only by usage? Now, if languages had been made by agreement, of course no such synonyms as these could exist, for when once a word had been found which was the adequate representative of a thought, feeling, or fact, no second one would have been sought. But languages are the result of processes very different from this, and far less formal and regular. Various tribes, each with its own dialect, kindred indeed, but in many respects distinct, coalesce into one people, and cast their contributions of language into a common stock. Thus the French possess many synonyms from the langue d'oc and langue d'oil, each having contributed its word for one and the same thing. Thus atre and foyer, both for hearth. Sometimes different tribes of the same people have the same word, yet in forms sufficiently different to cause that both remain, but as words distinct from one another. Thus in Latin serpo and repo are dialectic variations of the same word, just as in German, odum and athum were no more than dialectic differences at the first. Or again, a conquering people have fixed themselves in the midst of a conquered. They impose their dominion, but do not succeed in imposing their language. Nay, being few in number, they find themselves at last compelled to adopt the language of the conquered, yet not so but that a certain compromise between the two languages finds place. One carries the day, but on the condition that it shall admit as naturalized denizens a number of the words of the other, which in some instances expel, but in many others subsist as synonyms side by side with, the native words. These are causes of the existence of synonyms which reach far back into the history of a nation and a language. But other causes at a later period are also at work. When a written literature springs up, authors familiar with various foreign tongues import from one and another words which are not absolutely required, which are oftentimes rather luxuries than necessities. Sometimes, having a very sufficient word of their own, they must needs go and look for a finer one, as they esteem it, from abroad, as, for instance, the Latin having its own expressive succinum. From succus, for amber, some must import from the Greek the ambiguous electrum. Of these thus proposed as candidates for admission, some fail to obtain the rights of citizenship, and after longer or shorter probation are rejected, it may be, never advance beyond their first proposer. Enough, however, receive the stamp of popular allowance to create embarrassment for a while, until, that is, their relations with the already existing words are adjusted. As a single illustration of the various quarters from which the English has thus been augmented and enriched, I would instance the words wile, trick, device, finesse, artifice, and stratagem, and remind you of the various sources from which we have drawn them. Here wile is Old English, trick is Dutch, devise is Old French, finesse is French, artificium is Latin, and Greek, stratagema, Greek. By and by, however, as a language becomes itself an object of closer attention, at the same time that society, advancing from a simpler to a more complex condition, has more things to designate, more thoughts to utter, and more distinctions to draw, it is felt as a waste of resources to employ two or more words for the designating of one and the same thing. Men feel, and rightly, that with a boundless world lying around them and demanding to be catalogued and named, and which they only make truly their own in the measure, and to the extent that they do name it, with infinite shades and varieties of thought and feelings subsisting in their own minds, and claiming to find utterance in words, it is a wanton extravagance to expend two or more signs on that which could adequately be set forth by one. An extravagance in one part of their expenditure, which will be almost sure to issue in, and to be punished by, a corresponding scantness and straightness in another. Some thought or feeling or fact will wholly want one adequate sign, because another has two. Footnote: we have a memorable example of this in the history of the great controversy of the Church with the Arians. In the earlier stages of this, the upholders of the Orthodox faith used Greek, Lygia, and Greek, hypostasis, as identical in force and meaning with one another, Athanasius, in as many words, affirming them to be such. As, however, the controversy went forward, it was perceived that doctrinal results of the highest importance might be fixed and secured for the Church through the assigning severally to these words distinct modifications of meaning. This, accordingly, in the Greek Church was done, while the Latin, desiring to move pari passu, did yet find itself most seriously embarrassed and hindered in so doing by the fact that it had, or assumed that it had, but the one word, substantia, to correspond to the two Greek. Hereupon that which has been well called the process of desynonymizing begins, that is, of gradually discriminating in use between words which have hitherto been accounted perfectly equivalent, and, as such, indifferently employed. It is a positive enriching of a language when this process is at any point felt to be accomplished, when two or more words, once promiscuously used, have had each its own peculiar domain assigned to it, which it shall not itself overstep, upon which others shall not encroach. This may seem at first sight only as a better regulation of old territory, For all practical purposes it is the acquisition of new. This desynonymizing process is not carried out according to any prearranged purpose or plan. The working genius of the language accomplishes its own objects, causes these synonymous words insensibly to fall off from one another, and to acquire separate and peculiar meanings. The most that any single writer can do, save indeed in the terminology of science, is to assist an already existing inclination, to bring to the clear consciousness of all that which already has been obscurely felt by many, and thus to hasten the process of this disengagement, or, as it has been well expressed, to regulate and ordinate the evident nisus and tendency of the popular usage into a severe definition, and establish on a firm basis the distinction, so that it shall not be lost sight of or brought into question again. Thus, long before Wordsworth wrote, it was obscurely felt by many that in imagination there was more of the earnest, in fancy of the play, of the spirit, that the first was a loftier faculty and power than the second. The tendency of the language was all in this direction. None would for some time back have employed fancy as Milton employs it. Paradise Lost, v. 102 to 105 so tu Longinus, de Subtle. 15. Ascribing to it operations which we have learned to reserve for imagination alone, and indeed subordinating imaginations to fancy, as a part of the materials with which it deals. Yet for all this the words were continually, and not without injury, confounded. Wordsworth first, in the preface to his lyrical ballads, rendered it impossible for any, who had read and mastered what he had written on the matter, to remain unconscious any longer of the essential difference between them. Thus De Quincey, Letters to a Young Man Whose Education Has Been Neglected. All languages tend to clear themselves of synonyms, as intellectual culture advances, the superfluous words being taken up and appropriated by new shades and combinations of thought evolved in the progress of society. And long before this appropriation is fixed and petrified, as it were, into the acknowledged vocabulary of the language, an insensible Klineman, to borrow a Lucretian word, prepares the way for it. Thus, for instance, before Mr. Wordsworth had unveiled the great philosophic distinction between the powers of fancy and imagination, the two words had begun to diverge from each other, the first being used to express a faculty somewhat capricious and exempted from law, the other to express a faculty more self-determined. When, therefore, it was at length perceived that under an apparent unity of meaning there lurked a real dualism, and for philosophic purposes it was necessary that this distinction should have its appropriate expression, this necessity was met halfway by the Klineman which had already affected the popular usage of the words. Compare what Coleridge had before said on the same matter, Bioger. Lit. Volume 1, page 90, and what Ruskin, Modern Painters Part 3, Section 2, ch. 3 has said since. It is to Coleridge that we owe the word to desynonymize, Bioger. Lit. Page 87, which is certainly preferable to Professor Grote's despecificate. Purists indeed will object that it is of hybrid formation, the prefix Latin, the body of the word Greek, but for all this it may very well stand till a better is offered. Coleridge's own contributions, direct and indirect, in this province are perhaps more in number and in value than those of any other English writer. Thus to him we owe the disentanglement of fanaticism and enthusiasm. Lit. Rem. Volume 2. Page 365. Of keenness and subtlety, Table Talk, page 140. Of poetry and poesy, lit. Rem. Volume 1. Page 219. Of analogy and metaphor, Aids to Reflection, 1825, page 198. And that on which he himself laid so great a stress, of reason and understanding. This is but one example, an illustrious one indeed, of what has been going forward in innumerable pairs of words. Thus in Wycliffe's time and long after, there seems to have been no difference recognized between a famine and a hunger. They both expressed the outward fact of a scarcity of food. It was a genuine gain when, leaving to famine this meaning, by hunger was expressed no longer the outward fact, but the inward sense of the fact. Other pairs of words between which a distinction is recognized now which was not recognized some centuries ago, are the following: to clarify and to glorify, to admire and to wonder, to convince and to convict, reign and kingdom, ghost and spirit, merit and demerit, mutton and sheep, feminine and effeminate, mortal and deadly, ingenious and ingenuous, needful and needy, voluntary and willful. Footnote: for the exact difference between these and other pairs or larger groups of words, see my select glossary. A multitude of words in English are still waiting for a similar discrimination. Many in due time will obtain it, and the language proves so much the richer thereby. For certainly if Coleridge had right when he affirmed that every new term expressing a fact or a difference not precisely or adequately expressed by any other word in the same language, is a new organ of thought for the mind that has learned it. Footnote: Church and State, page 200. We are justified in regarding these distinctions which are still waiting to be made as so much reversionary wealth in our mother tongue. Thus how real an ethical gain would it be, how much clearness would it bring into men's thoughts and actions, if the distinction which exists in Latin between vindicta and ultio, that the first is a moral act, the just punishment of the sinner by his God, of the criminal by the judge, the other an act in which the self-gratification of one who counts himself injured or offended is sought, could in like manner be fully established. Vaguely felt it already is, between our vengeance and revenge, so that vengeance, with the verb to avenge, should never be ascribed except to God, or to men acting as the executors of his righteous doom, while all retaliation to which not zeal for his righteousness, but men's own sinful passions have given the impulse and the motive, should be termed revenge. As it now is, the moral disapprobation which cleaves, and cleaves justly, to revenge, is oftentimes transferred almost unconsciously to vengeance, while yet without vengeance it is impossible to conceive in a world so full of evil-doing any effectual assertion of righteousness, any moral government whatever. The causes mentioned above, namely that our modern English, Teutonic in its main structure, yet draws so large a portion of its verbal wealth from the Latin, and has further welcomed, and found place for, many later accessions, these causes have together effected that we possess a great many duplicates, not to speak of triplicates, or of such a quintuplicate as that which I adduced just now, where the Teutonic, French, Italian, Latin, and Greek had each yielded us a word. Let me mention a few duplicate substantives, Old English and Latin. Thus we have shepherd and pastor, feeling and sentiment, handbook and manual, ship and knave, anger and ire, grief and sorrow, kingdom, reign, and realm, love and charity, feather and plume, forerunner and precursor, foresight and providence, freedom and liberty, bitterness and acerbity, murder and homicide, moons and loons, sometimes, in theology and science. Especially, we have gone both to the Latin and to the Greek, and drawn the same word from them both, thus deist and theist, numeration and arithmetic, revelation and apocalypse, temporal and chronic, compassion and sympathy, supposition and hypothesis, transparent and diaphanous, digit and dactyl. But to return to the Old English and Latin, the main factors of our tongue. Besides duplicate substantives, we have duplicate verbs, such as to whiten and to blanch, to soften and to mollify, to unload and to exonerate, to hide and to conceal, with many more. Duplicate adjectives also are numerous, as shady and umbrageous, unreadable and illegible, unfriendly and inimical, almighty and omnipotent, wholesome and salubrious, unshunnable and inevitable. Occasionally our modern English, not adopting the Latin substantive, has admitted duplicate adjectives. Thus burden has not merely burdensome but also onerous, while yet onus has found no place with us. Priest has priestly and sacerdotal, king has kingly, regal, which is purely Latin, and royal, which is Latin distilled through the French. Bodily and corporal, boyish and puerile, fiery and igneous, wooden and ligneous, worldly and mundane, bloody and sanguine, watery and aqueous, fearful and timid, manly and virile, womanly and feminine, sunny and solar, starry and stellar, yearly and annual, weighty and ponderous, may all be placed in the same list. Nor are these more than a handful of words out of the number which might be adduced. You would find both pleasure and profit in enlarging these lists, and, as far as you are able, making them gradually complete. If we look closely at words which have succeeded in thus maintaining their ground side by side, and one no less than the other, we shall note that in almost every instance they have little by little asserted for themselves separate spheres of meaning, have in usage become more or less distinct. Thus we use shepherd almost always in its primary meaning, keeper of sheep, while pastor is exclusively used in the tropical sense, one that feeds the flock of God, at the same time the language having only the one adjective, pastoral, that is of necessity common to both. Love and charity are used in our authorized version of Scripture promiscuously, and out of the sense of their equivalents are made to represent one and the same Greek word. But in modern use, charity has come predominantly to signify one particular manifestation of love, the ministry to the bodily needs of others, love continuing to express the affection of the soul. Ship remains in its literal meaning, while nave has become a symbolic term used in sacred architecture alone. Kingdom is concrete, as the Kingdom of Great Britain. Reign is abstract, the reign of Queen Victoria. An auditor and a hearer are now, though they were not once, altogether different from one another. Illegible is applied to the handwriting, unreadable to the subject matter written. A man writes in illegible hand. He has published an unreadable book. Foresight is ascribed to men, but providence for the most part designates, as pronoia also came to do, the far-looking wisdom of God, by which he governs and graciously cares for his people. It becomes boys to be boyish, but not men to be puerile. To blanch is to withdraw coloring matter. We blanch almonds or linen, or the cheek by the withdrawing of the blood is blanched with fear. But we whiten a wall, not by withdrawing some other color, but by the superinducing of white, thus whited sepulchres. When we palliate our own or other people's faults, we do not seek to cloak them altogether, but only to extenuate the guilt of them in part. It might be urged that there was a certain preparedness in these words to separate off in their meaning from one another, inasmuch as they originally belonged to different stocks, and this may very well have assisted. But we find the same process at work where original difference of stock can have supplied no such assistance. Astronomy and astrology are both words drawn from the Greek, nor is there any reason beforehand why the second should not be in as honorable use as the first, for it is the reason, as astronomy the law, of the stars. Footnote: so entirely was any determining reason wanting, that for some while it was a question which word should obtain the honorable employment, and it seemed as if astrology and astrologer would have done so, as this extract from Bishop Hooper makes abundantly plain. Early Writings, Parker Society, page 331. The astrologer is he that knoweth the course and motions of the heavens and teacheth the same, which is a virtue if it pass not its bounds, and become of an astrologer an astronomer, who taketh upon him to give judgment and censure of these motions and courses of the heavens, what they prognosticate and destiny unto the creature. But seeing there is a true and a false science of the stars, both needing words to utter them, it has come to pass that in our later use, astrology designates always that pretended science of imposture, which affecting to submit the moral freedom of men to the influences of the heavenly bodies, prognosticates future events from the position of these, as contrasted with astronomy, that true science which investigates the laws of the heavenly bodies and their relations to one another and to the planet upon which we dwell. As these are both from the Greek, so despair and diffidence are both, though the second more directly than the first, from the Latin. At a period not very long past the difference between them was hardly appreciable. One was hardly stronger than the other. If in one the absence of all hope, in the other that of all faith, was implied. In The Pilgrim's Progress, a book with which every English schoolmaster should be familiar, Mistress Diffidence is Giant Despair's wife, and not a whit behind him in deadly enmity to the pilgrims, even as Jeremy Taylor speaks of the impenitent sinner's diffidence in the hour of death, meaning, as the context plainly shows, his despair. But to what end two words for one and the same thing? And thus diffidence did not retain that energy of meaning which it had at the first, but little by little assumed a more mitigated sense. Hobbes speaks of men's diffidence, meaning their distrust of one another, till it has come now to signify a becoming distrust of ourselves, a humble estimate of our own powers, with only a slight intimation, as in the later use of the Latin verecundia, that perhaps this distrust is carried too far. Again, interference and interposition are both from the Latin, and here too there is no anterior necessity that they should possess those different shades of meaning which actually they have obtained among us, the Latin verbs which form their latter halves being about as strong one as the other. Footnote: the word interference is a derivative from the verb ferire to strike, which is certainly stronger in meaning than ponere, to place. And yet in our practical use, interference is something offensive. It is the pushing in of himself between two parties on the part of a third, who is not asked, and is not thanked for his pains, and who, as the feeling of the word implies, had no business there. While interposition is employed to express the friendly peacemaking mediation of one whom the act well became, and who, even if he was not specially invited thereunto, is still thanked for what he has done. How real an increase is it in the wealth and efficiency of a language thus to have discriminated such words as these, and to be able to express acts outwardly the same by different words, according as we would praise or blame the temper and spirit out of which they sprung. Footnote: if in the course of time distinctions are thus created, and if this is the tendency of language, yet they are also sometimes, though far less often, obliterated. Thus the fine distinction between ye and yes, nay and no, once existing in English, has quite disappeared. Ye and nay, in Wycliffe's time, and a good deal later, were the answers to questions framed in the affirmative. Will he come? To this it would have been replied, yea or nay, as the case might be. But will he not come? To this the answer would have been yes or no. Sir Thomas More finds fault with Tyndall, that in his translation of the Bible he had not observed this distinction, which was evidently therefore going out even then, that is in the reign of Henry VIII, and shortly after it was quite forgotten. Take now some words not thus desynonymized by usage only, but having a fundamental etymological distinction, one, however, which it would be easy to overlook, and which, so long as we dwell on the surface of the word, we shall overlook, and try whether we shall not be gainers by bringing out the distinction into clear consciousness. Here are arrogant, presumptuous, and insolent. We often use them promiscuously, yet let us examine them a little more closely, and ask ourselves, as soon as we have traced the lines of demarcation between them, whether we are not now in possession of three distinct thoughts, instead of a single confused one. He is arrogant who claims the observance and homage of others as his due, ad rogo, who does not wait for them to offer, but himself demands all this, or who, having right to one sort of observance, claims another to which he has no right. Thus, it was arrogance in Nebuchadnezzar, when he required that all men should fall down before the image which he had reared. He, a man, was claiming for man's work the homage which belonged only to God. But one is presumptuous who takes things to himself before he has acquired any title to them, presumo, as the young man who already usurps the place of the old, the learner who speaks with the authority of the teacher. By and by all this may very justly be his, but it is presumption to anticipate it now. Insolent means properly no more than unusual. To act insolently is to act unusually. The offensive meaning which insolent has acquired rests upon the sense that there is a certain well-understood rule of society, a recognized standard of moral and social behavior, to which each of its members should conform. The insolent man is one who violates this rule, who breaks through this order, acting in an unaccustomed manner. The same sense of the orderly being also the moral, is implied in irregular. A man of irregular is for us a man of immoral life, and yet more strongly in Latin, which has but one word, mores, for customs and morals. Or consider the following words: to hate, to loathe, to detest, to abhor. It would be safe to say that our blessed Lord hated to see his Father's house profaned, when, the zeal of that house consuming him, he drove forth and angered the profaners from it, John 2:15. He loathed the lukewarmness of the Laodiceans, when he threatened to spew them out of his mouth, Rev. 3:16. He detested the hypocrisy of the Pharisees and scribes, when he affirmed and proclaimed their sin, and uttered those 8 woes against them, Matt. 23. He abhorred the evil suggestions of Satan, when he bade the tempter to get behind him, shrinking from him as one would shrink from a hissing serpent in his path. Sometimes words have no right at all to be considered synonyms, and yet are continually used one for the other, having through this constant misemployment more need than synonyms themselves to be discriminated. Thus, what confusion is often made between genuine and authentic, what inaccuracy exists in their employment. And yet the distinction is a very plain one. A genuine work is one written by the author whose name it bears, An authentic work is one which relates truthfully the matters of which it treats. For example, the apocryphal Gospel of St. Thomas is neither genuine nor authentic. It is not genuine, for St. Thomas did not write it. It is not authentic, for its contents are mainly fables and lies. The history of the Alexandrian War, which passes under Caesar's name, is not genuine, for he did not write it. It is authentic, being in the main a truthful record of the events which it professes to relate. Thiers' history of the French Empire, on the contrary, is genuine, for he is certainly the author, but very far indeed from authentic, while Thucydides's history of the Peloponnesian War is both authentic and genuine. Footnote: on this matter see the New English Dictionary S.V. Authentic. It will there be found that the prevailing sense of authentic is reliable, trustworthy, of established credit, it being often used by writers on Christian evidences in contradistinction to genuine. However, the dictionary shows us that careful writers use the word in the sense of genuine, of undisputed origin, not forged, or apocryphal. There is a citation bearing witness to this meaning from Paley. The Greek authentikos, meant a first-hand authority, original. You will observe that in most of the words just adduced, I have sought to refer their usage to their etymologies, to follow the guidance of these, and by the same aid to trace the lines of demarcation which divide them. For I cannot but think it an omission in a very instructive little volume upon synonyms edited by the late Archbishop Whately, and a partial diminution of its usefulness, that in the valuation of words reference is so seldom made to their etymologies, the writer relying almost entirely on present usage and the tact and instinct of a cultivated mind for the appreciation of them aright. The accomplished author, or authoress, of this book indeed justifies this omission on the ground that a work on synonyms has to do with the present relative value of words, not with their roots and derivations, and further, that a reference to these often brings in what is only a disturbing force in the process, tending to confuse rather than to clear. But while it is quite true that words will often ride very slackly at anchor on their etymologies, will be borne hither and thither by the shifting tides and currents of usage, yet are they for the most part still holden by them. Very few have broken away and drifted from their moorings altogether. A novelist, or writer of new tales in the present day, is very different from a novelist or upholder of new theories in politics and religion, of 200 years ago, yet the idea of newness is common to them both. A naturalist was once a denier of revealed truth, of any but natural religion. He is now an investigator, often a devout one, of nature and of her laws, yet the word has remained true to its etymology all the while. A Methodist was formerly a follower of a certain method of philosophical induction, now of a method in the fulfillment of religious duties. But in either case, method or orderly progression is the central idea of the word. Take other words which have changed or modified their meaning, plantations, for instance, which were once colonies of men, and indeed we still plant a colony, but are now nurseries of trees, and you will find the same to hold good. Ecstasy was madness, it is intense delight, but has in no wise thereby broken with the meaning from which it started, since it is the nature alike of madness and of joy to set men out of and beside themselves. And even when the fact is not so obvious as in these cases, the etymology of a word exercises an unconscious influence upon its uses, oftentimes makes itself felt when least expected, so that a word, after seeming quite to have forgotten, will after longest wanderings return to it again. And one main device of great artists in language, such as would fain evoke the latent forces of their native tongue, will very often consist in reconnecting words by their use of them with their original derivation, and not suffering them to forget themselves and their origin, though they would. How often and with what signal effect does Milton compel a word to return to its original source, antiquam exquire matrem, while yet how often the fact that he is doing this passes even by scholars unobserved. Footnote: everyone who desires, as he reads Milton, thoroughly to understand him, will do well to be ever on the watch for such recalling, upon his part, of words to their primitive sense, and as often as he detects, to make accurate note of it for his own use, and so far as he is a teacher, for the use of others. Take a few examples out of many: afflicted P.L. I. 186, alarmed P.L. 4. 985, ambition P.L. I. 262, s. a. 247, astonished p. l. I. 266, chaos p. l. 6. 55, diamond p. l. 6. 364, emblem p. l. 4. 703, empiric p. l. v. 440, engine p. l. I. 750, entire equals integer p. l. 9. 292, extenuate p. l. x. 645, illustrate p. l. v. 739, implicit p. l. 7. 323, endorse p. r. 3. 329, infringe p. r. I. 62, mansion com. 2, moment p. l. x. 45, oblige p. l. 9. 980, person p. l. x. 156, pomp p. l. 8. 61, sagacious p. l. x. 28 l. savage p. l. 4. L. 72, scene p. l. 4. 140, winky face. Secular s. a. 1707, secure p. l. 6. 638, seditious p. l. 6. 152, transact p. l. 6. 286, voluble p. l. 9. 436. We may note in Jeremy Taylor a similar reduction of words to their origins, thus, insolent for unusual, metal for mine, irritation for a making vain, extant for standing out, applied to a bas-relief, contrition for bruising, the contrition of the serpent, probable for worthy of approval, a probable doctor. The author of the excellent Lexique de la langue de Corneille claims the same merit for him and for his great contemporaries or immediate successors. Faire rendre aux mots tout si chuiles puvant donner, and varier habilement les acceptions et les nuances, les ramener à leur origine, les retremper fréquemment à leur source étymologique. Constitute un des secrets principaux de grands écrivains du XVIIe siècle. It is this putting of old words in a new light, and to a new use, though that will be often the oldest of all, on which Horace sets so high a store, Dixeris egregi, notum si call ita verbum redederit junctura novum, and not less Montaigne, the handling and utterance of fine wits is that which sets off a language, not so much by innovating it, as by putting it to more vigorous and various service, and by straining, bending, and adapting it to this. They do not create words, but they enrich their own, and give them weight and signification by the uses they put them to. Moreover, even if all this were not so, yet the past history of a word, a history that must needs start from its derivation, how soon soever this may be left behind, can hardly be disregarded, when we are seeking to ascertain its present value. What Barrow says is quite true, that knowing the primitive meaning of words can seldom or never determine their meaning anywhere, they often in common use declining from it. But though it cannot determine, it can as little be omitted or forgotten, when this determination is being sought. A man may be wholly different now from what once he was, yet not the less to know his antecedents is needful, before we can ever perfectly understand his present self, and the same holds good with words. There is a moral gain which synonyms will sometimes yield us, enabling us, as they do, to say exactly what we intend, without exaggerating or putting more into our speech than we feel in our hearts, allowing us to be at once courteous and truthful. Such moral advantage there is, for example, in the choice which we have between the words to felicitate and to congratulate, for the expressing of our sentiments and wishes in regard of the good fortune that may happen to others. To felicitate another is to wish him happiness, without affirming that his happiness is also ours. Thus, out of that general goodwill with which we ought to regard all, we might felicitate one almost a stranger to us. Nay, more, I can honestly felicitate one on his appointment to a post, or attainment of an honor, even though I may not consider him the fittest to have obtained it, though I should have been glad if another had done so. I can desire and hope, that is, that it may bring all joy and happiness to him. But I could not, without a violation of truth, congratulate him, or that stranger whose prosperity awoke no lively delight in my heart, for when I congratulate a person, congratular, I declare that I am sharer in his joy, that what has rejoiced him has rejoiced also me. We have all, I dare say, felt, even without having analyzed the distinction between the words, that congratulate is a far heartier word than felicitate, and one with which it much better becomes us to welcome the good fortune of a friend, and the analysis, as you perceive, perfectly justifies the feeling. Felicitations are little better than compliments. Congratulations are the expression of a genuine sympathy and joy. Let me illustrate the importance of synonymous distinctions by another example, by the words, to invent and to discover, or invention and discovery. How slight may seem to us the distinction between them, even if we see any at all. Yet try them a little closer, try them, which is the true proof, by aid of examples, and you will perceive that they can by no means be indifferently used, that, on the contrary, a great truth lies at the root of their distinction. Thus we speak of the invention of printing, of the discovery of America. Shift these words, and speak, for instance, of the invention of America, you feel at once how unsuitable the language is. And why? Because Columbus did not make that to be, which before him had not been. America was there, before he revealed it to European eyes, but that which before was, he showed to be. He withdrew the veil which hitherto had concealed it, he discovered it. So too we speak of Newton discovering the law of gravitation. He drew aside the veil whereby men's eyes were hindered from perceiving it, but the law had existed from the beginning of the world, and would have existed whether he or any other man had traced it or no, either was it in any way affected by the discovery of it which he had made. But Gutenberg, or whoever else it may be to whom the honor belongs, invented printing. He made something to be, which hitherto was not. In like manner Harvey discovered the circulation of the blood, but what invented the steam engine, and we speak, with a true distinction, of the inventions of art, the discoveries of science. In the very highest matters of all, it is deeply important that we be aware of and observe the distinction. In religion there have been many discoveries, but, in true religion I mean, no inventions. Many discoveries, but God in each case the discoverer. He draws aside the veils, one veil after another, that have hidden him from men. The discovery or revelation is from himself, for no man by searching has found out God, and therefore, wherever anything offers itself as an invention in matters of religion, it proclaims itself a lie, as are all self-devised worships, all religions which man projects from his own heart. Just that is known of God which he is pleased to make known, and no more, and men's recognizing or refusing to recognize in no way affects it. They may deny or may acknowledge him, but he continues the same. As involving in like manner a distinction which cannot safely be lost sight of, how important the difference, the existence of which is asserted by our possession of the two words, to apprehend and to comprehend with their substantives apprehension and comprehension. For indeed we apprehend many truths, which we do not comprehend, the great mysteries of our faith, the doctrine, for instance, of the Holy Trinity. We lay hold upon it, we hang on it, our souls live by it, but we do not comprehend it, that is, we do not take it all in, for it is a necessary attribute of God that he is incomprehensible. If he were not so, either he would not be God, or the being that comprehended him would be God also. Matt 11:27. But it also belongs to the idea of God that he may be ap_prehended though not _com_prehended by his reasonable creatures. He has made them to know him, though not to know him all, to ap_prehend though not to _com_prehend him. We may transfer with profit the same distinction to matters not quite so solemn. Thus I read Goldsmith's Traveller, or one of Gay's Fables, and I feel that I comprehend it. I do not believe, that is, that there was anything stirring in the poet's mind or intention, which I have not in the reading reproduced in my own. But I read Hamlet, or King Lear. Here I apprehend much. I have wondrous glimpses of the poet's intention and aim. But I do not for an instant suppose that I have comprehended, taken in, that is, all that was in his mind in the writing, or that his purpose does not stretch in manifold directions far beyond the range of my vision, and I am sure there are few who would not shrink from affirming, at least if they had all realized the force of the words they were using, that they comprehended Shakespeare, however much they may apprehend in him. How often opposite and contrary are used as if there was no difference between them, and yet there is a most essential one which perhaps we may best express by saying that opposites complete, while contraries exclude one another. Thus the most opposite moral or mental characteristics may meet in one and the same person, while to say that the most contrary did so would be manifestly absurd. For example, a soldier may be at once prudent and bold, for these are opposites. He could not be at once prudent and rash, for these are contraries. We may love and fear at the same time and the same person. We pray in the litany that we may love and dread God, the two being opposites, and thus the complements of one another. But to pray that we might love and hate would be as illogical as it would be impious, for these are contraries, and could no more coexist together than white and black, hot and cold, in the same subject at the same time. Or to take another illustration, sweet and sour are opposites, sweet and bitter are contraries. Footnote: see Coleridge, Church and State, page 18. It will be seen then that there is always a certain relation between opposites. They unfold themselves, though in different directions, from the same root, as the positive and negative forces of electricity, and in their very opposition uphold and sustain one another, while contraries encounter one another from quarters quite diverse, and one only subsists in the exact degree that it puts out of working the other. Surely this distinction cannot be an unimportant one either in the region of ethics or elsewhere. It will happen continually that rightly to distinguish between two words will throw a flood of light upon some controversy in which they play a principal part, nay, may virtually put an end to that controversy altogether. Thus when Hobbes, with a true instinct, would have laid deep the foundations of atheism and despotism together, resolving all right into might, and not merely robbing men, if he could, of the power, but denying to them the duty of obeying God rather than man, his sophisms could stand only so long as it was not perceived that compulsion and obligation, with which he juggled, conveyed two ideas perfectly distinct, indeed disparate in kind. Those sophisms of his collapsed at once, so soon as it was perceived that what pertained to one had been transferred to the other by a mere confusion of terms and cunning sleight of hand, the former being a physical, the latter a moral, necessity. There is indeed no such fruitful source of confusion and mischief as this. Two words are tacitly assumed as equivalent, and therefore exchangeable, and then that which may be assumed, and with truth, of one, is assumed also of the other, of which it is not true. Thus, for instance, it often is with instruction and education. Cannot we instruct a child, it is asked, cannot we teach it geography, or arithmetic, or grammar, quite independently of the catechism, or even of the scriptures? No doubt you may. But can you educate without bringing moral and spiritual forces to bear upon the mind and affections of the child? And you must not be permitted to transfer the admissions which we freely make in regard of instruction, as though they also held good in respect of education. For what is education? Is it a furnishing of a man from without with knowledge and facts and information? Or is it a drawing forth from within and a training of the spirit, of the true humanity which is latent in him? Is the process of education the filling of the child's mind, as a cistern is filled with waters brought in buckets from some other source? Or the opening up for that child of fountains which are already there? Now, if we give any heed to the word education, and to the voice which speaks therein, we shall not long be in doubt. Education must educe, being from educare, which is but another form of educere, and that is to draw out, and not to put in. To draw out what is in the child, the immortal spirit which is there, this is the end of education, and so much the word declares. The putting in is indeed most needful, that is, the child must be instructed as well as educated, and instruction means furnishing, but not instructed instead of educated. He must first have powers awakened in him, measures of value given him, and then he will know how to deal with the facts of this outward world. Then instruction in these will profit him, but not without the higher training, still less as a substitute for it. It has occasionally happened that the question which out of two apparent synonyms should be adopted in some important state document has been debated with no little earnestness and passion, as at the great English Revolution of 1688, when the two Houses of Parliament were at issue whether it should be declared of James II that he had abdicated, or had deserted, the throne. This might seem at first sight a mere strife about words, and yet, in reality, serious constitutional questions were involved in the debate. The Commons insisted on the word abdicated, not as wishing to imply that in any act of the late king there had been an official renunciation of the crown, which would have been manifestly untrue, but because abdicated in their minds alone expressed the fact that James had so borne himself as virtually to have entirely renounced, disowned, and relinquished the crown, to have forfeited and separated himself from it, and from any right to it forever, while deserted would have seemed to leave room and an opening for a return, which they were determined to declare forever excluded, as were it said of a husband that he had deserted his wife, or of a soldier that he had deserted his colors. This language would imply not only that he might, but that he was bound to return. The speech of Lord Somers on the occasion is a masterly specimen of synonymous discrimination, and an example of the uses in highest matters of state to which it may be turned. As little was it a mere verbal struggle when, at the restoration a good many years ago of our interrupted relations with Persia, Lord Palmerston insisted that the Shah should address the Queen of England not as Malkuth but as Padishah, refusing to receive letters which wanted this superscription. Let me press upon you, in conclusion, some few of the many advantages to be derived from the habit of distinguishing synonyms. These advantages we might presume to be many, even though we could not ourselves perceive them, for how often do the greatest masters of style in every tongue, perhaps none so often as Cicero, the greatest of all, thus he distinguishes between voluntas and cupiditas, cautio and metus, tusk. 4. 6. Gaudium, Letitia, voluptas, tusk. 4. 6. Fin. 2. 4. Prudentia and sapientia, off. I. 43. Caritas and amor depart. Or. 25. Ebrius and ebriosus, iracundus and iratus, anxietas and angor, tusk. 4. 12. Vidium, morbus, and egrotatio, tusk. 4. 13. Labor and dolor, tusk. 2. 15. Furor and insania, tusk. 3. 5. Molitia and vitiositas, tusk. 4. 15. Doctus and paradis, off. I. 3. Quintilian also often bestows attention on synonyms, observing well, 6. 3. 17 Pluribus nominibus in idem re vulgo utimer, quae tamen si deducas suam quandam proprium vim ostendent, he adduces sal sum urbanum facidum, and elsewhere, v. 3. Rumor and fama are discriminated happily by him. Among church writers Augustine is a frequent and successful discriminator of words. Thus he separates off from one another flagitium and facinus, de Dr. Christ 3. 10. Emulatio and invidia expel. Ad gal. X. 20. Arha and pignus serm. 23. 8. 9. Studiosus and curiosus, de util. Cred. 9. Sapientia and scientia, de div quas. 2. Qu2. Senecta and senium inar. In PS 70. L8. Schisma and heresis con. Crescent. 2. 7. With many more, see my synonyms of the NT preface, page 16. Among the merits of the Grimm's Wörterbuch is the care which they, and those who have taken up their work, bestow on the discrimination of synonyms, distinguishing, for example, Degen and Schwert, Feld, Acker and Heidi, Aar and Adler, Antlitz and Angesicht, Kelsch, Becher and Glass, Frau and Wiebe, Butter, Schmalz and Ank, Kopf and Haupt, Klug and Weiss, Jeben and Schenken, Ereth and Ahe. Pause to discriminate between the words they are using. How much care and labor, how much subtlety of thought, they have counted well bestowed on the operation, how much importance they avowedly attach to it, not to say that their works, even where they do not intend it, will afford a continual lesson in this respect. A great writer merely in the precision and accuracy with which he employs words will always be exercising us in synonymous distinction. But the advantages of attending to synonyms need not be taken on trust. They are evident. How large a part of true wisdom it is to be able to distinguish between things that differ, things seemingly, but not really, alike, is very remarkably attested by our words discernment and discretion, which are now used as equivalent, the first to insight, the second to prudence, while yet in their earlier usage, and according to their etymology, being both from discerno. They signify the power of so seeing things that in the seeing we distinguish and separate them one from another. Footnote: L'esprit consiste à connaître la ressemblance de choses diverses, et la différence de choses semblables. Montesquieu. Saint Evermond says of a reunion of the Preciouses at the Hotel Rambouillet, with a raillery which is not meant to be disrespectful: La se font distinguer les fiertes de rigueurs, les dédains de mépris, les tourments de langueurs. En y c'est démêler la crainte et les alarmes, discerner les traits, les appâts et les charms. Such were originally discernment and discretion, and such in great measure they are still. And in words is a material ever at hand on which to train the spirit to a skillfulness in this, on which to exercise its sagacity through the habit of distinguishing there where it would be so easy to confound. Footnote: I will suggest here a few pairs or larger groups of words on which those who are willing to exercise themselves in the distinction of synonyms might perhaps profitably exercise their skill: fame, popularity, celebrity, reputation, renown, misfortune, calamity, disaster, impediment, obstruction, obstacle, hindrance, temerity, audacity, boldness, rebuke, reprimand, censure, blame, adversary, opponent, antagonist, enemy, rival, competitor, affluence, opulence, abundance, redundance, conduct, behavior, demeanor, bearing, execration, malediction, imprecation, anathema, avaricious, covetous, miserly, niggardly, hypothesis, theory, system. C. de Quincey, lit. Rem. American edition, page 229, masculine, manly, effeminate, feminine, womanly, womanish, malicious, malignant, savage, barbarous, fierce, cruel, inhuman, low, mean, abject, base, to chasten, to punish, to chastise, to exile, to banish, to declare, to disclose, to reveal, to divulge, to defend, to protect, to shelter, to excuse, to palliate, to compel, to coerce, to constrain, to force. Nor is this habit of discrimination only valuable as a part of our intellectual training, but what a positive increase is it of mental wealth when we have learned to discern between things which really differ, and have made the distinctions between them permanently our own in the only way whereby they can be made secure, that is, by assigning to each its appropriate word and peculiar sign. In the effort to trace lines of demarcation you may little by little be drawn into the heart of subjects the most instructive, for only as you have thoroughly mastered a subject, and all which is most characteristic about it, can you hope to trace these lines with accuracy and success. Thus a Roman of the higher classes might bear 4 names: praenomen, nomen, cognomen, agnomen, almost always bore 3. You will know something of the political and family life of Rome when you can tell the exact story of each of these, and the precise difference between them. He will not be altogether ignorant of the Middle Ages and of the clamps which in those ages bound society together, who has learned exactly to distinguish between a fief and a benefice. He will have obtained a firm grasp on some central facts of theology who can exactly draw out the distinction between reconciliation, propitiation, atonement, as used in the New Testament, of church history, who can trace the difference between a schism and a heresy, one who has learned to discriminate between detraction and slander, as Barrow has done before him. Footnote: Slander involveth an imputation of falsehood, but detraction may be couched in truth, and clothed in fair language. It is a poison often infused in sweet liquor, and ministered in a golden cup. Compare Spenser, Faerie Queene, 5. 12. 28-43, or between emulation and envy, in which South has excellently shown him the way. Footnote: Sermons, 1737, Volume 5, page 403. His words are quoted in my select glossary. S. The emulation, or between avarice and covetousness, with Cowley, will have made no unprofitable excursion into the region of ethics. How effectual a help, moreover, will it prove to the writing of a good English style, if instead of choosing almost at haphazard from a group of words which seem to us one about as fit for our purpose as another, we at once know which, and which only, we ought in the case before us to employ, which will prove the exact vesture of our thoughts. It is the first characteristic of a well-dressed man that his clothes fit him. They are not too small and shrunken here, too large and loose there. Now it is precisely such a prime characteristic of a good style, that the words fit close to the thoughts. They will not be too big here, hanging like a giant's robe on the limbs of a dwarf, nor too small there, as a boy's garments into which the man has painfully and ridiculously thrust himself. You do not, as you read, feel in one place that the writer means more than he has succeeded in saying, in another that he has said more than he means, in a third something beside what his precise intention was, in a fourth that he has failed to convey any meaning at all, and all this from a lack of skill in employing the instrument of language, of precision in knowing what words would be the exactest correspondence and aptest exponents of his thoughts. Footnote: La propriété termes est le caractère distinctif de grands écrivains. C'est par là que leur style est toujours au niveau de leur sujet. C'est à cette qualité qu'on reconnaît le vrai talent d'écrire, et non à l'art futile de déguiser par un vain coloris les idées communes. So D'Alembert. But Caesar long before had said, Delectus verborum, eloquentia origo. What a wealth of words in almost every language lies inert and unused, and certainly not fewest in our own. How much of what might be as current coin among us is shut up in the treasure house of a few classical authors, or is never to be met at all but in the columns of the dictionary, we meanwhile, in the midst of all this riches, condemning ourselves to a voluntary poverty, and often, with tasks the most delicate and difficult to accomplish, for surely the clothing of thought in its most appropriate garment of words is such, needlessly depriving ourselves of a large portion of the helps at our command, like some workman who, being furnished for an operation that will challenge all his skill with a dozen different tools, each adapted for its own special purpose, should in his indolence and self-conceit persist in using only one, doing coarsely what might have been done finely, or leaving altogether undone that which, with such assistances, was quite within his reach. And thus it comes to pass that in the common intercourse of life, often too in books, a certain restricted number of words are worked almost to death, employed in season and out of season, a vast multitude meanwhile being rarely, if at all, called to render the service which they could render far better than any other, so rarely, indeed, that little by little they slip out of sight and are forgotten nearly or altogether. And then, perhaps, at some later day, when their want is felt, the ignorance into which we have allowed ourselves to fall, of the resources offered by the language to satisfy new demands, sends us abroad in search of outlandish substitutes for words which we already possess at home. Footnote: Thus I observe in modern French the barbarous dérailer, to get off the rail, and this while it only needed to recall dérailler from the oblivion into which it had been allowed to fall. It was, no doubt, to avoid so far as possible such an impoverishment of the language which he spoke and wrote, for the feeding of his own speech with words capable of serving him well, but in danger of falling quite out of his use, that the great Lord Chatham had Bailey's Dictionary, the best of his time, twice read to him from one end to the other. And let us not suppose the power of exactly saying what we mean, and neither more nor less than we mean, to be merely a graceful mental accomplishment. It is indeed this, and perhaps there is no power so surely indicative of a high and accurate training of the intellectual faculties. But it is much more than this, it has a moral value as well. It is nearly allied to morality, inasmuch as it is nearly connected with truthfulness. Every man who has himself in any degree cared for the truth, and occupied himself in seeking it, is more or less aware how much of the falsehood in the world passes current under the concealment of words, how many strifes and controversies, which feed the simple, and offend the wise, find all or nearly all the fuel that maintains them in words carelessly or dishonestly employed. And when a man has had any actual experience of this, and at all perceived how far this mischief reaches, he is sometimes almost tempted to say with Shakespeare, out, idle words, servants to shallow fools, to adopt the saying of his clown, words are grown so false I am loath to prove reason with them. He cannot, however, forego their employment. Not to say that he will presently perceive that this falseness of theirs whereof he accuses them, this cheating power, is not of their proper use, but only of their abuse. He will see that, however they may have been enlisted in the service of lies, they are yet of themselves most true, and that, where the bane is, there the antidote should be sought as well. If Goethe's Faust denounces words and the falsehood of words, it is by the aid of words that he does it. Ask then words what they mean, that you may deliver yourselves, that you may help to deliver others, from the tyranny of words, and, to use Baxter's excellent phrase, from the strife of word warriors. Learn to distinguish between them, for you have the authority of Hooker, that the mixture of those things by speech, which by nature are divided, is the mother of all error. Footnote: see on all this matter in Locke's essay on Human Understanding, chapters 9, 10 and 11 of the third book, certainly the most remarkable in the essay. They bear the following titles: Of the Imperfection of Words, of the Abuse of Words, of the Remedies of the Imperfection and Abuse of Words. And although I cannot promise you that the study of synonyms, or the acquaintance with derivations, or any other knowledge but the very highest knowledge of all, will deliver you from the temptation to misuse this or any other gift of God, a temptation always lying so near us, yet I am sure that these studies rightly pursued will do much in leading us to stand in awe of this gift of speech, and to tremble at the thought of turning it to any other than those worthy ends for which God has endowed us with a faculty so divine. Lecture 7. The Schoolmaster's Use of Words. At the Great Exhibition of 1851, there might be seen a collection, probably by far the completest which had ever been got together, of what were called the material helps of education. There was then gathered in a single room all the outward machinery of moral and intellectual training, all by which order might be best maintained, the labor of the teacher and the taught economized, with 1,000 ingenious devices suggested by the best experience of many minds, and of these during many years. Nor were these material helps of education merely mechanical. There were in that collection vivid representations of places and objects, models which often preserved their actual forms and proportions, not to speak of maps and of books. No one who is aware how much in schools, and indeed everywhere else, depends on what apparently is slight and external, would lightly esteem the helps and hints which such a collection would furnish. And yet it would be well for us to remember that even if we were to obtain all this apparatus in its completest form, at the same time possessing the most perfect skill in its application, so that it should never encumber but always assist us, we should yet have obtained very little compared with that which, as a help to education, is already ours. When we stand face to face with a child, that spoken or unspoken word which the child possesses in common with ourselves is a far more potent implement, an aid of education, than all these external helps, even though they should be accumulated and multiplied 1,000-fold. A reassuring thought for those who may not have many of these helps within their reach, a warning thought for those who might be tempted to put their trust in them. On the occasion of that exhibition to which I have referred, it was well said, on the structure of language are impressed the most distinct and durable records of the habitual operations of the human powers. In the full possession of language each man has a vast, almost an inexhaustible, treasure of examples of the most subtle and varied processes of human thought. Much apparatus, many material helps, some of them costly, may be employed to assist education, but there is no apparatus which is so necessary, or which can do so much, as that which is the most common and the cheapest, which is always at hand, and ready for every need. Every language contains in it the result of a greater number of educational processes and educational experiments than we could by any amount of labor and ingenuity accumulate in any educational exhibition expressly contrived for such a purpose. Being entirely convinced that this is nothing more than the truth, I shall endeavor in my closing lecture to suggest some ways in which you may effectually use this marvelous implement which you possess to the better fulfilling of that which you have chosen as the proper task of your life. You will gladly hear something upon this matter, for you will never, I trust, disconnect what you may yourselves be learning from the hope and prospect of being enabled thereby to teach others more effectually. If you do, and your studies in this way become a selfish thing, if you are content to leave them barren of all profit to others, of this you may be sure, that in the end they will prove not less barren of profit to yourselves. In one noble line Chaucer has characterized the true scholar. And gladly would he learn, and gladly teach. Print these words on your remembrance. Resolve that in the spirit of this line you will work and live. But take here a word or two of warning before we advance any further. You cannot, of course, expect to make any original investigations in language, but you can follow safe guides, such as shall lead you by right paths, even as you may follow such as can only lead you astray. do not fail to keep in mind that perhaps in no region of human knowledge are there such a multitude of unsafe leaders as in this. For indeed this science of words is one which many, professing for it an earnest devotion, have done their best or their worst to bring into discredit, and to make a laughing-stock at once of the foolish and the wise. Niebuhr has somewhere noted the unspeakable spirit of absurdity which seemed to possess the ancients, whenever they meddled with this subject, but the charge reaches others beside them. Their mantle, it must be owned, has in after times often fallen upon no unworthy successors. What is commoner, even now, than to find the investigator of words and their origin looking round about him here and there, in all the languages, ancient and modern, to which he has any access, till he lights on some word, it matters little to him in which of these, more or less resembling that which he wishes to derive. And this found, to consider his problem solved, and that in this phantom hunt he has successfully run down his prey. Even Dr. Johnson, with his robust, strong, English common sense, too often offends in this way. In many respects his dictionary will probably never be surpassed. We shall never have more concise, more accurate, more vigorous explanations of the actual meaning of words, at the time when it was published, than he has furnished. But even those who recognize the most fully this merit, must allow that he was ill-equipped by any preliminary studies for tracing the past history of words, that in this he errs often and signally, sometimes where the smallest possible amount of knowledge would have preserved him from error, as for instance when he derives the name of the peacock from the peak, or tuft of pointed feathers, on its head, while other derivations proposed or allowed by him and others are so far more absurd than this, that when Swift, in ridicule of the whole band of philologers, suggests that ostler is only a contraction of oat stealer, and breeches of bare riches, these etymologies are scarcely more ridiculous than many which have in sober earnest, and by men of no inconsiderable reputation, been proposed. Oftentimes in this scheme of random etymology, a word in one language is derived from one in another, in bold defiance of the fact that no points of historic contact or connection, mediate or immediate, have ever existed between the two, the etymologist not caring to ask himself whether it was thus so much as possible that the word should have passed from the one language to the other. Whether in fact the resemblance is not merely superficial and illusory, one which, so soon as they are stripped of their accidents, disappears altogether. Take a few specimens of this manner of dealing with words, and first from the earlier etymologists. Thus, what are men doing but extending not the limits of their knowledge but of their ignorance, when they deduce, with Varro, pavo from paver, because of the fear which the harsh shriek of the peacock awakens, or with Pliny, panthera from Greek, pantherian, because properties of all beasts meet in the panther, or persuade themselves that formica, the ant, is ferens micas, the grain-bearer. Medieval suggestions abound, as vain, and if possible, vainer still. Thus sirens, as Chaucer assures us, are sirens being fair-weather creatures only to be seen in a calm. Footnote: Romand of the Rose, 678. Apis, a bee, is Greek, apis, or without feet, bees being born without feet, the etymology and the natural history keeping excellent company together. Or what shall we say of deriving mors from amarus, because death is bitter, or from Mars, because death is frequent in war, or am mors veditae pomi, because that forbidden bite brought death into the world, or with a modern investigator of language, and one of high reputation in his time, deducing girl from gorilla, because girls are commonly talkative. Footnote: Menage is one of these blind leaders of the blind, of whom I have spoken above. With all their real, though not very accurate, erudition, his 3 folio volumes, 2 on French, 1 on Italian etymologies, have done nothing but harm to the cause which they were intended to further. Genin, Recreations Philologiques, pages 12 to 15, passes a severe but just judgment upon them. Menage comme tous ses devanciers et la plupart de ses successeurs, semble en avoir été dirigé que par un seul principe en fait d'étymologie. Le voici dans son expression la plus nette. Tout émotivant du émotique que lui ressemble le mieux. C'est la pose, Menage, avec son érudition polyglotte, s'abat sur le grec, le latin, l'italien, l'espagnol, l'allemand, le celtique, et fait difficult dialogue jusqu'à l'hébreu. C'est dommage que de son temps on any cultivat pas encore le sanskrit, el hindostani, le thibetain et l'arabe, il les yeux contraints à lui livre de étymologies françaises. Il ne met pas en peine de chemins par un mot hébreu ou carthaginois aurait pu passer pour venir à s'établir en France. Il y est, le voilà, suffit. Elle identité n'y peut être mise en question devant la ressemblance, et souvent Dieu sait quelle ressemblance. Compare Empire, Formation de la langue française, pp. 194-195. All experience, indeed, proves how perilous it is to etymologize at random, and on the strength of mere surface similarities of sound. Let me illustrate the absurdities into which this may easily betray us by an amusing example. A clergyman, who himself told me the story, had sought, and not unsuccessfully, to kindle in his schoolmaster a passion for the study of derivations. His scholar inquired of him one day if he were aware of the derivation of crypt. He naturally applied in the affirmative. That crypt came from a Greek word to conceal, and meant a covered place, itself concealed, and where things which it was wished to conceal were placed. The other rejoined that he was quite aware the word was commonly so explained, but he had no doubt erroneously. That crypt, as he had now convinced himself, was in fact contracted from crypit, being the pit where in days of popish tyranny those who were condemned to cruel penances were plunged, and out of which their cry was heard to come up, therefore called the crypit, now contracted into crypt. Let me say, before quitting my tale, that I would far sooner a schoolmaster made 100 such mistakes than that he should be careless and incurious in all which concerned the words which he was using. To make mistakes, as we are in the search of knowledge, is far more honorable than to escape making them through never having set out in this search at all. But while errors like his may very well be pardoned, of this we may be sure, that they will do little in etymology, will continually err and cause others to err, who in these studies leave this out of sight for an instant, namely, that no amount of resemblance between words in different languages is of itself sufficient to prove that they are akin. Even as no amount of apparent unlikeness in sound or present form is sufficient to disprove consanguinity. Judge not according to appearances, must everywhere here be the rule. One who in many regions of human knowledge anticipated the discoveries of later times said well a century and a half ago, many etymologies are true, which at the first blush are not probable. Footnote: Leibniz, Op. Volume 5. Page 61. Sit fit ut etymologie veri sint, quae primo aspectu verissimiles non sunt. And, as he might have added, many appear probable, which are not true. This being so, it is our wisdom on the one side to distrust superficial likenesses, on the other not to be repelled by superficial differences. Have no faith in those who etymologize on the strength of sounds, and not on that of letters, and of letters, moreover, dealt with according to fixed and recognized laws of equivalence and permutation. Much, as was said so well, is true, which does not seem probable. Thus Dens, footnote, compare Max Muller, Chips from a German Workshop, Volume 4. Page 25, Heise, System der Sprachwissenschaft, page 307, and Zahn and tooth are all the same word, and such in like manner are Greek, chen, answer, gans, and goose, and again, Greek, dakru, and ter, who, on the other hand, would not take for granted that our much and the Spanish mucho, identical in meaning, were also in etymology nearly related? There is in fact no connection between them. Between vulgus and voc there is as little. Og, the German form of ri, is in every letter identical with the Greek word for splendor, Greek, og, and yet, intimate as is the connection between German and Greek, these have no relation with one another whatever. Not many years ago a considerable scholar identified the Greek holos, and our whole, and few, I should imagine, have not been tempted at one stage of their knowledge to do the same. These also are in no way related. Need I remind you here of the importance of seeking to obtain in every case the earliest spelling of a word which is attainable? Footnote: What Sigma gains may in this way be made no one has shown more remarkably than Skeat in his etymological dictionary. Here then, as elsewhere, the condition of all successful investigation is to have learned to disregard phenomena, the deceitful shows and appearances of things, to have resolved to reach and to grapple with the things themselves. It is the fable of Proteus over again. He will take 1,000 shapes wherewith he will seek to elude and delude one who is determined to extort from him that true answer, which he is capable of yielding, but will only yield on compulsion. The true inquirer is deceived by none of these. He still holds him fast, binds him in strong chains, until he takes his proper shape at the last, and answers as a true seer, so far as answer is possible, whatever question may be put to him. Nor, let me observe by the way, will that man's gain be small who, having so learned to distrust the obvious and the plausible, carries into other regions of study and of action the lessons which he has thus learned, determines to seek the ground of things, and to plant his foot upon that, believes that a lie may look very fair, and yet be a lie after all, that the truth may show very unattractive, very unlikely and paradoxical, and yet be the very truth notwithstanding. To return from a long, but not unnecessary digression. Convinced as I am of the immense advantage of following up words to their sources, of deriving them, that is, of tracing each little rill to the river from whence it was first drawn, I can conceive no method of so effectually defacing and barbarizing our English tongue, of practically emptying it of all the hoarded wit, wisdom, imagination, and history which it contains, of cutting the vital nerve which connects its present with the past, as the introduction of the scheme of phonetic spelling, which some have lately been zealously advocating among us. I need hardly tell you that the fundamental idea of this is that all words should be spelt as they are sounded, that the writing should, in every case, be subordinated to the speaking. Footnote: I do not know whether the advocates of phonetic spelling have urged the authority and practice of Augustus as being in their favor. Suetonius, among other amusing gossip about this emperor, records of him, videtur eram sequi opinionum, caperin scribendum ac loquimer, existiment, Octavius. C. 88. This, namely that writing should in every case and at all costs be subordinated to speaking, which is everywhere tacitly assumed as not needing any proof, is the fallacy which runs through the whole scheme. There is, indeed, no necessity at all for this. Every word, on the contrary, has two existences, as a spoken word and a written, and you have no right to sacrifice one of these, or even to subordinate it wholly to the other. A word exists as truly for the eye as for the ear, and in a highly advanced state of society, where reading is almost as universal as speaking, quite as much for the one as for the other. That in the written word, moreover, is the permanence and continuity of language and of learning, and that the connection is most intimate of a true orthography with all this, is affirmed in our words, letters, literature, unlettered, as in other languages by words exactly corresponding to these. Footnote: as Greek, grammata, agrammatos, literi, belles lettres. The gains consequent on the introduction of such a change in our manner of spelling would be insignificantly small, the losses enormously great. There would be gain in the saving of a certain amount of the labor now spent in learning to spell. The amount of labor, however, is absurdly exaggerated by the promoters of the scheme. I forget how many thousand hours a phonetic reformer lately assured us were on an average spent by every English child in learning to spell, or how much time by grown men, who, as he assured us, for the most part rarely attempted to write a letter without a Johnson's dictionary at their side. But even this gain would not long remain, seeing that pronunciation is itself continually changing. Custom is lord here for better and for worse, and a multitude of words are now pronounced in a manner different from that of 100 years ago, indeed from that of 10 years ago, so that, before very long, there would again be a chasm between the spelling and the pronunciation of words, unless indeed the spelling varied, which it could not consistently refuse to do, as the pronunciation varied, reproducing each of its capricious or barbarous alterations, these last, it must be remembered, being changes not in the pronunciation only, but in the word itself, which would only exist as pronounced, the written word being a mere shadow servilely waiting upon the spoken. When these changes had multiplied a little, and they would indeed multiply exceedingly on the removal of the barriers to change which now exist, what the language, before long, would become, it is not easy to guess. This fact, however, though sufficient to show how ineffectual the scheme of phonetic spelling would prove, even for the removing of those inconveniences which it proposes to remedy, is only the smallest objection to it. The far more serious charge which may be brought against it is, that in words out of number it would obliterate those clear marks of birth and parentage, which they bear now upon their fronts, or are ready, upon a very slight interrogation, to reveal. Words have now an ancestry, and the ancestry of words, as of men, is often a very noble possession, making them capable of great things, because those from whom they are descended have done great things before them, but this would deface their scutcheon, and bring them all to the same ignoble level. Words are now a nation, grouped into tribes and families, some smaller, some larger. This change would go far to reduce them to a promiscuous and barbarous horde. Now they are often translucent with their inner thought, lighted up by it. In how many cases would this inner light be then quenched? They have now a body and a soul, the soul quickening the body. Then oftentimes nothing but a body, forsaken by the spirit of life, would remain. These objections were urged long ago by Bacon, who characterizes this so-called Reformation, that writing should be consonant to speaking, as a branch of unprofitable subtlety, and especially urges that thereby the derivations of words, especially from foreign languages, are utterly defaced and extinguished. Footnote: the same attempt to introduce phonography has been several times made, once in the 16th century, and again some 30 years ago in France. What would be there the results? We may judge of these from the results of a partial application of the system. Temps is now written Thames, the P having been ejected as superfluous. What is the consequence? At once its visible connection with the Latin tempus, with the Spanish tiempo, with the Italian tempo, with its own temporel and temporare, is broken, and for many effaced. Or note the result from another point of view. Here are poids await, poix pitch, pois peas. No one could mark in speaking the distinction between these, and thus to the ear there may be confusion between them, but to the eye there is none, not to say that the d in poi_d_s puts it for us in relation with pon_d_us, the x in poi_x_ with pu_x_, the s in poi_s_ with the Low Latin pi_s_. In each case the letter which these reformers would dismiss as useless, and worse than useless, keeps the secret of the word. On some other attempts in the same direction see in D'Israeli, Amenities of Literature, an article on orthography and orthoepy, and compare Diaz, Romanische Sprache, Volume 1, page 52. In the form poids we have a striking example of a wretchedly bad spelling which is due to an attempt to make the spelling etymological. Unfortunately the etymology is erroneous. The French word for weight has nothing in the world to do with Latin pondus. It is the phonetic representative of the Latin pensum, and should be spelt poise. From the results of various approximations to phonetic spelling, which at different times have been made, and the losses thereon ensuing, we may guess what the loss would be were the system fully carried out. Of those fairly acquainted with Latin, it would be curious to know how many have seen Silva and Savage since it has been so written, and not Salvage, as of old? Or have been reminded of the hindrances to a civilized and human society which the indomitable forest, more perhaps than any other obstacle, presents. When fancy was spelt fantasy, as by Sylvester in his translation of Du Bartas, and other scholarly writers of the 17th century, no one could doubt of its identity with fantasy, as no Greek scholar could miss its relation with fantasia. Spell analyze as I have sometimes seen it, and as phonetically it ought to be, analyze, and the taproot of the word is cut. How many readers will recognize in it then the image of dissolving and resolving out into its elements, and use it with a more or less conscious reference to this? It may be urged that few do so even now. The more need they should not be fewer, for these few do in fact retain the word in its place, from which else it might gradually drift. They preserve its vitality, and the propriety of its use, not merely for themselves, but also for the others that have not this knowledge. In phonetic spelling is, in fact, the proposal that the learned and the educated should of free choice place themselves under the disadvantages of the ignorant and uneducated, instead of seeking to elevate these last to their own more favored condition. On this subject one observation more. The multitude of difficulties of every sort and size which would beset the period of transition, and that no brief period, from our present spelling to the very easiest form of phonetic, seem to me to be almost wholly overlooked by those who are the most eager to press forward this scheme, while yet it is very noticeable that so soon as ever the spelling reform approaches, however remotely, a practical shape, the reformers, who up to this time were at issue with all the rest of the world, are at once at issue among themselves. At once the question comes to the front: shall the labor pangs of this immense new birth or transformation of English be encountered all at once? Or shall they be spread over years, and little by little the necessary changes introduced? It would not be easy to bring together two scholars who have bestowed more thought and the results of more laborious study on the whole subject of phonetic spelling than Mr. Ellis and Dr. Murray have done, while yet at the last annual meeting of the Philological Society, May 20th, 1881, these two distinguished scholars, with mutual respect undiminished, had no choice but to acknowledge that, while they were seeking the same objects, the means by which they sought to attain them were altogether different, and that, in the judgment of each, all which the other was doing in setting forward results equally dear to both was only tending to put hindrances in the way, and to make the attainment of those results remoter than ever. Footnote: for arguments in defense of phonetic spelling, the student is referred to Sweet's Handbook of Phonetics, Appendix, Skeat's Principles of English Etymology, page 294, Max Muller's Lectures on the Science of Language, 2. 108. But to return. Even now the relationships of words, so important for our right understanding of them, are continually overlooked, a very little matter serving to conceal from us the family to which they pertain. Thus how many of our nouns are indeed unsuspected participles, or are otherwise most closely connected with verbs, with which we probably never think of putting them in relation. And yet with how lively an interest shall we discover those to be of closest kin, which we had never considered but as entire strangers to one another. What increased mastery over our mother tongue shall we through such discoveries obtain? Thus wrong is the perfect participle of to wring that which has been wrung or wrested from the right, as in French tort, from torquio, is the twisted. The brunt of the battle is its heat, where it burns the most fiercely. Footnote: the word brunt is a somewhat difficult form to explain. It is probably of Scandinavian origin. Compare Danish brind, heat. For the dental suffix t, see Daus, Gothic, page 101. The suffix is not participial. The haft of a knife, that whereby you have or hold it. This exercise of putting words in their true relation and connection with one another might be carried much further. Of whole groups of words, which may seem to acknowledge no kinship with one another, it will not be difficult to show that they had the same parentage, or, if not this, a cousinship in common. For instance, here are shore, share, shears, shred, shirred, all most closely connected with the verb to shear. Share is a portion of anything divided off. Shears are instruments effecting this process of separation. The shore is the place where the continuity of the land is interrupted by the sea. A shred is that which is shorn from the main piece. A shirred, as a potsherd, also potshare, Spencer, that which is broken off and thus divided from the vessel. These not all exhausting this group or family of words, though it would occupy more time than we can spare to put some other words in their relation with it. But this analyzing of groups of words for the detecting of the bond of relationship between them, and their common root, may require more etymological knowledge than you possess, and more helps from books than you can always command. There is another process, and one which may prove no less useful to yourselves and to others, which will lie more certainly within your reach. You will meet in books, sometimes in the same book, and perhaps in the same page of this book, a word used in senses so far apart from one another that at first it will seem to you absurd to suppose any bond of connection between them. Now, when you thus fall in with a word employed in these two or more senses so far removed from one another, accustom yourselves to seek out the bond which there certainly is between these several uses. This tracing of that which is common to and connects all its meanings can only be done by getting to its center and heart, to the seminal meaning, from which, as from a fruitful seed, all the others unfold themselves, to the first link in the chain, from which every later one, in a direct line or a lateral, depends. We may proceed in this investigation, certain that we shall find such, or at least that such there is to be found. For nothing can be more certain than this, and the non-recognition of it is a serious blemish in Johnson's dictionary, that a word has originally but one meaning, that all other uses, however widely they may diverge from one another and recede from this one, may yet be affiliated to it, brought back to the one central meaning, which grasps and knits them all together, just as the several races of men, black, white, and yellow and red, despite of all their present diversity and dispersion, have a central point of unity in that one pair from which they all have descended. Let me illustrate this by 2 or 3 familiar examples. How various are the senses in which post is used, as post office, post haste, a post standing in the ground, a military post, an official post, to post a ledger. Is it possible to find anything which is common to all these uses of post? When once we are on the right track, nothing is easier. Post is the Latin positus, that which is placed. The piece of timber is placed in the ground, and so a post, a military station is a post, for a man is placed in it, and must not quit it without orders. To travel post is to have certain relays of horses placed at intervals, that so no delay on the road may occur. The post office avails itself of this mode of communication. To post a ledger is to place or register its several items. Once more, in what an almost infinite number of senses stock is employed. We have livestock, stock in trade or on the farm, the village stocks, the stock of a gun, the stock of the stocks on which ships are built, the stock which goes round the neck, the family stock, the stocks, or public funds, in which money is invested, with other stocks besides these. What point in common can we find between them all? This, that being all derived from one verb, they cohere in the idea of fixedness which is common to them all. Thus, the stock of a gun is that in which the barrel is fixed. The village stocks are those in which the feet are fastened. The stock in trade is the fixed capital, and so too, the stock on the farm, although the fixed capital has there taken the shape of horses and cattle. In the stocks or public funds, money sticks fast, inasmuch as those who place it there cannot withdraw or demand the capital, but receive only the interest. The stock of a tree is fast set in the ground, and from this use of the word it is transferred to a family. The stock is that from which it grows, and out of which it unfolds itself. And here we may bring in the stocked of, as being the stock or stirps of the domestic kinds. I might group with these stake in both its spellings. A stake is stuck in the hedge and there remains. The stakes which men wager against the issue of a race are paid down, and thus fixed or deposited to answer the event. A beefsteak is a portion so small that it can be stuck on the point of a fork, and so forward. Footnote: see the Instructions for Parish Priests, page 69, published by the Early English Text Society. When we thus affirm that the divergent meanings of a word can all be brought back to some one point from which, immediately or mediately, they every one proceed, that none has primarily more than one meaning, it must be remembered that there may very well be 2 words, or, as it will sometimes happen, more, spelt as well as pronounced alike, which yet are wholly different in their derivation and primary usage, and that, of course, between such homonyms or homographs as these no bond of union on the score of this identity is to be sought. Neither does this fact in the least invalidate our assertion. We have in them, as Cobbett expresses it well, the same combination of letters, but not the same word. Thus we have page, the side of a leaf, from pagina, and page, a small boy, league, a treaty f, league, from ligere, to bind, and league o, f, ligu, from lucca, a Celtic measure of distance, host, hostes, and army, host o, f, host, from the Latin hospitum, and host, hostia, in the Roman Catholic sacrifice of the Mass. We have 2 ounces, uncia and persias, 2 seals, sigillum and seal, 2 moods, modus and mod, 2 sacs, sacus and sec, 2 sounds, sonus and sund, 2 lakes, lacus and laca, 2 kennels, canalis and cannel, 2 partisans, partisan and partigiana, 2 choirs, sure and cahier, 2 corns, corn and cornu, 2 ears, or and are, 2 doles, duel and theal, 2 perches, pertica and perca, 2 races, rays and the French race, 2 rocks, 2 rooks, 2 sprays, 2 saws, 2 strains, 2 trunks, 2 burrows, 2 helms, 2 quarries, 3 moles, 3 rapes, as the rape of Proserpine, the rape of Bramber, rape seed, 4 ports, 3 vans, 3 smacks. Other homonyms in the language are the following: ash, barb, bark, barnacle, bat, beam, beetle, bill, bottle, bound, breeze, bugle, bull, cape, caper, chap, cleave, club, cob, crab, cricket, crop, crowd, cover, dam, elder, flag, fog, fold, font, fount, gin, gore, grain, grin, gulf, gum, gust, herd, hind, hip, jade, jar, jet, junk, lawn, lime, link, mace, main, mass, mast, match, meal, mint, more, paddock, painter, pernicious, plot, pulse, punch, rush, scale, scrip, shingle, shock, shrub, smack, soil, stud, swallow, tap, tent, toil, trinket, turtle. You will find it profitable to follow these up at home, to trace out the 2 or more words which have clothed themselves in exactly the same outward garb, and on what etymologies they severally repose. So, too, as often as you suspect the existence of homonyms, to make proof of the matter for yourselves, gradually forming as complete a list of these as you can. Footnote: for a nearly complete list of homonyms in English, see List of homonyms at the end of Skeat's Etymology Dict. Cox's Historical Grammar of the English Language, Volume 1, page 223. Matzner's English Grammatic, Volume 1, pages 187 to 204, and compare Dwight's Modern Philology, Volume 2, page 311. You may usefully do the same in any other language which you study, for they exist in all. In them the identity is merely on the surface and in sound, and it would, of course, be lost labor to seek for a point of contact between meanings which have no closer connection with one another in reality than they have in appearance. Let me suggest some further exercises in this region of words. There are some which at once provoke and promise to reward inquiry, by the evident readiness with which they will yield up the secret, if duly interrogated by us. Many, as we have seen, have defied, and will probably defy to the end, all efforts to dissipate the mystery which hangs over them, and these we must be content to leave. But many announce that their explanations cannot be very far to seek. Let me instance candidate. Does it not argue an incurious spirit to be content that this word should be given and received by us 100 times, as at a contested election it is, and we never ask ourselves, what does it mean? Why is one offering himself to the choice of his fellows called a candidate? If the word lay evidently beyond our horizon, we might acquiesce in our ignorance, but resting, as manifestly it does, upon the Latin candidus, it challenges inquiry, and a very little of this would at once put us in possession of the Roman custom for which it witnesses, namely, that such as intended to claim the suffrages of the people for any of the chief offices of the state presented themselves beforehand to them in a white toga, being therefore called candidati, and as it so often happens that in seeking information upon one subject we obtain it upon another, so will it probably be here. For in fully learning what this custom was, you will hardly fail to learn how we obtained ambition, what originally it meant, and how Milton should have written. To reign is worth ambition though in hell. Or again, any one who knows so much as that verbum means a word, might well be struck by the fact, and if he followed it up would be led far into the relation of the parts of speech to one another, that in grammar it is not employed to signify any word whatsoever, but restricted to the verb alone. Verbum is the verb. Surely here is matter for reflection. What gives to the verb the right to monopolize the dignity of being the word? Is it because the verb is the animating power, the vital principle of every sentence, and that without which, understood or uttered, no sentence can exist? Or can you offer any other reason? I leave this to your own consideration. We call certain books classics. We have indeed a double use of the word, for we speak of the Greek and Latin as the classical languages, and the great writers in these as the classics, while at other times you hear of a classical English style, or of English classics. Now classic is connected plainly with classis. What then does it mean in itself, and how has it arrived at this double use? The term is drawn from the political economy of Rome. Such a man was rated as to his income in the 3rd class, such another in the 4th, and so on. But he who was in the highest was emphatically said to be of the class, classicus, a class man, without adding the number, as in that case superfluous, while all others were infraclassum. Hence, by an obvious analogy, the best authors were rated as classici, or men of the highest class, just as in English we say men of rank. Absolutely, for men who are in the highest ranks of the state. The mental process by which this title, which would apply rightly to the best authors in all languages, came to be restricted to those only in two, and these two to be claimed, to the seeming exclusion of all others, as the classical languages, is one constantly recurring, making itself felt in all regions of human thought, to which therefore I would in passing call your attention, though I cannot now do more. There is one circumstance which you must by no means suffer to escape your own notice, nor that of your pupils, namely, that words out of number, which are now employed only in a figurative sense, did yet originally rest on some fact of the outward world, vividly presenting itself to the imagination, which fact the word has incorporated and knit up with itself forever. If I may judge from my own experience, few intelligent boys would not feel that they had gained something, when made to understand that to insult means properly to leap as on the prostrate body of a foe, to affront, to strike him on the face, that to succor means by running to place oneself under one that is falling, to relent, connected with lentus, to slacken the swiftness of one's pursuit. Footnote. But nothing might relent his hasty flight, Spencer F. Q. 3. 4. To reprehend, to lay hold of one with the intention of forcibly pulling him back, to exonerate, to discharge of a burden, ships being exonerated once, that to be examined means to be weighed. They would be pleased to learn that a man is called supercilious, because haughtiness with contempt of others expresses itself by the raising of the eyebrows or supercilium, that subtilis for subtextilis, is literally fine spun, that astonished, atonitus, is properly thunderstruck, that sincere is without wax, sincera, as the best and finest honey should be, that a companion, probably at least, is one with whom we share our bread, a messmate, that a sarcasm is properly such a lash inflicted by the scourge of the tongue as brings away the flesh after it, with much more in the same kind. Trivial is a word borrowed from the life. Mark 3 or 4 persons standing idly at the point where one street bisects at right angles another, and discussing there the idle nothings of the day. There you have the living explanation of trivialities, such as no explanation not rooting itself in the etymology would ever give you, or enable you to give to others. You have there the trace vii, the trivium, and trivialities properly mean such talk as is holden by those idle loiterers that gather at this meeting of 3 roads. Footnote. But trivial may be from trivium in another sense, that is, from the trivium, or 3 preparatory disciplines, grammar, arithmetic, and geometry, as distinguished from the 4 more advanced, or quadrivium, these and those together being esteemed in the Middle Ages to constitute a complete liberal education. Preparatory schools were often called trivial schools, as occupying themselves with the trivium. Rivals properly are those who dwell on the banks of the same river. But as all experience shows, there is no such fruitful source of contention as a water right, and these would be often at strife with one another in regard of the periods during which they severally had a right to the use of the stream, turning it off into their own fields before the time, or leaving open the sluices beyond the time, or in other ways interfering, or being counted to interfere, with the rights of their neighbors. And in this way rivals came to be applied to any who were on any grounds in unfriendly competition with one another. By such teaching as this you may often improve, and that without turning playtime into lesson time, the hours of relaxation and amusement. But relaxation, on which we have just lighted as by chance, must not escape us. How can the bow be relaxed or slackened, for this is the image, which has not been bent, whose string has never been drawn tight. Having drawn tight the bow of our mind by earnest toil, we may then claim to have it from time to time relaxed. Having been attentive and assiduous then, but not otherwise, we may claim relaxation and amusement. But attentive and assiduous are themselves words which will repay us to understand exactly what they mean. He is assiduous who sits close to his work, he is attentive, who, being taught, stretches out his neck that so he may not lose a word. Diligence too has its lesson. Derived from diligo, to love, it reminds us that the secret of true industry in our work is love of that work. And as truth is wrapped up in diligence, what a lie, on the other hand, lurks in indolence, or, to speak more accurately, in our present employment of it. This, from in indolio, not to grieve, is properly a state in which we have no grief or pain, and employed as we now employ it, suggests to us that indulgence in sloth constitutes for us the truest negation of pain. Now no one would wish to deny that pain and pains are often nearly allied, but yet these pains hand us over to true pleasures, while indolence is so far from yielding that good which it is so forward to promise, that Cooper spoke only truth, when, perhaps meaning to witness against the falsehood I have just denounced, he spoke of lives spent in indolence, and therefore sad. Not therefore glad, as the word indolence would fain have us to believe. There is another way in which these studies I have been urging may be turned to account. Doubtless you will seek to cherish in your scholars, to keep lively in yourselves, that spirit and temper which find a special interest in all relating to the land of our birth, that land which the providence of God has assigned as the sphere of our life's task and of theirs. Our schools are called national. Footnote. This was written in England, and in the year 1851, and if we would have them such in reality, we must neglect nothing that will foster a national spirit in them. I know not whether this is sufficiently considered among us, yet certainly we cannot have church schools worthy the name, least of all in England, unless they are truly national as well. It is the anti-national character of the Roman Catholic system which perhaps more than all else offends Englishmen, and if their sense of this should ever grow weak, their protest against that system would soon lose much of its energy and strength. But here, as everywhere else, knowledge must be the food of love. Your pupils must know something about England. If they are to love it, they must see some connection of its past with its present, of what it has been with what it is, if they are to feel that past as anything to them. And as no impresses of the past are so abiding, so none, when once attention has been awakened to them, are so self-evident as those which names preserve, although, without this calling of the attention to them, the most broad and obvious of these footprints which the past time has left may continue to escape our observation to the end of our lives. Leibniz tells us, and one can quite understand, the delight with which a great German emperor, Maximilian I, discovered that Habsburg, the ancestral name of his house, really had a meaning, one moreover full of vigor and poetry. This he did, when he heard it by accident on the lips of a Swiss peasant, no longer cut short, and thus disguised, but in its original fullness, Habsburg, or Hawk's Tower, being no doubt the name of the castle which was the cradle of his race. Footnote Op. Volume 6. pt. 2. Page 20. Of all the thousands of Englishmen who are aware that Angles and Saxons established themselves in this island, and that we are in the main descended from them, it would be curious to know how many have realized to themselves a fact so obvious as that this England means Angleland, or that in the names Essex, Sussex, and Middlesex, we preserve a record of East Saxons, South Saxons, and Middle Saxons, who occupied those several portions of the land, or that Norfolk and Suffolk are two broad divisions of northern and southern folk, into which the East Anglian kingdom was divided. Cornwall does not bear its origin quite so plainly upon its front, or tell its story so that every one who runs may read. At the same time its secret is not hard to attain to. As the Teutonic immigrants advanced, such of the British population as were not either destroyed or absorbed by them retreated, as we all have learned, into Wales and Cornwall, that is, till they could retreat no further. The fact is evidently preserved in the name of Wales, which means properly the foreigners, the nations of Teutonic blood calling all bordering tribes by this name. But though not quite so apparent on the surface, this fact is also preserved in Cornwall, written formerly Cornwales, or the land inhabited by the Welsh of the Corn or Horn. The chroniclers uniformly speak of North Wales and Corn Wales. Footnote: see Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, year 997, where mention is made of the Cornwallas, the Cornish people. These Angles, Saxons, and Britons or Welshmen, about whom our pupils may be reading, will be to them more like actual men of flesh and blood, who indeed trod this same soil which we are treading now, when we can thus point to traces surviving to the present day, which they have left behind them, and which England, as long as it is England, will retain. The Danes too have left their marks on the land. We all probably, more or less, are aware how much Danish blood runs in English veins, what large colonies from Scandinavia, for as many may have come from Norway as from modern Denmark, settled in some parts of this island. It will be interesting to show that the limits of this Danish settlement and occupation may even now be confidently traced by the constant recurrence in all such districts of the names of towns and villages ending in by, which signified in their language a dwelling or single village, as nether by apple by der by wood by rug by. Thus, if you examine closely a map of Lincolnshire, one of the chief seats of the Danish settlement, you will find 100, or well nigh a fourth part, of the towns and villages to have this ending, the whole coast being studded with them. They lie nearly as close to one another as in Schleswig itself. Footnote: Pot, Etymology Forsch. Volume 2. pt 2, page 1172, while here in Hampshire by as such a termination, is utterly unknown. Or again, draw a line transversely through England from Canterbury by London to Chester, the line, that is, of the great Roman road, called Watling Street, and north of this 600 instances of the occurrence of the same termination may be found, while to the south there are almost none. Thorpe, equivalent to the German Dorf as Bishops Thorpe Al Thorpe tells the same tale of a Norse occupation of the soil, and the terminations, somewhat rarer, of Thwaite, Ha, Garth, Ness do the same no less. On the other hand, where, as in this south of England, the hams abound, the word is identical with our home, as bucking ham for example ham shore ham there you may be sure that not Norsemen but West Germans took possession of the soil. Worth, or worthy, tells the same story, as Boss Worth Kings worthy Footnote: See Sweet's oldest English texts, index, the Stokes-like manner, as basing Stoke Itchen Stoke are Saxon, being, as some suppose, places stock adade, with stocks or piles for defense. You are yourselves learning, or hereafter you may be teaching others, the names and number of the English counties or shires. What a dull routine task for them and for you this may be, supplying no food for the intellect, no points of attachment for any of its higher powers to take hold of. And yet in these two little words, shire and county, if you would make them render up even a small part of their treasure, what lessons of English history are contained! One who knows the origin of these names, and how we come to possess such a double nomenclature, looks far into the social condition of England in that period when the strong foundations of all that has since made England glorious and great were being laid. By aid of these words may detect links which bind its present to its remotest past, for of lands as of persons it may be said, the child is father of the man. Shire is connected with share, and is properly a portion shared or shorn off. Footnote: It must be confessed that there are insuperable difficulties in the way of connecting Anglo-Saxon sir with the verb seren, to shear, and of explaining it as equivalent to shorn off. The derivation of shire has not yet been ascertained. When a Saxon king would create an earl, it did not lie in men's thoughts, accustomed as they were to deal with realities, that such could be a merely titular creation, or exist without territorial jurisdiction, and a share or shire was assigned him to govern, which also gave him his title. But at the conquest this Saxon officer was displaced by a Norman, the earl by the count. This title of count, borrowed from the later Roman Empire, meaning originally companion, comes, one who had the honor of being closest companion to his leader, and the shire was now the county, comitatus, as governed by this comes, in that singular and inexplicable fortune of words, which causes some to disappear and die out under the circumstances apparently most favorable for life, others to hold their ground when all seemed against them. Count has disappeared from the titles of English nobility, while Earl has recovered its place, although in evidence of the essential identity of the two titles, or offices rather, the wife of the Earl is entitled a Countess, and in further memorial of these great changes that so long ago came over our land. The two names shire and county equally survive as in the main interchangeable words in our mouths. A large part of England, all that portion of it which the Saxons occupied, is divided into hundreds. Have you ever asked yourselves what this division means? For something it must mean? The hundred is supposed to have been originally a group or settlement of 100 free families of Saxon incomers. If this was so, we have at once an explanation of the strange disproportion between the area of the 100 in the southern and in the more northern counties, the average number of square miles in the 100 of Sussex or Kent being about 24, of Lancashire more than 300. The Saxon population would naturally be far the densest in the earlier settlements of the east and south, while more to west and north their tenure would be one rather of conquest than of colonization, and the free families much fewer and more scattered. Footnote: Kemble, The Saxons in England, Volume 1, page 420, Stubbs, Constitutional History of England, page 98. But further, you have noticed, I dare say, the exceptional fact that the county of Sussex, besides the division into hundreds, is divided also into 6 rapes, thus the rape of Bramber and so on. This rape is connected by Lappenberg, too. 405, 1881, with the Eiselhraper, which according to the Gragas was a district in which 20 or more peasants maintained one per person. Let us a little consider, in conclusion, how we may usefully bring our etymologies and other notices of words to bear on the religious teaching which we would impart in our schools. To do this with much profit we must often deal with words as the Queen does with the gold and silver coin of the realm. When this has been current long, and by often passing from man to man, with perhaps occasional clipping in dishonest hands, has lost not only the clear brightness, the well-defined sharpness of outline, but much of the weight and intrinsic value which it had when first issued from the royal mint, it is the sovereign's prerogative to recall it, and issue it anew, with the royal image stamped on it afresh, bright and sharp, weighty and full, as at first. Now to a process such as this the true masters of language, and all of us may be such, will often submit the words which they use. Where use and custom have worn away their significance, we too may recall and issue them afresh. With how many it has thus fared, for example, with one which will be often in your mouths. You speak of the lessons of the day, but what is lessons here for most of us save a lazy synonym for the morning and evening chapters appointed to be read in church? But realize what the Church intended in calling these chapters by this name, namely, that they should be the daily instruction of her children. Listen to them yourselves as such, lead your scholars to regard them as such, and in this use of lessons what a lesson for every one of us there may be. Footnote: Still etymologically lessons means simply readings. The word representing French lekens equals Latin lections. Bible itself, while we not irreverently use it, may yet be no more to us than the verbal sign by which we designate the written word of God. Keep in mind that it properly means the book and nothing more, that once it could be employed of any book, in Chaucer it is so, and what matter of thought and reflection lies in this our present restriction of Bible to one book, to the exclusion of all others. So strong has been the sense of Holy Scripture being the book, the worthiest and best, that book which explains all other books, standing up in their midst, like Joseph's kingly sheaf, to which all the other sheaves did obeisance, that this name of Bible or book has been restrained to it alone, just as Scripture means no more than writing, but this inspired writing has been acknowledged so far above all other writings, that this name also it has obtained as exclusively its own. Again, something may be learned from knowing that the surname, as distinguished from the Christian name, is the name over and above, not sire name, or name received from the father, as some explain, but surname, super nomen. There was never, that is, a time when every baptized man had not a Christian name, the recognition of his personal standing before God, while the surname, the name expressing his relation, not to the kingdom of God, but to a worldly society, is of much later growth, superadded to the other, as the word itself declares. What a lesson at once in the growing up of a human society, and in the contrast between it and the heavenly society of the Church, might be appended to this explanation. There was a period when only a few had surnames, had, that is, any significance in the order of things temporal, while the Christian name from the first was the possession of every baptized man. All this might be brought usefully to bear on your exposition of the first words in the Catechism. There are long words from the Latin which, desire as we may to use all plainness of speech, we cannot do without, nor find their adequate substitutes in homelier parts of our language, words which must always remain the vehicles of much of that truth whereby we live. Now in explaining these, make it your rule always to start, where you can, from the derivation, and to return to that as often as you can. Thus you wish to explain Revelation. How much will be gained if you can attach some distinct image to the word, one to which your scholars, as often as they hear it, may mentally recur. Nor is this difficult. God's revelation of himself is a drawing back of the veil or curtain which concealed him from men, not man finding out God, but God discovering himself to man, all which is contained in the word. Or you wish to explain absolution. Many will know that it has something to do with the pardon of sins. But how much more accurately will they know this, when they know that to absolve means to loosen from God's absolution of men being his releasing of them from the bands of those sins with which they were bound. Here every one will connect a distinct image with the word, such as will always come to his help when he would realize what its precise meaning may be. That which was done for Lazarus naturally, the Lord exclaiming, "Loose him, and let him go," the same is done spiritually for us, when we receive the absolution of our sins. Tell your scholars that atonement means at one ment, the setting at one of those who were at twain before, namely God and man, and they will attach to atonement a definite meaning, which perhaps in no way else it would have possessed for them, and starting from this point, you may muster the passages in Scripture which describe the sinner's state as one of separation, estrangement, alienation, from God. The Christian's state as one in which he walks together with God, because the two have been set at one. Or you have to deal with the following: to redeem, redeemer, redemption. Lose not yourselves in vague generalities, but fasten on the central point of these, that they imply a buying, and not this merely, but a buying back, and then connect with them, so explained, the whole circle of statements in Scripture which rest on this image, which speak of sin as a slavery, of sinners as bondsmen of Satan, of Christ's blood as a ransom, of the Christian as one restored to his liberty. Many words more suggest themselves. I will not urge more than one, but that one, because in it is a lesson more for ourselves than for others, and with such I would fain bring these lectures to a close. How solemn a truth we express when we name our work in this world our vocation, or, which is the same in homelier Anglo-Saxon, our calling. What a calming, elevating, ennobling view of the tasks appointed us in this world this word gives us. We did not come to our work by accident. We did not choose it for ourselves. But in the midst of much which may wear the appearance of accident and self-choosing, came to it by God's leading and appointment. How will this consideration help us to appreciate justly the dignity of our work, though it were far humbler work, even in the eyes of men, than that of any one of us here present? What an assistance in calming unsettled thoughts and desires, such as would make us wish to be something else than that which we are! What a source of confidence, when we are tempted to lose heart, and to doubt whether we shall carry through our work with any blessing or profit to ourselves or to others! It is our vocation, not our choosing but our calling, and He who called us to it will, if only we will ask Him, fit us for it, and strengthen us in it. End of Project Gutenberg's On the Study of Words, by Richard C. Trench.